the senior professor of classics to the Victorian National University, Samuel Seuss, once likened the ample library of Sir Cascarin to the holly trees upon Londinium's fringes. In these essences of knowledge, these long shadows of history, we never fail to find parallels to how we ourselves have gone, and to how we will go. Recorded are the epics and philosophies. One by one filed away our mythologies and theories. Humble scholars fill page to page with their wisdom and diligence. Each laureate poet a bookshelf to themselves. Nosmede the storm will pass, for hope can never truly die. What is formed of these accounts in ink? That is our civilization in all its pride. Sir Cascarin was a decent Galmadi. We debated over many a question through our wall. The wall that was, perhaps, the sole reason our time came to an end without his realizing I was a Sarkis. He simply took me as Victorian, one to mired in introspection at that. He still remembered his last words to me, before being dragged from that neighboring cell. In any time of trouble, a proud Victorian need only return there. And the winter of our discontent will once again feel not so endless after all, and the coming of spring the closest thing. Then, friend, you need only return there. Your soul. I tried those already. Even the papers the good Calskin stuff those books ain't burning. Why call it paper if it's Calskin anyway? Why don't we say, riding skin, or something? I dunno. Screw us. This fire just ain't happening. We've got all smoke and no warm soup pot. Soup. This stuff's just water with a couple stems and scraps we tossed in. You know what? This is all their fault. Those sneering royal court shitheads have us out here doing all the hard and dirty work, snatching Londonese across to work their factories across the entire city, and they won't even give us a hot bowl of something for the trouble. Captain said we've officially seized Londinium now. Defense forces got disbanded. That Leto guy's out. The Liberi. Well, I'm starting to regret not going with W. Goddamn loony woman. Probably wouldn't turn out any better if I did. What are all these books anyway? Could be discount catalogs for all I care. Why would some old feline collect this many discount catalogs? Still, never seen an old man cry his eyes out like that. Were you watching? Got his embroidered lapel all gunked up with his own snot. Hey, snap out of it. Get me some more books. The fire's about to go out. What are you doing? Reading them. What reading? You ain't literate, and all this shit's in Victorian anyway. Well, there's pictures in here too. Look at these drawings. There's a feline girl here giving this boy a real slap. What do you think's the deal with these two? Cheating, I'd figure. Anything more interesting? No. All the other pictures are dull. Just one of these things is a couple hundred pages. How many books do we have here? And the thinner ones over there. They only put a few words on each line, so you have to keep looking down for the next one. What is it Victorians are writing in these? Do the lands really have that much worth writing books about? This one, and that one, all kept in these beautiful glass cases, and they're all different kinds. Here's another possibility Victorians are so stinking rich, they'll pay to bind their own toilet paper. Huh, maybe. Why don't we have books of our own? They flip through these things so much the edges are curled. Maybe we do. Yeah, I know you hear how the likes are a bunch of nutbugs who hold themselves up in libraries. No one sees them for years and years. That's how long. Not that my ass cares. Hot soup to drink means more than any of that. Yeah, the days just blend together. These books just blend together. Even if I can tread, I know it. There's never one new thing under the sun. 1,000 years ago, we macketed people to death. Now we've got more efficient weapons. 1,000 years in the future, we'll be flying through the sky and using, I don't know, clouds and stars, to keep on killing and killing. You know, if we put houses on the moons, plant our own food, maybe we won't have to keep fighting like this in the future. Maybe something even bigger'll happen, and everyone'll stop wanting to be up in arms. Y'all, never mind. Let's get that next book burning. Sometimes I wonder if the work I'm doing is just me satisfying myself. Just trying to prove to myself I'm still one of the awake. Wait, Innes said, really? It keeps me up at night and nothing else. After all, Kasdals are going to be overflowing with people who can use a printing press. You need to get up to speed ASAP, boy. This isn't the classroom. I'm not obligated to teach you the ropes. I am very sorry, sir. I just wanted to be scrupulous about my writing. I don't want a goddamn catastrophography thesis. I want our circulation beating our union friends at Coalesces Sports. And I want them beaten hard, 20 fusers. If you're the office workers passing by the newsstand, or the Intercity Net News subscribers, is an essay titled Victoria Makes Massive Strides in Catastrophography, going to pry your cash loose. But don't you think Sarka's Destroy Victoria is a little, for a headline? You think our readers want the truth. Even the Central Journal's top-tier subscribers aren't asking for the truth. You need to spoon-feed them worry, fear, feelings of superiority, slyly leading emotional appeals followed by hard verdicts. And then they'll want more. Then they'll pluck cash out of their pockets. Then you'll guarantee your goddamn job. Who is it? You know what time it is, right, Henno? What? How long ago did that new courier truck leave with our plates? Half an hour ago, is there's some kind of breaking news from Victoria. No, we're going to the printers now. They should still be on shift. We can still make it. I'll give the chief editor a call. You write me a new lead article ASAP. Front page material. My informant says Viviani Candle Night. Novanik Kolb. Longa Welsh is formally announcing retirement tomorrow. Quick. We need to be the first body in all of Kazimiris to report on this. Ought approved to the GEC, just which row's paper editorial really matters most. Then what about Victoria and the Shard? Who cares? Boy! A million things a day happen on Terra. And we only need the most meaningful scoops out of them all. Remember that. Total cavalry. Okay. Come to mention, sir, there'd always been unlicensed devils around here running their own taxis. Have you noticed them kind of vanish lately? The history of Sarkas is the history of war itself. It is a lamentable fact, one I am loyal to. Yet still I attempt to prove to them that slaughter aside, there are events about us worth being remembered, reflected on. New upon this land, those events that had the luck to be written of assiduously can be counted on one's fingers. And yet, even if I record these past affairs, this isn't what we agreed on. No stock means no stock, Tona. What you see is what you get. All Originyama explosives are sold out. And the weapons I ordered? Are you expecting us to walk into that cave teeming with Originyama slugs and giant gloom panzers and heaven knows what other monsters, and just tackle them with our bare hands? That's your problem to deal with, not mine. Listen here, you've been cruising the entire black market for the last 3 weeks and managed to get what? Half a dozen weapons? Less. What mercenary squad could possibly snatch everything up? Are they insane? Even Solar Valley Industries couldn't possibly buy this much, couldn't possibly buy this much churn. Was it a Lordamir? So which sad sock Lordamir got ripped off this time? I want a hint. We'll divert around. No Lordamir. They were such a mystery. I couldn't say. It was probably the Pasha. And it just won. It might even be. What the hell are you feeding me? Pasha's on a shopping spree at the black market, and more than one. That's impossible. They have their own channels and multiple, buying weapons in huge bulk? Do you know what that even entails? All I've got is a blind guess. They went through several layers of middlemen and used some foreign firms to keep their hands extra clean. Every purchase happened to be some quantity that wouldn't raise suspicion. So if someone called coincidence, it might just pass. But who, in Sargon, could ever monopolize all this so perfectly? Hey, buddy, got my rides and supplies sorted. Apu. For cars, rations, water, tents, all good to go. Good. Here's the cash. When the hell did Spacer get that wealthy? No. I hear he and his band of mercs are planning to ditch Sargon. They rustled up all the money they have to head someplace else. Columbia, probably. Or Victoria. Lot more devil mercs career-changing than usual. I feel like. Don't all of Spacer's relatives live in Sargon? Does he not care about his old Baba with the broken leg? Who knows? I've never been able to make heads or tails of how these devils think. Maybe they're just sick enough of desert and rainforest. They want to switch up their surroundings now. That'd be best case. It's been like this recently. Things just getting weird levels of complicated left and right. Makes no sense to me at all. Damn it. The only thing my grandpa ever had to figure out was which Leporibus at Ch13 ran the slowest, and made the best dinner for us. They didn't hit this many setbacks in their time, did they? Could be us rural Sargon people just feel it coming. Just like a Ch13. Once it gets intense, it'll knock you flat. Even if I write of these, write of our dialects, and our recipes, of peasant wives' songs, of a chief courier's great drunken boasts, of romance in the trenches, of graffiti in the ruins. These things in the face of our suffering pale beyond mention. Nature are reduced even to an irony of sorts, seeming to inform my readers that we'd be best served using violence to wrest them back. That was never my intent. Even so, I have no right to be serving you my verdict. That messenger should be here by now. Did some fanciful girl steal his heart on the way again? He won't be coming. Postal messenger Arthur Morrison is dead. Dead? Executed on grounds of treason. Treason? Who in the land are you? I'm doing my job copyright, and you'll make both our lives a lot easier. Tell me what you know about Arthur Morrison, please. Ye hardly knew him, really? Just that he was the only postal messenger around who'd make the run to Londinium. Me own daughter goes to university to reso him, and I only exchanged the odd word. Was he taking Sarkis' help? My girl wrote to me how Londinium's been littered with them lately. That wretch. I knew he was a scoundrel at the first moment. Trust him to gang up with the Devilsh got what he deserved. Our comprehension is that Arthur Morrison served Ursus. Ursus? But, and you were his co-worker, Mr. Wesley wrote. Surely you must be joking. I'm a feline born and bred. I've been planting potatoes here. All my life he couldn't speak you a word of Ursa. There must be some misunderstanding here. I know potatoes couldn't afford your daughter's tuition at the Victorian National University. If you insist on being stubborn, I can free you of your other arm too. Don't waste my time. No resistance of yours is meaningful. So, the rumors were true. That Ursus was right. Londinium's been occupied for the past month. I haven't gotten a single word from the place, not even the tiniest hearsay. Those goddamn Sarkas, they disgrace us. They murder us. They enslave us. And you self-professed protectors of Victoria, what have you done? Don't you have anyone in Londinium? A dear friend, a father, a mother, a child? But us peasant class? No, we thought we could send our children to great old Londinium, to the heart of Victoria, where surely they'd grow beyond our wildest expectations. And now, they're laborers to the Sarkas, slaves to them, in our own country's capital. You could never hope to grasp Victoria's motives with your shallow insight. All you need to do is take me to your intel exchange. As if I will. Excuse me, Dork. You. An ashen lance bursts forth from his body. The man facing him thrusts his hands out, an attempt to allay the fear of his chest being run through. His hands, the instant they touch that deep impurity, are warped and withered. Hiss. From afar comes a wrecked breath, spine-chilling. It's me. Castor's flowers bloom for spring. Close all comms. If I haven't initiated contact again in 15 minutes, abandon this town immediately. May I have the strength not to drown in the flower's scent. In the height of midsummer, he exhales frigid mist. He cannot shrink. He must establish communications with the opposite side, in Victoria's name. Where is... 11. 29-1. He must not catch sight of each other. He only hopes his adversary is fully aware to abide by the rules of this little game. He can tether a beast, but not a poltergeist. Snowflake swirls about, jet black sinking into the soil of Victoria. A long, slender shadow stretches out from underfoot. He knows. It's right behind him. How close? His heart pounds like thunder. Black breaths clamor at his back. All around him, dead silence. Hiss. I need an explanation. This operation has not received royal assent. We will not pardon any breach of authority. The treasonous have all been executed. Over. We've never met before. He's gone. Sir Trilby Asher, our surveillance picked up. Wesley Road was cornered and took his own life. The mission is over. Seems to me like the armies and the Emperor aren't on the same page. But any action we take could succeed in bringing about their conciliation. They haven't settled on their plans yet. But their empire, their fear, that will make their decision for them. Tell Maius my work fallen among the firewood too. Are all Sarkis' lives, save for being lit aflame, devoid of any meaning. Nathan, why do I still insist on recording? Why do I still insist on writing? Nekas, while my history of war recounts our destruction time and time again, it is my wish to leave the song of every soldier, after the fighting is over, as they turn their gazes to yonder castle.
3 cars, 15 plus riders. They've been following us forever. They're staying wary. Following, this entire time. Just following.
Why not tell W to hung a U-turn? Maybe they'll be happy to say hi. You could get some free Londinium souvenirs.
Souvenirs? Inside that giant ball of arts they're hand-shaping? I'm treasuring the last few close shaves just fine. Thanks. The way these mercs are working doesn't add up. Especially the way they're hunting us. No, not hunting. They're driving us off. They want us away from Londinia.
Oh, our high-end mighty General Manfred sparing your life. You sure you two didn't swear a blood oath? Wanna take his kind advice, scoot back to Castle and teach some slum kiddos how to read? My point is, who let you out of the military commissions dungeon? You were going walkies outside of Londinium's walls by the time I picked you up.
My cell was left unguarded for a while. I thought it was a trap at first. But now I think I'm in something worse. Sure, he can be roundabout with me, hinting for me to go resolve some pain in the Yas affair. But I think I'd prefer him just killing me then. That would have been easier. Not to mention, we still aren't sure what pain in the Yas we're even solving.
Then don't bother with it. W. Can you speed up a little? It's time we said goodbye to this clingy convoy of send-offs. Yeah, my second-hander here's not gonna send up too much abuse. Good news. We just hit a minefield. Laid half an hour earlier by yours personally. Now, butts in seats.
This looks to me like you're just fording Balm River.
I left them the bigger share, I promise. Stop the car once we circle that forest ahead. From there, we'll get off and proceed on foot. A vehicle's too large of a target, and they catch up sooner or later anyway. Here's hoping you do remember where you buried every mine. W. Well, hooray for us. We're all in one piece. How's that? I did remember. Well, a couple went off, but, you know what was the term. Tectonic movement did it. They haven't caught up. I think we've successfully thrown them off. We need more information. Ideally, we're rendezvous with Rhodes Island ASAP. Ascalon and the Doctor are on Windermere's warship right now. There's a few things I'm very uneasy about.
What did you see?
It's just intuition. The less I see any problem, the more uneasy I am.
You guys met this doctor, and now they're Rhodes Island's doctor.
I can't give you the full verdict yet, but there's no doubt that in a sense, the Doctor has weakened. And I don't mean that in any negative way. But maybe it's not a weak Doctor. We need so much right now. You sure? Who knows if some Rhodes Op will remember some random thing that happened in Chernogob, and just like that, I get a knife planted in my back. Are you really as skeptical as you'd like to tell us, W? Hard to say. There's an old hag kind of keeping me at arm's length from their beloved Doctor.
You've spent plenty of time walking this battlefield. Any ideas?
I've just been prodded this way and that like some bug. Can't even organize a sensible military up, so all I do is sit in my front row seat and inspect at the most magical city siege modern society has to offer. Sometimes I even have to wonder. At this point, is anyone actually conducting this battle? The Royal Court's legions couldn't work together to save their lives. And who gives a shit about all the small fricours cuddling in from the four corners to try and live their dreams of Victorian vengeance? But the ultimate mastermind here is Theresis. So this chaos has to have been planned down to the last detail. He wasn't juggling some strategic Lollapalooza. He just set the stage.
And now he's waiting. As for what he's waiting for, I don't want to guess. We can't just go brain them bad and reach out to the doctor or Dov. Coalesces, hoping they'll give us the orders. We suffered enough with Babel. We need to seize the initiative. There's a source of info that might be more open to us than ever in our current position.
What position? The pathetic little creepy crawlies.
Sargas, right? And just on the off chance, have either of you heard of any method to kill a lich?
It's hot. Nate's sun is burning. I'm burning. Is that the exit? Now a few steps further. You should put one foot in front of the other. Maybe the fire, the anger, and the regret are all just figments of my imagination. Nor maybe the exit is. I don't know. But they're watching behind me. Those eyes. Are they judging me? Or just waiting to see how I'll carry the burden of their deaths? Naishi were great men, with tremendous accomplishments. My commander, and the legendary Sarkis scout. And the captain, the last pure-blood Wendigo. They are all dead before me, behind me. And all that's left is sad little me. Worthless me. They died so I could live. What did they expect of me? I can't think about it. I can't. Me can't let their deaths be meaningless. I have to face the sun, even if it burns me. Burn me to cinders, so that in their mighty company, I shall not be ashamed. You really do have a knack for waking up right at shift change, don't you? Is this the result of all that hard training, Garn?
Percival.
I stretch, as much as I'm allowed to. I did not sleep particularly well. On top of that series of nightmares, the old wound in my leg aches. We almost ran straight into the Victorian battle lines in order to catch up with 9. The infected I'm in charge of are used to being spat on, used to not having hope, but they've never been on a real battlefield. Naishi were scared headless. I was one of the better ones, and I hate that I'm used to it. It took a lifetime's worth of good luck for us to make it to the camp in one piece.
Just a hot, even at night. How long until the shift change?
15 minutes. You can sit a while longer.
I'll go wash my face.
What's with your leg? You're limping. Have the crystals spread?
No, not yet. Give me my towel, Percival. It's to your left.
The floral pattern?
Yeah.
Percival raises an eyebrow. I want to say it was a gift from the owner of that County Peninsula textile factory. Red has one just like it. Nate's old man had creases all over his face. He was lucky that his crystals grew on his belly, so all he needs to do is wear a shirt. Hopefully, he's still hiding them. Never mind. You brought back more hands than expected. Looks like the situation in the provinces is deteriorating, even before they turn into war zones.
The impact is bigger than I thought. The nobles are turning a blind eye. Pretty much as expected. Those towns made a living trading with the caravans. They're left hanging with the convoys till Londinium stopped on account of the war. The infected are always the first to get hit when things go south. They used to be able to plant a few crops on the edge of town, and villagers were willing to trade with them here and there. Money is money after all, whoever it's from. It's easy to do the respectable thing when life is decent.
Things are different now.
It's almost time for the bean harvest. These infected spent the last season watering the fields, caring for their crops. But they've chosen to run off and join us now, abandoning the harvest that would have been waiting for them in a few months, and those to come in the future. They would rather leave. They must be desperate. We infected may be used to this kind of deprivation, but we can't come to the same conclusion every time.
Are you still resting, sir? I hear voices. You're awake.
You again? I said.
Are you taking the night shift now? Supper? I have canned food from Victoria. Not the best in terms of taste, but convenient. Cigarettes, wine. A bit of a pick-me. Up in the middle of the night? Pretty clean, all things considered. Razors, arch units, you name it. What about you, Percival? Would you like some hair cream? Not easy to find this stuff these days. It's usually only the officers who carry it, after all. Officers? Don't die so often. No, just harder to dig them out from the heap. They're usually at the bottom, you know.
You need medicine again?
Well, I haven't been feeling my best. A lot of pain, the occasional hallucination. I'm scared that the rocks could start growing into my brain. It's not going to get any better if you keep digging in those dusty craters. The best we can do is basic medicine that slows the progression of the condition. Don't expect it to save your life. I know.
I know you're reselling our medicine. This bunch of infected told me that they bought our pathy meds from Asarkas on the motorbike, and that they worked okay.
Well, but made some decent money, didn't you? How about we decide your punishment based on how many coins you have in your pocket? I was just making sure that stuff got where it's needed. There's a war going on, after all.
You won't get another warning. But at least the meds made it to them, when we don't have enough messengers to deliver to them.
It won't happen again, I promise. Just a little bit. A few pills. I've been running a fever for days. Dark.
Put in a form for him. Make sure he's registered this time.
Ch13, thank you.
Don't thank us. Thank the doctors. They went from elite to pariah when they contracted oropathy in their labs, and their companies didn't want to pay the insurance. It's not an easy change to accept. Fortunately, they heard of the reunion and came looking for us.
What about your old stomping grounds?
I'm more than just grateful to them, but they'll never forgive me. I chose this path on my own.
We just don't have the same grade of equipment that Rhodes Island does. Well, we're not really developing medicine either.
Right. We don't take medicine to get well, just to live a little longer. There is no medicine that will cure oropathy.
I still remember the operators hurrying around medical, and the sight of Jive. Counts it in her lab when I was at Rhodes Island. If there is hope for an oropathy cure, then it's at Rhodes Island. Me still feel a sense of pride for having been part of it, even though I have no right to, because I chose betrayal. But when will the day come when a cure for oropathy is found? 50 years, 100 years, 1,000 years. And what do the infected do before then? Neuropathy is no longer just a condition. It is a symbol of hatred, victimization, blame, and alienation. And everyone here has a story, and they are all alike. Make good as medicine in the face of all that. It is like rowing against the tide. This land is not a glorious one of morality and kindness. That's why we can't turn away from violence. Shameful as it is, it's powerful. Nubtu, maybe. No, that's something for the distant future.
What's her name?
Me? Medicine peddler. Man on bike? I'm not the kind of guy anyone needs to remember.
That's not a name.
Okay, let me think of a cool one. What's going on? Shouting and the sound of weapons clanging.
Go hide in the back, Sarkis. Go and reassure the civilians that just joined us. They're scared enough as is.
I put a hand on the sword on my belt. It is always at the ready. You really want me to kill you? You men are in no shape to fight. Our warriors surround a group of bruised and dirty Victorian soldiers. Their sergeant is panting with fresh wounds on his body. Was this really an attack?
What's going on, Nine?
They sneaked into the village from the north. Romanich took a bolt. The doctor is taking care of him now. They're out of their minds, trying to attack our camp with just 21 men, including a handful on stretchers.
Look at what we have in the heartland of our country. A stone's throw from our great capital. A swarm of damned reunion infected. Come, kill me if you dare, or I'll kill you all. Conspirators, agitators, rioters, murderers. A blight. You're a blight. No wonder the war is going badly. Those barbaric devils could never beat us. The real enemy is among us, behind our backs. Wherever there's disorder, you infected are never far away.
Looks like you just came back from the front lines. Low morale, poor organization, hastily wrapped wounds, obsolete equipment. You don't look like professional soldiers. Conscripts.
We're from the Duke of Fife's 4th Battalion. What's the name of the company again? Blackstream Squad and Easton Squad? Do you have a doctor here? Shut up, soldier, and ready your weapon. But Sergeant, Vict, this is an order. Ready your weapon.
Keep your voice down, Victorian. There are civilians sleeping in the camp. Victorian civilians.
Civilians. Victoria would have given them the life they deserve, if they didn't join you to become criminals and malcontents. Why are all the scum in this land infected? Why is every gangster bandit devil, and reunion traitor and infected? Why is the Honorable Duke of Fife not infected? Why was His Majesty Frederick Kiwi not infected? Why are honest and upright folk not infected? Do people become despicable because they're infected? Or do they become infected because they're despicable?
What about you? Is Depsicability infectious too?
How dare you? Enough. The Victorian surgeon's eyes widen as he turns to one side, trying to hide his arm from my sight. His lips tremble, but no words come out. We're all despicable scum now, aren't we, sir? I'm different. This isn't honorable.
Yeah, I can see the crystals protruding from it. Your condition is progressing rapidly.
I'm fighting and killing Sarkis for my country. I just got a bit of dirt on it. Maybe devil blood.
What did you learn in boot camp? Didn't they teach you anything about activerage in Yamazones?
The instructor just told us to aim and pull the trigger. That's what we spent our weeks on.
I take it you weren't issued any inhibitors either.
Inhibitors?
9. I think they're all infected.
I can't be. I just got a physical 1 week ago, and I was in perfect health.
Could be a rapid onset. Or they lied to you to keep you on the front lines.
Shut up.
How long have the ones on the stretchers been unconscious? They're in critical condition.
What?
Death and disintegration from acute condition is dangerous to both you and us. You were right to have the unconscious lying face up on the stretchers, to prevent suffocation. Did you check their backs?
Suddenly silent, the sergeant walks towards the stretcher, as though trying to turn the man lying on it over, but withdraws his hand as soon as it touches the soldier. Sergeant looks helpless, like he's facing a deadly tuskbeast that could spit lightning and poison, one that could leap at him at any moment. Nub to the man is his comrade. Before they were comrades, they might have been cousins, tilling the same piece of land together. I sigh and sit the unconscious Victorian soldier up. There is no need to remove his jacket. Originyama crystals have pierced the clothing on his back. Heavens, damn it. I shouldn't have taken him along. His dad would kill him, then kill me if he learned that his son was infected. Those Sarkas used witchcraft to infect us. I knew it. It's the devil's curse. It's not enough that they defiled our land. Now they want to defile our souls too.
That's enough. Sarkas are naturally susceptible to infection, and their soldiers are overwhelmingly infected. When you kill them, or when you get infected and they kill you, if there's no one to clean up the bodies.
I said no more. I heard a sound. It's a familiar sound, whether in Rimbilliton, Rhodes Island, or here and now. Nage sound that every infected fears most. Nage sound of us shattering. I've heard sounds in the trenches. You told me it was artillery, Sergeant. Our enemy will use anything and everything to destroy us and our country, including their own deaths. Devils. There was none of this crap during His Majesty Frederick's reign. We must expel this scum from Victoria. What can we do? Can we save Victor? We dwell in the blessing of glorious Victoria.
What an idiot. I'll say this again. You're an infected. Very infected. In case this isn't clear to you, like us, like everyone else here, you're going to die.
The first time I saw an infected shatter was in the middle of a lake. Me was 7, young and innocent. It was my dream to become captain of the miners' patrol. Now I'd get to stay up late at night, wear a cool uniform, and walk around with a bright torch. Non-stop families in Rimbilliton made their living in mining, digging, and processing ore. We did everything to prevent infection, but accidents happen. One day, the adults came home early. Number and the other women of the house whispered in a corner. The men smoked in silence, until the entire room was filled with that acrid scent. In between coughs, I ran around the living room, pretending to be a surveyor looking for new veins in a fog-filled valley. Dan grabbed me by the collar and put me to bed. I woke up earlier than usual the next day. I think I was trying to grab a can of soda while nobody was watching. Grandma was sitting in the living room next to her luggage. She said she was going on a journey. I pestered her to let me go with her. She could never say no to me. She said I could come a short way with her, then I had to go back home. We saw Salt Lake in the distance. It was a shallow one that only appeared in the rainy season, but it rained a lot that year. We couldn't see the other side of the lake. Grandma told me that was as far as I could go. I said all right. She made me promise, like when she made me promise I would be a good boy when I first went to school. Up to I wasn't a good boy anymore. I quietly followed her, hiding behind a bush when she got to the lakeside. Grandma got onto a boat with a few people on it. They all had strange stones growing out of their bodies, and one of them was wrapped up in a blanket. The boatman turned on the engine. Me watched from the shore as the boat disappeared into the fog. I was confused. Grandma didn't say anything to me on our way. It was like an ordinary picnic trip. Nee was about to turn around, thinking about where I would have breakfast before going home. Then I heard a sound like crystal shattering. I turned around and saw Orage and Yamada sprayed into the air, mixing with the fog, reflecting an eerie glow in the sun. It was like a dream. Was that how you got infected?
No, I was lucky. That time. Maybe it really was a dream, brought about by a summer morning. But I never saw Grandma again. And my family never talked about her anymore. She was always thoughtful and cautious. It wasn't like her to let a child follow her, putting him in danger. For once, though, she made a selfish choice on her journey. She wanted to spend just a little more time with her grandson. Maybe she even wanted to give me a hug. No, I remember. I didn't even get to show her on my report card this semester.
It was the best I ever did in school. The sounds of the forest stopped. The flickering light shining through the shadows of the trees no longer moved. Nathan, came the sound of lament and painful moaning.
On your guard, Reed. The Victorians have stopped. Looks like they're planning to make camp.
Here, it's only a few hundred meters from our camp. They no longer have the strength to cover their tracks. Who knows if there's a scouting party shadowing them somewhere. Red's hands never stop, even as he complains, cutting away the bothersome vines. We approach their position and see their flickering shadows through the sparse bushes. Soldiers lie on the ground in exhaustion, hopelessly burying their heads amongst the falling leaves. The sergeant sits down on a rock, silently polishing his sword, the only weapon he has left.
I guess they just didn't have the strength to go any further.
These people don't have the luxury to think. They're still living in a dream.
It'll all pass.
Were they really just separated from the rest of the army? These Victorians are lucky. They faced a gentle exile, not the swords of their comrades.
It's not easy to accept that you're infected. We should wait for them to understand who they are, and for them to make a choice.
Do you really mean to take them in? These as soldiers?
We're weak. So are they.
What's the plan then?
Finish the shift, and notify the sentries. Expand the patrols to include this camp. The infected stand together.
Stand together. Pretty words. Of course we had to stand together. What other choice did we have? Nub to are the words, stand together. So simple that we fail to appreciate their true meaning. Neuropathy changed all our lives equally, robbed us of our futures equally. But is what is taken from a farmer who has to pay his taxes out of seeds stored for next year's planting equal to what is taken from a wealthy merchant with a safe full of pure gold? When what we had to begin with was not equal, neither are the choices that survive deprivation. Who are we really standing together with then? Yotalu, right? Founder of the reunion, leader of the infected. They say you did great things in Ursus. All the infected of Victoria are talking about you. Is it true that you captured a city? A city for the infected? Is it still there?
I'm no leader. I'm just a member of the reunion movement. Have some porridge. We're setting out soon.
Tell us more about your city, Talu.
It's...
Oh, no need to hang your head. I suppose things didn't go so smoothly, if you're in Victoria now. Of course the uninfected wouldn't let us win that easily, after trampling on us for so long. What does it matter if those scum tripped you up once? You're a reunion. We all believe in you. Talu looks down at the pot she is stirring, serving bowl after bowl of hot porridge. Mage steam from the pot obscures her vision.
Careful. It's hot.
They all believe in you. What do you think about that, eh? Eh? Being the hope of so many. You're a veteran from Ursus, aren't you? What are you talking about?
The liar.
I know. Sorry, couldn't resist. Is it true that there was a bit of trouble at the camp yesterday?
It's fine. All taken up. Stop crowding Talul like that and start packing. We have a long way to go today.
Oh yeah, I still have fertilizer to load onto the truck.
You're Union anymore.
Oh yeah, we're reunion too. See you later.
Good.
No need to say anything.
I take the bowl of porridge from Talu. She's very pale.
There are things we can't tell them yet.
I know. It's your decision.
Reunion can't collapse again.
I'm the banner that you rally to in Victoria. I accept that. But I'm deceiving them. I'm still.
It's no more or less than you deserve. It's none of my business whether you see this as an honor or punishment for your crimes. What the others need is hope. Are you going to tell them you were under the influence of an evil god, and everything that happened at Chernobyl was an Ursun plot? I would rather our organization be built on a lie.
We were built on a lie back then, too.
I know. Payback will come someday. But at least this time we lied for the infected. There are no second chances for reunion. I hope we don't go down the same path you did. What did that sister of yours say in Chernobyl? Until the day when the infected are judged fairly.
I'll wait. I'll be your tool until that day comes.
Excuse me.
What are you doing here, Victorian?
I'm not armed. Your sentries searched me. I caught a whiff. My brothers haven't eaten in for days. Some of them, I don't know. They don't look good. I have a lighter here. And... do you want brass buttons? If you could be so kind as to trade some bread for these. I know. It's not enough. I have a bunch of good leather back at my home in Blackstreet. Once I get back, I'll sell it and pay you back double. The young man gazes hungrily at the pot, his hand grabbing his own uniform tightly, perhaps out of nervousness, or trying to straighten it out to look more presentable. Nalul puts a bowl of porridge before him.
You can take what's left in the pot.
Thank you. Here's the lighter. Sometimes you need to click it a few times before it lights. And the button. I take the lighter and grab the hand, trying to rip the buttons off.
It's fine.
He practically pours the food down his throat.
Where's your sergeant?
I don't know. We haven't seen him all morning. I was worried he would barge into your camp again. Say, did you hear any sounds in the night? Like artillery fire?
No reports of anything like that.
Never mind. Everyone's gone mad. Us, them, there's no sane man left on the front.
Sound like things are rough out there.
Rough. You have no idea what the Sarkas are using against us. They have no battleships, no armored vehicles. We thought the devils were just barbarians, fighting our armies with swords and bows. How wrong we were. Could you imagine an entire squad of Sarkas casters, casting their arts at the same time? It was more terrifying than any artillery or ballista fire. Get hit by a shell, and you might lose an arm or leg, the fragments digging themselves into your flesh, causing terrible pain. But the Sarkas, they turned the battlefield to the hell of later entails. I saw armored vehicles pierced by lightning bolts of blood, my mates melted into puddles of gore. I never imagined it would turn out like this, when the Duke of Fife's men dragged me out of the Sisterbeast pens. I'd rather not think about anything. Thanks for the porridge. I'll bring the pot back later.
You can keep it. We have plenty of them, and it might be of use to you.
Thank you so much. I'll never forget it. Are you leaving? Where are you going? This is pretty much a battlefield now, and it's Victorian lands all around. For the infected. Oh, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have asked. Forget I said anything. The soldier hurries to leave, grabbing the side of the pot with his one good hand, and supporting the bottom with the limb palm, grimacing at the heat. Knee reach into my pocket, and dig out what I just got from the doctor.
Hey, wait.
I go up to him, and put the vial of medicine in his pocket. What's this?
It'll relieve some of the worst symptoms. You can share with the others. I'll visit Blackstream and collect what you owe me.
Sear, you'll love our village. Thanks.
You really are like the Rhodes Islanders. I heard you were the one who found the doctors, who knew how to make the medicine.
To be honest, what we're making hardly even qualifies as medicine compared to the suppressants that I knew. Rhodes Island offers low-cost treatment plans, but at the end of the day, they're a company. They need research funding, and they have corporate due diligence to deal with. Who knows how many eyes are on them in Kazimiris and Columbia?
That's why you persuaded 9 to go north. The warriors say there's a factory there.
A tiny pharmaceutical factory. So small it's barely even a workshop. It's not even on a nomadic plate, but that one little piece of land was once the salvation of many infected. That is, until it grew big enough that it caught people's attention. Some of the ones driven out of there joined us, and that's how we heard the story. It's deep in the forest, where nobody's watching. We need medicine, even if it's just a pale imitation of the real thing. But more importantly, it was once the starting point of Victoria's reunion movement. We have to unite those scattered across Victoria. We have to tell them that help has come. I've seen plenty of infected self-help organizations. Kind souls helped us from time to time, but in the end, none of them lasted. When I was at Rhodes Island, I often wondered if things would get better if everyone worked harder and made more medicine. Maybe. But Chernobyl changed my mind. Why do they crack down on workshops like these? Why are kindness and hard work warped by hatred and prejudice? When evil itself is fuzzy as the fog, why does everyone, even the infected themselves, decide to wait for their own deaths in the middle of a lake?
I stare at Talul, who hardly reacts to my words. Her eyes are calm, unusually so. Their soul is too weary, having seen too much. What has become of the woman who was once our leader? Nor had she uttered the same words before, and seen what came of them.
You know what I mean. Oropathy is an illness, but we'll leave the illnesses to Rhodes Island, for now. Our enemy isn't just oropathy. It's oppression and prejudice, the truths they've tried to cover up with oropathy. Oropathy is just the culmination of all the decay across the lands. Taking back a symbol may help the infected of Victoria realize that and stand together with us.
Stand together.
That's something only reunion can do.
Have you told the others how you think?
Of course. I'm always talking to Nine about our...
No. You know the one I'm talking about.
I got a gentle answer. That's why I'm here. Whatever the case, we didn't choose the same path, so it's not my place to ask for more.
Of course it isn't. Rhodes Island is a paradise of idealists. Me? A man who could only see what stands right in front of me. Nate's gain and loss right in front of me. I heard the veteran guerrilla fighters talk about the old days of the reunion in the tundra. The ideals that everyone held. Ye city of the infected, our home. None of them thought it was just within reach. It was almost realized at Chernogob, but fell short in the end. But I know the city of our dreams is still far, far away. Then how could a single city be enough? What could a single city do? You're still limping. Maybe you should go sit in the back.
Just a little sprain.
You haven't been on a lot of expeditions lately.
My squad passed through the wilderness the other day with infected comrades from Greenwood. The earth had been torn open, with ditches everywhere. Looked like one of the turnip farms back home, except much small. I tripped.
Snort. What was it? I didn't think there a place like that near Londinium.
Walt said that all those trenches, hundreds of them, each one big enough to fit our entire squad, were battleship dread marks.
No wonder you've looked worried. It takes all my strength just to go from day to day. Don't think too much about it. A report from the scouts. Go. We heard sounds from the woods on the left side up ahead. The Eurasian Yama's own sensor went off when we got closed, so we couldn't be sure exactly what it was.
Send word to the rest of the team. We'll go around.
Roger.
Percival.
I'll come along with a few guys. Don't want you to trip again. There's an unsettling smell in the air. Naish instruments show a high level of active Eurasian Yama. Not a good sign.
Remember your protective measures. Keep your mask on.
Was that a man under the tree? No, it's a Victorian uniform. Ripped almost beyond recognition, but somehow familiar. A surgeon's badge lies on the ground next to it. Not any music box, it's a short distance away. Covered in Eurasian Yama dust, but still barely playing.
Infected confirmed dead. We should leave.
Percival walks slowly, humming along with the scattered music. Do you know this song, Guard?
No, I've heard it before.
The sun on the meadow is summery warmth in our home with euphoria. We gather together to greet the storm tomorrow belongs to Victoria. The Victoria National Anthem. Our teacher made us sing it over and over, until we had it memorized. When I was little bluff, I got sick. It's been a long time since I last heard it. I was born in Victoria. By all accounts, I should be Victorian. But what about now?
That sergeant believed you belonged to Victoria to the very end.
He didn't get to go through everything he would have gone through. The reason I called myself Reunion. I was tired of being punched, being thrown out of factories before I got paid, being kept out of even the cheapest hostel rooms, no matter how much money I had on me. The reunion movement showed me another path, besides suffering and dying in silence. That was all I needed. Even if the price was abandoning my family, my country, and everything else I had. In fact, I had lost all that the moment the first crystal popped through my skin. But it took me a long time to get it. All of us Ursan, Colombian, Victorian, Sarkas, Feline, Liberian. We are all reunion.
If we have to cross every battlefront, every war zone, every corpse laid in ruin, in order for our deaths to be seen and heard, then we'll cross it.
Endless reports. An avalanche of intel has flooded this lonely battleship ever since it left Norport. There are signs of trouble from Lythany to the east, Sargon to the southwest, Carriage to the west, while everything remains silent in the south. The messages are suffocating, eating away at my nerves. My mother seems utterly unmoved, impassively issuing order after order. Nubbed to even she cannot resist a frown when she reads the congratulations from her fellow dukes. This is her life. She is here, and so this is my Lincoln. Niem home. Focus, Delphini. Listen to the reports. This is no time to let your mind wander. She adjusts the position of her eye patch. Is it to hide the wrinkles? Mage weather here is very different from Linkadrine. It's suppressed, heavy, the gloom of rain and fog ever present. Ni just want to do. What are you gazing at so absent-mindedly, Delphine?
Nothing, Mother. It's just, I don't get to see Londinium from this angle very often. I know how you look when your mind is wandering. Are you bored by the chatters from the rear? No. I'm just thinking about Norport Borough. Sorry. I didn't expect the situation in Londinium to deteriorate so much, so quickly. I should have arranged for your evacuation sooner. We had compiled reports on everything that went on in Londinium, but we weren't able to bring them. We should be the ones apologizing. That's all right. A few little troubles don't mean much to the big picture. Perhaps the Duke of Castor should be held responsible for most of that. I know. Let's hope my messenger isn't making things too difficult for her right now. But the value of that intel to subsequent operations pales in comparison to your value, Delphine. Relax. I'm here, and Ironclad Gallivey is nearby. Everything will be right again once we return to the city. We'll restore Londinium and Victoria. Of course. Mother, I thought I would die down there. I wouldn't let that happen to my daughter. You've done well. You have the patience and attention to detail of your father. But you don't have to be the one to do all that work. You're my heir, and your place is at Linkadrine. Our standoff with Lyethane can be trying. You'll need to get used to those matters. Plus, I could use someone to talk to. I thought I could do better. Sorry. There are many things that a Duke of Windermere must worry about, for which she needs nerves of steel. But that's not your burden. Not yet. You can rely on your mother, at least until she's too old to walk. I understand. Thank you, Mother. We'll be home in another 4 or 5 hours. I've arranged for all the stuff you left behind at the old house to be set up. Your pajamas, your pillow, your bed, your bathtub. That's all stuff from before I came to Londinium. It's not like you're any taller. I have some nice things for you as well. But I'll keep those a secret for now. Get a good night's sleep once we're back. But don't get complacent. We have a lot to do. What is it? I was in Londinium a long time, wasn't I? I had many friends. Outstanding friends. From whom I had a lot to learn. We lived in a city in disorder, chewing up and swallowing the lives we once had. But we believed in our cause. I was proud of it. Then, things changed. One agent after another disappeared, and the Sarkas took the city. I was on my own. I had to live with more common people. For the first time, I learned how they lived, and how they viewed Victoria. Most of them are dead now. Those who still live huddle in the bowels of the ship, waiting for you to decide their fate. 100 meters beneath my pajamas, bed, and bathtub. I'm really grateful, really. But is it all because it all?
She does not let me finish. She puts her hand on my head without patting it. But I know this is her way of showing affection.
You did well, my daughter. You exceeded my expectations. Go and see the troops below. It'll do you good to talk with them.
With that, her grace departs. She's always swift and decisive. I have no chance to say any more. Me scratch my slightly untidy head.
Mother, we can talk later. You shouldn't have come here yourself.
The words that come out of my own mouth surprise me. Was it not because of my call for help that she came? No, could I say that?
It's too risky. We can't fully trust the Lythanations, and we don't know what the Sarkas are planning next. We've fallen behind on intel.
She dismisses me with a wave, perhaps telling me not to think too much about it. Nair silhouette remains sharp, making me feel like I'm worrying too much, and that she can handle it all. Sigh. She's right. I'm not much taller at all.
How long will our food last? I don't think this warship was prepared to take on so many refugees.
We can't just leave them to fend for themselves. Mrs. Emile grabbed my hand just now. She didn't say nothing now. All she did was look at me. I can't take it anymore. Let's find Delphine.
Calm down, Hannah. We're on someone else's ship.
I'll go keep 'em company. The old-timers will feel better with a familiar face around.
Sorry to keep you waiting. I talked to the quartermaster. Some food will make it to those who need it most. That's the best I can do. Thank you, Delphine. And thanks to Duke Windermere. Part of me hopes that Mother really wants to help these poor people out of the kindness of her heart, but... I know. It's because of me. Or should I say, because of who I am. It's fine. as long as it helps the people who fled with us.
You've adapted quickly, Vina.
The time when we could do as we pleased has passed, Delphine. Many souls on the ship are counting on me. I have a responsibility to them, both as Vina and as the siege.
Lots of people are looking at us. I can tell Vina is busy. Mother's ship is one of the biggest of the Victorian ships of the line, but it was never designed to evacuate civilians. Certainly not this many. Mage people of Norpor are squeezed into holes meant to store ammunition and weapons, trying their best to find a clean place to sit down. This is not the best accommodation, even if the most dangerous weapons have been removed. Vina's gang are doing their best to maintain order. Nate refugees whisper about her amongst themselves. The officers on the ship pay no heed, nor does Vina respond to their calls of Your Majesty or Your Royal Highness. She has become the heart and soul of this place. Perhaps the civilians don't even realize themselves, but the reason they trust Vina is not so much because of her status, but because she is the only one they can rely on in this unfamiliar environment.
How goes the war?
The number of reports coming in is unreal. Too many variables to keep track of. The Duke of Wellington's offensive isn't steady, and our own defensive lines are being pressed. We should have an overwhelming advantage in terms of forces, even if the Dukes have yet to commit their full strength. We are facing a foe beyond the scope of modern military theory. The Nashagwari king. The only thing we know about him comes from sparse records of ancient times. It has been too long since Victoria, indeed Terra as a whole, last faced a real Sarkaz army. What chain reaction will their witchcraft produce? Are they really as primitive and backwards as the records say? What force have the various Sarkaz branches come together to form, where we can't see them? Why do they stand together? No need to worry too much, though. Mother, Duke Windermere and Duke Wellington will conduct this war together. The Duke of Castor has also publicly declared her allegiance. The stalemate will not last long. Once we return to Ironclad Gallivey, both supplies and support will.
Whoa, what was that?
Looks like we're passing through a canyon. A good thing. It means we're about to leave the battlefield.
Latanya, ni feel even less at ease. Ni know where Mother's confidence comes from. This ship is defended by Windermere's pride, her sword gods. If the Sarkaz think this merely a reckless act by the Duke of Windermere, they will find themselves on the receiving end of blades that have been honed since the War of the Four Emperors. But do we truly know the Sarkaz?
Is the ship slowing down, Siege? I think so. And the weather outside. Say, what time is it? How long has it been since we left Norpor?
A few hours, I think.
Is this just an ordinary canyon?
Yes, nothing remarkable besides some abandoned factories.
Abandoned factories. Yes, this place has been abandoned since before Londinium fell into chaos. Nui? Because of catastrophe. Massive crystal formations that catastrophe left behind.
Be careful. Hey, I'm talking to you.
Something's not right. Now there's a different smell in the air. I look around instinctively. All the elite soldiers in the hold are gone. This is not right.
Get away from him, Hannah.
Siege pulls her back before I can. Ni see the soldiers smiling at me.
Look out.
It's too late. Blood seeps from the gaps in the ceiling, dripping into the infiltrator's eyes. Drint. Nerd. Snared. Blood? You heard did this blood come from?
Look out.
Siege pushes me away. An instant later, a bloodness bursts where I stood. Soon, the entire hold is engulfed in crimson.
Sarkaz witchcraft.
Too many civilians here. Morgan, Dactyl, Indra.
The four of them exchange gazes and take up positions around the frightened crowd. Nage emotions in the crowd ranges from shock to panic. Some in the corners begin to scream without even seeing exactly what happened.
Go down. The stairs are to the north.
Lady Delphine,
Are you the ship's doctor?
we're under attack by witchcraft. The ship's casters can't decipher it yet. The Duke can't, the Duke can. Damn, how did they?
Look out.
Akaw slaps away the sword that was inches from his throat. Nage blood mist disperses, then reconverts, taking a gooey, wetful. A Sarkaz emerges from the bloody shadow. The vampire's witchcraft has taken hold.
I know that outfit. The skull mask.
The size of kings. One variable to eliminate. Cause chaos and eliminate the outbound. Hesitate not to spill your own blood. Oh?
You were part of the siege of the Knights of the Tower.
Careful. I've gotcha.
You will die here with your King Victoria. Do.
Delphine, you're left?
Ugh.
Careful.
Sorry, thanks. There are many of them. We can pin them down. The reinforced compartment is one bulkhead away.
Get the civilians down.
No, there's something more important that you must do. Those people came with me. I promised to protect them. Duke Windermere likely doesn't know how bad things are below. Go and inform her. I'll hold out until your reinforcements arrive.
But Ashi,
This suits us better. You have a formal command structure. There's no way to integrate us quickly.
Dina,
Damn, you've got a hard head. Almost made my hand go numb.
Sarkaz profanity. So be it. The size of kings will be spoils enough. Surround the Aslan.
Get ready for a brawl, mates.
For an instant, I wished I was with them. Like when I first joined Slobber Connor Gym. When I went from being alone to being in a community. Nakta. And Baird. We stood together.
This ends now.
The swing of the hammer compresses the air in the passage. It roars. Tiny drops of liquid fall on my face. Namey vision blurs. Delphine. A shadow draws near. Delphine.
Mother,
I try to wipe my eyes. Me see another pair of eyes right there in front of me. Red flows from their sockets. Go no further.
you're hurt.
You'll only be in the way. Same for me. Kill me, before whatever this is consumes me. The Sewer gods and her grace will kill the Sarkas. Do not put yourself in danger, Delphine. I don't even feel the pain anymore. Free me. I draw my sword. She is still conscious. I should not do this to her, but I see the relief in her eyes. She grabs my sword, sending it into her own body. Nin trembling. I can't see clearly. Lady Delphiniwia must live. Thank you for freeing me. I look down and see the red eyes. She gives up breathing, smiling to the end.
This is Sarkaz. Mother,
My feet cannot move. Worry, unease, and fear grip them. Mage lights go out. The only light comes from above deck. There is only silence amongst the bodies. Rain solidifies as it falls, flouting backwards, evaporating, converging. The red black sun rises into the sky, obscuring its white counterpart. A bloodless compaction emerges from the black sun, not a speck of blood on it. Ni descends from the black sun. I avert my gaze. Am I afraid? No, shameful.
You should not have dodged. The paleness of your face would have contrasted well with the blood drops. They would have painted a picture of beautiful despair.
Gage, leeches can't stop playing with blood. I see. Nothing has changed with you people, even after all these centuries.
Rain begins to fall again. Turn. Drop.
Look, it's a good day to die.
Your Grace, this attack was planned.
As expected. For a sovereign of the Sarkis to pay a personal visit, though. All well and good, I suppose.
The battle below is not going well. The officers are organizing the defense.
No matter. This one is our only threat.
Mother, the Duke of Windermere points her sword towards the invading Sarkas leader. Ni cannot see the expression on her face, but I know that is not the mother I know so well. Nage soldier was right. I would only be in the way.
I've long had enough of Lycananus Pyrarts. I wonder what the spine of a vampire looks like.
You're a strong Victorian. You don't think you'll shirk back, but your blood will betray you. The Creator builds a bridge of life for humanity, and I stand above the bridge.
Not any worse than those spire men.
A blue blade cuts through the rain of blood. Not any drop of rain cuts open mother's cheek. Nor was it the red rain, or blood seeping out. I could not see. There is no change in mother's expression, but have I ever seen her get hurt before?
Poor fool. Still clinging to dreams and fantasies. Guess why your battleship fell from within?
Focus on the mission at hand. Soldiers, ready.
What?
Your duty is to kill the enemies of Windermere, not protect the life of Windermere. Do all you can to weaken the Sarkas. Victoria will take back what is hers.
The vampire's movement starts to slow. No. The Sorgods are too fast. I've received formal military training. I did not go to Londinium unprepared. Up to here and now, I realize the weight of the words, Duke of Windermere. Namey mother never let her daughter see the kinds of battlefields that she knew.
Not bad. You aren't a Duke of Victoria for nothing. How many Sarkas have you eaten?
I don't have any such disgusting habits.
You and your ancestors reveled in war, from Kazimris to Lythani. A Duke of Windermere once had an army of Sarkas. In the War of the Four Nations, which engulfed most of the land. How did you or your ancestor use them? Barter tricks. The theft of witchcraft. A favorite of the Nashagrai. The blood and flesh of Sarkis spread across the battlefield, becoming yet another bulwark for your glorious armada. You ate them up, all right?
Are you after revenge, Sarkis?
Of course. How dare you trifle with the methods of my creation? The property of the Crimson Court.
He's being strengthened by the blood of the fallen.
It is no longer bodily fluids, but a part of the curse. Prepare counter-arts.
Stay calm. Take a deep breath. My throat is coarse. I cannot speak. I try to gasp for air, but the smell of blood is all there is. Vampire End. Coalesces. Nith's is Mother's flagship. Lin Kardarine's most experienced commanders, bravest sailors and most steadfast warriors are gathered here. Number once told me that war is not about heroes, about charging into danger. A commander must see the whole battlefield in order to see the way to victory. Ni realized why this ship sailed deep behind enemy lines without support. Because of me. Nith's is no time for self-flagellation. Ni have to do something. If there is no place on Mother's battlefield for me, someone must bring order. One of the kings of the Sarkis court is here. But would they really attack us so recklessly? Namey espionage background tells me that something is missing from this puzzle. Ni have to do something. Think.
Could it be? No. Arts that can teleport an entire army are unheard of. Our ship fell from within. I know this feeling.
Damachachi. Ni encountered him personally when leaving Norport. I had heard about this terrible king of the Sarkis court from Amaya. But he was defeated. How could he? Stinsel. This is the most likely answer. There are 2 kings of the Sarkis court on this ship. Not really terrifying conclusion.
But what about the vampire? Why didn't he go straight to his target? If he could use his witchcraft on the officers. Attacking secondary targets with witchcraft, then creating disorder with assassins. That's too inefficient. But the Sarkis fighting with Mother. The Damachachi. Did he simply infiltrate us by taking the face of a Victorian? Damn it. Mother. Delphine. Stay back. That one's fake.
The Sword God's weapons impale the vampire. Naish light of arts penetrate the Sarkis' twisted visage. The arts of the Sword Gods of Windermere, passed down from generation to generation, are simple, but brutally effective. Mother quickly sets her sights back on the target. Ni draw my sword. Naish Sword Gods do not hear my cry. But Mother is ready. The vampire laughs. Naish massive blood arts explode before it can be cast. A gust of wind sweeps through the sticky air, blowing away the sanguine rain and wind. Needith falls silent. True terror begins to spread, slowly but surely. And blood converges upon the hand of the silhouette, forming a crystal. Then, the other. The true...
Enough. I don't enjoy seeing another wear my face.
The Sword Gods pull back instantly. Never so. 2 of them are late by an eyelash, and their flesh takes incomprehensible form in a split second. Ni can feel my sword hand trembling, my throat seizing up. This is a battle beyond my comprehension.
A little girl saw through your disguise. You're losing your touch, Damachachi. The previous you would have been more convincing.
Is that so?
These arts are merely a poor imitation by the Confessors. Foul, uncouth, vulgar kille.
He looks towards me, then towards Mother. Ni trembling.
Delphine. Why, yes. Good job seeing through the trick. All the Sword Gods would have been lost. But there's nothing more you can do here now. The escort fleet is approaching. We must ensure the communication with the fleet is maintained. The communications tower. It's behind the deck. The enemy is few in number. Go. I'm counting on you.
She pats my shoulder with an injured hand. Not only then do I notice that she has many more scars on her than I remembered.
Understood.
I turn around and run for the communications tower. Pride overcame fear in that instant. Mother said, I'm counting on you. I see the confessory trying to blow the communications tower, and our soldiers still resist.
Thank goodness, the communications tower hasn't fallen yet. The ship's slowing down. It's the engines. They're attacking the engine room.
Damn it.
Grab my hand. Don't look back. Get up.
Thank you. Oh, well, Lady Delphine.
We must regroup and counterattack. Reinforcements are on the way. Listen up, men. Dust clouds in the distance. Help is on the way. Their plan
has failed. So easily. I turn around. Nate's front of the deck has been completely engulfed in reed fog, with only the flashing of sword and vampiric hearts to penetrate. Why do I feel so uneasy?
Delphine. Look out.
A pair of eyes peer at me, in the infinite raindrops, in the reflection of blood on the deck. Ch vampire's hand brushes my neck. Why? Is he not fighting, mother? Vina tries to push me away, but it's too late. My sword. I still have my sword. Niam, her daughter. She is counting on me. The blood-woven crimson witchcraft vanishes into thin air.
Pant. Are you alright? I'm fine. It's all in my head. Your troops are holding back the enemy down below, so we've come up to help. The bad news is that we found traces of the Damachatsi down there. We know. The Sanguinar and Damachatsumi are attacking together. No, wait.
That attack was not a Damachatsi feint. It was true blue vampiric witchcraft. If the king of the Sarkas court had intended to kill me, there is no reason I should still be alive. It was not my own strength that allowed me to resist. Ni had other plans. There's no doubt about that. Once again, I look towards the sword gods. Their swords are still flashing. I can faintly see their silhouettes converging. Something's not right. Nashi are falling, one by one. Thader backing up. This is not right. You, her as mother.
Delphine. Where are you going? Dreadful.
The scent of blood has changed. The Confessoress has succeeded, as has the Sanguinar. Pull back. Those unable to do so, drive your daggers into your hearts on my command. Impossible. Even if the fight against the fake vampire had taken its toll, Mother and her sword gods could not have fallen so easily. Ye know the legends of Windermere's sword which no wall could stop, the blade of light that struck down the spires, one of Victoria's sharpest swords. Ni grew up listening to them. Why? Hell? I charge into the fog of blood, hearing only my accelerating heartbeat. Definitely, I spy a figure.
You have lost all sensation in your arms. Your guards are rooted. How do you feel now?
Sarkas.
He caught you. An instant of weakness of disorder. What? We do not understand. We find it.
She's finished. Let this great warrior savor the fading of life.
Are you leaving?
I have no interest in the inconsequential deaths that remain.
One glance from that devil is enough to freeze my blood. Not till he does not kill me.
This blood is a penny a gallon.
What are you after? We are unsure.
The age of shame is coming to an end.
Are you hurt?
It does not matter.
He disappears into the blood.
What? You?
Oh, there you are. The one who saw through us. He said we were losing our touch. How convincing was the last one? Is this good enough?
Don't you dare wear Huffus.
He smiles at me with Mother's face.
We must try.
Then, with an identical sword Mother's sword, he impales his own chest.
Sarkas.
In my fury, I try to charge, but my body refuses to move.
We'll do better next time.
He whispers in my ear, wearing my own face. Numher's sword is still in his chest. In my chest. He falls, then familiar blood witchcraft covers him, consuming him. And after the blood boils and evaporates, it is as though nothing had ever happened. All I can do is pick up Mother's sword. I catch sight of Mother. The sound of fighting has stopped. The wind has calmed. The ship has stopped. You see blue hair on the ground. Mother is bleeding.
Delphine. I can't see very well. Have they retreated? Mo. They're gone. Mother. I'll call for the doctors. You'll be fine. You're the Duke of Windermere. You're my mother. Wait here. I couldn't beat him. I can't believe it. Don't go, Delphine. Don't go. Let me. Look at you.
Mother's body grows cold in my arms. Ye dare not let go. Each sound of Mother's heartbeat fades further and further away.
Don't cry. I'm not crying, Mother. I saw you swing your sword, Delphine. Very good. You had injured your hand. Your grip. It was never right. I was too hasty. Mother, don't say any more.
Mother gazes towards the horizon. Is that the direction of Londinium? Their eyes have always lain upon Victoria.
I remember. The direction your father left in. We had a surprise for you. One that we prepared long ago. Mother. Delphine. I thought you would be taller. The clothes will be a bit loose. Just calm down, Delphine.
The rain stops. You try to present a picture of calm. The crowd is running. There are screams everywhere. They have hardly awakened from the last nightmare, before they are put into another great escape. Now brace yourself against the wall. Someone ran into you hard. Someone pretty darn strong. It all happened so quickly that you had no time to plan. Niall had expected the worst the moment you failed to stop the first drop of blood from seeping into that curious citizen. Even worse is that you and Amaya have become separated by the stampeding crowd. It has been a long time since you last felt alone. The screams drown out your voice. Nobody is listening to your commands. Out of my way. Out of my way. The monsters are coming. Get out of my way. Get away. There's blood on you, like those monsters. They are not your operators. They are just ordinary people. Narisen is a luxury in the face of death.
Doctor, I'm here. Grab my hand.
You finally hear a familiar voice. Amaya tries to force her way through the panicking crowd and reaches out her hand.
Grab my hand, Doctor.
You know that you are the one whom Amaya cares most deeply about always. Niall do not want to disappoint her. Niall penetrate the crowd and extend your hand with all your strength. You realize who it is standing before you, a moment before your hands touch.
What? What should the King of Sarkis look like?
The myriad souls still reject us. However, a change has occurred. A part of us has left us. We must make a choice. We cannot remain stagnant.
The Damachatsi approaches you, one step at a time. Niall can feel that the one-time king of the Sarkis court has changed. He is no longer an idle observer. Ni has begun moving forward.
Doctor.
King of Sarkis, I tried to imitate you, but I failed.
A new Damachatsi. Is this your choice? To formally stand against us?
We simply decided to try. Will we learn our meaning in battle against you, King of Sarkis? Where does our path lead?
I asked the previous Damachatsi what I should do. He said I must overcome all doubt and hesitation. If you still call me the King of Sarkis after being reborn, then go find the answer yourself. You won't get it from me.
She is always at your side, smiling. It almost makes you forget that she is the true King of Sarkis. Dunkra hearts rumble. You find Amiya's presence downright imposing, but still, you feel uneasy. Instincts tell you that this was no ordinary attack. In just a short period of time, you have learned that the Duke of Windermere, defender of the frontiers, is no pushover. She had her flagship break off from the fleet in order to save her daughter. This was an opportunity. Nub to the rest of the fleet was not so far away. The tactical advantage in attacking a ducal vessel is limited. Unless this was a decapitation operation. No, killing a duke only makes her men angrier. There is more to the Rhesus plan. Tinnels, this ship is home to more than just the Duke's elite guards. You and your friends are here. The King of Sarkis is here. Suddenly, a pang of intense pain dazes you.
Oh, did I hurt you? That Ascalon woman is so annoying. Is she so persistent with everyone?
Doctor.
Amaya disengages from her battle with the Damachatsi and runs towards you. Hearts converge on her fingertips, and her crown appears above her head. The black hearts are shattered, and the black crown gone. Namiya's arts disintegrate in an instant, as though they had never existed. No could this be. It is the power of the King of Sarkis.
Huh.
I have long waited to rummage in your emotions and memories, little king. I thought the Revenant would cause you some difficulty, but you seem to be in better condition than I expected. Coalesces. No, Chimera. You are no Teresa?
An eerie dark halo envelops Amaya. She tries to break through, but the Confessor's cage does not budge. Nate's cage grows smaller. You look for someone who can help, a way to break Amaya free. The Confessor's guards block any eyes that dare gaze upon this place. Nate's enemy is more prepared than you thought.
Let go of me.
You had the fortune to be conferred the crown. But do you truly understand your power? We have studied the King of Sarkis for thousands of years.
Amiya's struggle grows feeble. The ancient Bane arts drain her strength. Her knees buckle, and she falls to the ground. She lifts her hand, but not a ripple of arts answer.
As for you,
You feel the chilling gaze scanning you. Your heart is beating so fast, it threatens to escape your chest. In anger and despair, Nedoth extends its tendrils towards you. Niall, clench your fist.
Get away from Doctor.
oh? Still mustering the power of the King of Sarkis, even when surrounded by Confessor witchcraft? I'm starting to miss Liz. Well, this is a benefit to our experiments. I'll spare the doctor's life for now, and teach you to leverage your emotions. But I must make sure you behave before handing you over to the leader. Great Damachatsumi, that nasty woman is coming. May I count on you to deal with the rest? Very well. Maybe she will temper us.
You see Ascalon's printing towards you. Nauclus Confessor's guards stand in her way. They fall without a sound. Then the figures of countless Damachatsi once again bury her. Ch13 with blue hair lifts Amaya in her arms. The whole structure around you shatters. A staircase of earth and stone rises, and the wall of the canyon outside opens its gaping maw. Niall have seen arts like this before, but she is no gargoyle.
Doctor.
Wherever they walk, the stone bridge trembles and shatters, and the cracks on the rock wall heal. Ascalon tries to free herself from the Damachatsi tide, but the expressionless fragments seem endless.
Doctor, stay where you are. The most important thing is...
The Confessowess and Amaya grow distant. Niall have heard it many times from many people. You are not built for fighting, so you could not even complete the beginner course for trainee operators. Calcid wanted you to stay in the rear, giving orders in safety. Nub to Calcid, equally thin and frail, stood before Theresis. You can still see the gaping wound when you close your eyes. You should wait where you are. Ascalon needs time. You can work on a rescue plan once the battle has concluded. Now commander should learn to recognize when the situation is untenable. Nair use rate. Namia is your partner, your family. Nair sense and sensibility. Your past and memories all cry out. The smiles, the tears, the hard times, the brief joy. Nage whole breach is right beside you. Nage stone staircase is starting to fall apart. Niall put a numb foot forward. You leap before the bridge shatters completely. You run like you never have before, as the ground falls out from beneath where you just tread. Nayar view is obscured by the white vapors that you exhale. Nayar whole body trembles. You have never so lamented the frailness of your physique. It is not far. You can catch them. You can catch them. There is no time to think. The hole is within reach, but the ever-shifting rock wall could close upon it at any time. Now a few steps further. Naya muster all the speed you have. The next instant, you find yourself falling in infinite darkness. How much time has passed? With your portable light, you see that countless hands have emerged from the ground, pulling at the passage, sewing it shut. Nage space continues to contract, pressing on you. You do not know how far you must go, but you must not stop. Down in, down, down. Your lungs sting. A light in the distance is your only hope. Escaping the contracting hole, you find yourself hanging from an upside-down statue. From its eyes seep water falling from above, gleaming an eerie red in the light of magma. You recognize the statues as Joel. Nage Gargoyle shoulders the roof of the cave, feet burning in the magma. Nage Banshee curls up in the wilted thorns, bone whistle in hand. The Wendigo tries to tear the rock wall apart with twisted hands, frightful visage roaring beneath a mask. Neach with vampire extends a hand from the lava. Now creature of unknown race holds, its head in its hands, stone columns running through its eyes.
You're tough, Doctor. I respect that.
You feel a heavy blow, and a pair of baleful eyes.
Awake? How did you follow me with that feeble constitution of yours? I examined your body, but found nothing. Well, not exactly nothing. Your structure is unusual. Different from all the samples I've seen. I would very much like to study you, in great detail. Unfortunately, this place has been abandoned a long time, and the equipment is far from adequate. It would not do to damage such a precious sample. Perhaps I could bring you back to Londinium. But Theresis seems to pay particular attention to you.
You look towards Amaya. Her consciousness seems hazy. Black arts seep out from her, then fade into thin air the next instant. Nair brought witches in pain. She is not in good shape. Niall have rarely seen this expression on the brave child's face, ever since you met in Chernobyl.
Look, Doctor. What is she looking at? She's trembling. The king of Sarkas grants the promised land. The little bunny simply got a taste of her own power. Laughable attempt at flattery. Meaningless negotiation. A trembling threat. Painfully amusing, the way you hopelessly grasp at straws. No operators at your side. Nothing for you to command. Even the king of Sarkas whom you served is leaving you. What can you do?
She draws closer. Naya right in the hand hidden behind your back. And all you have is a sharp rock that you happen to pick up in the chaos. Your reason tells you that it is useless. Perhaps you would have had a speck of hope if you were Blaze Ascalon, or even Papukak. Naya feel regret, but even stronger is your determination. Nage pain in your hand keeps you conscious. Patience. Wait for her to draw closer.
I've asked the leader many times why does power so often end up in the hands of the ordinary? What have these forgotten kings of Sarkas given us, besides a life of exile and persecution? Will you, Doctor, be one of the causes of another round of suffering? I appreciate your intelligence, but there has never been a shortage of smart people. There is nothing that can compare to this opportunity, what we have pursued for thousands of years. If she can force the crown upon the head of this little bunny, then it can be forced out. Steal? No, this crown is not a ring lying on the battlefield for the taking. You'll never understand.
The blue-haired confessoress turns towards Amaya. This might be your chance. You make the calculations. With your full strength, perhaps.
What's this, Ara?
You feel your internal organs twitch and convulse. The taste of rust fills your mouth. None little push from the confessoress, and your right hand loses all sensation. Bones have broken. Wincing at the intense pain, you force yourself to lunge forward, but she lithely dodges. Naya fall in front of Amaya, blocking the blue-haired confessoress' malicious gaze.
How touching, putting yourself in front of her. But meaningless. If you're so obsessed, I have a better way to deal with you. Perhaps that brain beneath the hood holds secrets beneficial to our experiments. Don't try to resist. Share your memories with me.
You can feel the confessoress breathing. Now-numbing sensation filled with ancient witchcraft moves towards the top of your head.
What could possibly repel a confessoress? The king of Sarkis. But her mind should have been shackled.
A black vortex rises from behind you. Namia whispers at its center. Nage's black crown trembles with agitation.
Ancient Sarkis language.
The shackles of myriad souls are not so easily broken. She remains amidst the myriad souls. She has chosen to protect you subconsciously. That's not all. Her connection with the crown is growing.
Remember, souls, is that Amiya's voice? Nayo Gadafin. She is growing more distant by the second, to a place that you cannot reach. You try to grab Amaya. The black vortex roils between you, and a great force tries to push you away. Nayo dig your one good hand into the dirt, dragging the rest of your height along, towards the girl lying on the ground.
Ah, such intense emotions. Looks like Teresa's choice was not entirely one of desperation after all.
Just a little further.
Why don't we cut straight to the chase then? I hope this won't break your little head. That would be a shame. The confessory left more than statues in this cavern. Sarkis incantation.
You touch her. The black vortex shatters and vanishes. You grab Amiya's hand. Amaya has grown up, but her hands still feel small and frail. Their palm is filled with sweat. Nayo do not know if the confessoress curse worked, or if this was the result of Amiya's effort and yours. Blood sprays from the confessoress' neck. Ascalon walks towards you, casting not another glance at the fallen confessoress.
That was reckless, Doctor. If I didn't run into...
Look out.
Blood explodes, and a sanguine shockwave sweeps towards you. Null figure stands in front of you, arriving in the nick of time.
Vampire arts. What have you done to your bloodline? Hard to imagine that you're related to Shining. The amount of grief that your degeneration has caused that fine girl.
Cough Coglert of the Banshees. I'm impressed. It couldn't have been easy to get here.
The confessoress puts her hand on her neck wound. The blood that sprayed from it is slowly flowing back.
I should have been more careful, knowing that the sitting lord of the Banshees is rather rebellious. You're more dangerous than we expected. Urgent situation. Interrogation out of the question. Kill her and leave.
I know.
You see Logos's cold expression, and the incantation that obediently emerges from his tongue. Nubta, you do not see Salus's fear, anger, any expression you might expect to see on one facing her own death. Naya see only curiosity.
This is the lord of the Banshees? The Elegiac Court? Indeed. These incantations are no less refined than that of your famous mother. Did you not? Such refined runes, refined arts. They are far from the Sarkis' roots.
She is backing up. Niepento. Nage statue of a Banshee towers above.
Ascalon.
An instant before everything went black, you saw Ascalon grab Amaya, while Logos shielded you. Naya saw the statue come to life. Naya saw the confessor's eyes narrow, and saw her ring the death knell first.
Doctor, we've left the cave. Ascalon is scouting the area. Your right forearm is broken. I made a makeshift splint, but I'm no medic. Still unconscious. The confessoress said something to the effect of trapped in the myriad souls, but she's alive, at least.
You turn around to see the goddess girl lying peacefully under a tree, as if she is merely sleeping.
I can understand Ascalon's objection to your methods. She's concerned for more than just your safety. But it's also true that you bought us time. The confessoress and Amaya would be behind Londinium's walls by now, if not for your efforts. She got away. Rock and earth, blood, and the wail of the Banshee.
Is this the Sarkis that the confessory want? One so obsessed with bloodline and witchcraft. Wait, the vapor around us. This can't be. Careful, Doctor. We may still be inside the enemy's trap. This is not Victoria. This is the convoys of the Banshees.
Honestly, since coming to Victoria, my drafting work has been at a standstill. Back in my mercenary days, I spent most of my free time writing them. One book filled, a new book empty. Really, I had more to write than I physically could. And yet, since joining the military commission, I haven't given those notebooks a flip, through in forever by now. Ni obtained what seemed like a higher position and power. I wasn't directing a squad or two of mercenaries any longer. Now they put the sand table of the whole battlefield before me. And I grew more and more sick of what I'd written about. Ni used to believe the most important test of an archivist's character was loyalty to their accounts. Yet bit by bit, I came to discover these books had turned into echoes of wave after indistinguishable wave, reproductions of scene after scene of the same tragedy. And I'd been through this all with my own flesh, felt it all with my own soul. Why even make all this vacant language and empty summary out of it? I'd had enough. When did it happen? Again? Ni remember. Last year in September. Last year, where the summer was exceptionally long.
General, the mayor is dead.
Your saber still drips with the blood. If only the blades of the military commission and the mercenaries could be as swift.
As long as it's a weapon, there's no real difference.
I remember the look he gave me in that moment. Up to I'm still not sure what he really meant by it.
Roger. News just came from the Mercs. The 14 Pens in the plot to assassinate the regent have been apprehended.
And what stance are the other Pens taking?
They don't have what?
I thought you'd be more direct about your methods.
If the military commission requires, I can execute every Pen straight away.
With our current situation, this will suffice. The airship is still under construction. We need just a little extra patience. Pull your men out. The Nashagrari King's Legion has arrived.
Legion?
My voice shakes a little. The Naxarher's Legion. Not all the military powers I'd met in war. The vast majority paled compared to that one name. The difference was heaven and earth.
Well, whatever direction a Kesdal army enters Victoria from, they'd have to pass their major duchies. It wouldn't matter how they conceal themselves. That large a force could never see us.
His Majesty has arrived at Londinium's suburbs to reorganize royal court units, directly subordinate to and have been stationed outside the city.
I'll order the Mercs to withdraw.
That lets Colonel Leto had his talk with the regent. He and his defense forces will soon be assuming control over all of Londinium's administrative affairs. On the surface, Londinium will enter a state of semi-martial control lead by the defense forces, owing to the garrisoned rebellion.
Don't think that'll fool the Grand Dukes. Their intelligence networks are well developed in the city. They'll definitely start mobilizing for war within the next few months.
It won't take that long. It's exceedingly likely the quickest army will show up beneath Londinium's walls within 20 days. But no fear. No matter who arrives first, they won't be hasty to act. Any duke that dares march alone will become the common enemy of all, just as in the Duke of Windermere's failure of a raid 2 years ago. Her high-speed warships didn't even succeed in launching from their berths before her own men obstructed her. It was ridiculous.
The Duke of Windermere. She's clever. She's been warning Parliament since the day the regent first made contact with Victoria.
Cavendish didn't just invite us to enter Londinium on his lonesome. Each and every duke was hoping to make a military vassal out of the regent, an assistant to the thorns in their sides. Understand, this Duke of Windermere is no exception. Behind the guise of the iron-fisted soldier, she obeys the game logic of aristocrats as much as the rest. She was just the one most impatient to place us back in the toolbox.
From what I hear, Victoria's legendary steam knights don't exist anymore. I'm a mercenary, General. The Regent and Military Commission's scheme was a huge success. Pretty crazy. Somehow, the Sarkis have a firm hold on Victoria's capital. The Dukes need an easy, to cut up army to put down dissidents, and Parliament is desperate for an appropriate defense to avoid any more action like those two stupid Dukes' adventures. In their eyes, The Sarkis came fresh out of civil war on a silver platter. Table ready, disposable. Now we've taken the industrial sector, leashed Parliament, and even the Shard will be under our control any day now. The Regent's taken Londinium. For real. But we can't shunt this city off. We can stir up conflict, but then what? We end up buried together with Londinium under a coalition of foreign militaries.
I know I'm being a little too forward, but you draw suspicion by being too obedient. Yet Manfred doesn't even turn to look at me. He's flipping through a book. Not at all.
Do mercenaries have so many problems, Hodor? Have I given you too much leeway?
I only need to know what the goal I'm serving is. I just have different personal habits.
Personal habits?
The military commission general before me pries his gaze away from the book. I hear his position here isn't just for his service rank. I hear his relationship with Theresis is very special. Which means I have to be extra cautious. I dip my head slightly, working to ensure I express enough respect and humility.
Is your eye all right?
It affects my depth perception in sword combat. I'll get used to it ASAP.
I received your interrogation records. The assassin was an Innis woman, a mercenary alike.
We sure didn't expect Asarkas like Innis to get bought out by Parliament, especially for a hit on the Regent.
Innis is dead, and you lost an eye for it. You'll receive commendations from the military commission.
No commendations necessary.
Then you'll receive Paimon, in mercenary fashion. Very decisive of you to kill her.
It's the only way a mercenary lies. We'll do anything to survive.
Even gutting your own colleagues.
Even gutting our own colleagues.
Then I'm sure one day you'll come to dispatch me. Won't you? You asked me just now. What could the military commission be planning? This place is the heart of hatred, and it will be buried by vengeance. Just as you wrote in those booklets. Just as every war we've been through.
So you are?
Never mind that. Carry on writing. You've a heavy mission. Bear that responsibility.
Now, the military commission's duty in Londinium is fulfilled. With a single activation of the Shar, the tempest of war will be unstoppable. In which case, what more could Theresis want to do? Wait, more can we do?
Done with your notes.
No, I wasn't writing anything. Just giving this sword another polish. The mercenary claymore. I haven't used this thing in forever.
You're so heartless.
If you want it, you can have it. A present from me to you.
A sword. Low efficiency, 0 interest. So, and you found the time to fix your hair? Can't blame you, I guess. We're not going to have the time for hair gel like you did back in Londinium.
It's just more convenient this way.
You should have kept that outfit. Maybe you could keep acting the merc leader, treasure of the army. What's that thing army guys say? It's your calling to serve?
A mercenary's calling is to get paid, not get bereavement. Knock it off and save your spittle, you two. Defense perimeter, scouting radius. Is this the opening?
Until they started fighting, yeah. As for now, they're marching. No matter how much the Dukes hate each other's guts, this front's gonna close in sooner or later. You're sure your guy's gonna pass this position? You can literally see the Shard's catastrophe clouds from here.
The catastrophized landing point is the line of fire between the Duke of Wellington and the Nashagrari King. Chances are the Iron Duke will retreat his front. As for Windermere, she probably won't have the spare energy to deploy her own forces until she gets her daughter back inside a nomadic fortress. My guy doesn't have a lot of exit routes from Londinium.
Wait. Incoming. A what? The overall shape is polygonal, but highly irregular. It's arts. High chance the naked eye can't follow it. Or else she wouldn't make it here.
Target confirmed. We can only afford a little rough play.
I turn back, and she's gone. Now a second later, deafening explosions.
Sigh. After her.
The scale of the dust cloaks the entire surroundings, but we're not blind to what's either a sizable witchcraft vehicle or a bizarre aircraft. I brush away the smoke, but surprisingly, I feel myself hit something. Wait, is that a wire? Hanging crisscrossing from the void, then pressing into it again.
Mercenaries? What a coincidence. Come at me then. This is where the strange sensations truly start.
Her figure snaps into formlessness in an instant, threads swirling and fading. I thrust an arm out with all my strength, but grab at nothing but dust.
Did she run? I told you. You can't blow a lich up with bombs.
No, she's still around. We have to catch her.
Something's not quite right. We never passed by any area like this. Nothing here casts any shadow. Is it an illusion? I think there's a bunch of big guys over there, right by the mountain. Those are some crazy swords. How do they lift them?
Mountain. Moss and discipline. I follow where W's looking. The haze gradually thins, and the scene becomes clear. Nikop. Practically everything about the battlefield leaves my mind. The ash-bleached city lies ahead. Let us hasten. It will admit us. The children of the soil and stone have built city walls on sorrow's ground. Castle. Each syllable is a bitter journey unto its own. Where is it? From dreams we have departed, seeking to this day. The age of exile has come to an end.
What are they saying?
It's an ancient Sarkas dialect. Sorrow's ground, ash-bleached city. I'm having trouble with the rest, you can only guess.
I think they mentioned Castle too. Which one?
Dibla Balarastic of the Condor clan, and Kulon the errant overlord will meet us on our way. Oh, and he is here too. Goldel, the king of Sarkas. I couldn't know these names better. I could almost recite their legends from memory. Nate's first line of Sarkas I ever read was from the tale of these people, the epic transcribed time and time again, still handed down in Castel's slums to this day.
What these shadows tell of is the second castle that could be called a city. After the very first castle was laid to waste by the elders and ancients, there passed over 1,000 years where Castle was no more than a tiny hamlet, a massive thatch and wooden fencing. Frail, easily destroyed, it was ravaged by the wills of colonizers again and again, and again and again the Sarkas were sent into exile, until this moment, where the Sarkas had once again accumulated strength, once again rebuilt. They left the waste that we now call Columbia, and came to the heartlands of Terra, and there they lived, and there they died. And then, a betrayal. Another migration east. And before they'd gone far, the blue flames of fury were again betrayed. It seems as if Sarkas history were cursed from that moment on. History's waves have rolled on, to this present day, where citadels are incessantly scrapped and rebuilt, and still amble about in arm's reach. But the names they speak, those are that city's first kings of Sarkas. The kings of Sarkas, 7,000 years ago.
When did this lich appear before us? How does she have this power? I draw my sword across my chest. Nate Lich lifts a hand.
How did you produce these things? Considering this castle's historical significance and its impact on the generations to come, the legend of the kings of Sarkas have found such widespread in song. But these vagabonds, even we lack for such trifling, accounts. This is scarcely even witchcraft. It is absolutely not. No original arts could attain this degree of effect. Oh, or perhaps it could, but at the very least a historian would be needed. Is it a trick of physics? A projector that forms images from the mist? When did our brother and sister gain such technology? How rude not to share. So, this is some kind of arts then?
Her hand sways gently in the air, like she's feeling something, studying the colors before her and leaving us to our devices.
But it's of no known category of arts. It's highly likely, even, that it isn't art. How very strange a Farinumsh. If Victoria wanted to tame a Farinumsh for battle, it should have started long ago. What's this itch even doing? It seems you are not artists. You are simply and purely the ones who blew up my beloved cube. It was very comfortable sitting in it.
Messenger to the Licks Court, Lady Ermengar, we deeply apologize for using such a method to contact you.
I don't know what misconception you have of likes, but honestly, I'm not that old. Stop Coutwine.
I fear this is not your arts either.
I certainly don't have the knack to conjure a band of 7 millennium, old vagabonds.
A squall whips up. The vision before me recedes like the tide. The twisted scene returns to normality. Now a bloody boulder abruptly appears before us all.
What is this? I checked this area 3 days ago. There was nothing like this here. Guys. Hey. Hodor. W. Snap out of it.
Innes is fine. Thank the stars. My blood is boiling. I've never felt my blood flowing so clearly through my own veins. It surges about like crazy, shooting out through my limbs, then finally converging on my heart again. At Rhodes Island, when the medic operators were examining me, they wanted to inject me with, what was it called? I forget. I sure gave them hell about that. I thought the origini Amidst didn't want more random junk around in my body. No, fine. I get the message. We need all this blood to live. It carries oxygen and yada, yada. Whatever. Hodor told me once. Up to right now, I'm sick of it. You're my blood. You little shit. So listen to me. And if not, you can get the hell out of my body. I feel for the dagger on my waist.
Say, W. What the hell is wrong with you? Nothing. Just some bloodlay.
Sigh.
Hodor scrunches his brow. That lich is giving her hat a death grip. Nate's racket finally dies down. No, actually. I guess we Hardy Bunch just got used to it.
Inasayor.
Absolutely nothing's wrong with me. You guys explain. I get it. These rocks don't work on chilly old hags. I bet Coalesces could dance a whole jig here. I believe it. I'd also suggest you bandage that wound. I cut surgical. Avoided the arteries. So, this is an anti-Sarkis installation? Something to do with the blood? Sarkis. Blood. There's a difficult guess.
This witchcraft device hasn't properly activated yet. I drew past this area on the uneasy feeling I had. Here lies the main offender. Little wonder the tutors are always so cautious with matters of Londinium.
No vehicle tracks in the vicinity. No signs it was transported. They took these giant crystals, crossed all these miles, and then set them down here directly? Somehow. This wouldn't be the first time I've heard of something like that. Lady Ermengarde, I'm guessing you have nothing to do with this either.
Naturally. Likes can't accomplish this sort of thing. The space we research isn't this one.
Also, if I'm not mistaken, you recognized me just now.
Hodor, was it? I've had an eye on your books before. Some of your manuscripts are even in circulation among Lyathanus Sarkis.
Do you have any leads for us?
Why should I be helping you? You just blew up my little cube. Hermf. The bitch just shot me a glance.
Hey! You don't know how much I'm holding back from stuffing a bomb in that chest cavity of yours.
Are all Sarkis mercenaries so eager to die these days? If she says one more word, I'm seriously gonna do it. Forget it. Let's talk about that illusion just now. That was a vestige. A spatial one. A temporal one. Were you looking for vehicle tracks just now? That illusion, was it? Some kind of special arts is affecting this place.
But that wasn't Origin Yama arts, and it wasn't Sarkis witchcraft.
There's our leads you can use.
What position are the likes taking?
The same as ever, we've made no promises.
But we have an informant telling us Castle had likes showing up to. You usually never make appearances in Castle.
You left Babel, joined an infected organization, then ended up in Londinium, and you've still kept an intelligence net up in Castle. Are you really just a mercenary? I feel like with your competences, you could get hooked up as a Gesset's Watcher in Lyathani, relatively speaking. Oh, except your arts is a little mediocre.
Personal habits.
Personal habits.
You are looking for us too.
I'm a little interested in you. Specifically you.
Do you Sarkis always have to talk in riddles?
Score one interruption from Ennis. She's getting impatient, nice. Let her draw everyone's attention while I kill this son of the Lich dead. Given you get news from Casdol, that naturally means our sibling Zach's just been feigning ignorance. We need to give Theresis some flex room. We're taking control of Casdol right now. Everyone's come to Victoria, so someone's got to look after the place.
What flex room? Are you gonna hold us a laboratory feast?
Yes, that's the first part of the plan. Then we declare National Foundation Day and so on. No more jokes now. Theresis and Teresa have no plans for evacuation at all. It seems they really do want Londinium to be the battlefield for a face, off against all the lands. We have no idea what's giving them so much confidence. But if it's their plan, brother and sister, then they must have some means in place already. So, if they do such it, and that means we'll have to rebuild Casdol, rebuild the Sarkis' haven.
And if they fail? If the Sarkis fail here, then we'll lose an entire generation of youth. and maybe every youth that was to come. After the expedition of 200 years ago, most nations had no clue about the present state of Castle. They weren't even interested. Until all this, a lot of Victorian worthies believed Castle was just a pile of ruins. But before the Civil War, with Her Highness Therese's establishment, Castle had a nascent nomadic city.
Until Therese's messed the whole thing up. Now Casdal's just this supergiant witchcraft tractor. The kind that's got bolts and parts popping off it while it trundles along.
Castle wouldn't stand up to anything you could call a war, but the Regent just so happens to be starting one. Once it begins, every spy will have made contact with Castle. How will those nations sitting on the fence regard the Sarkas within the territory?
All right. You're a pessimist. Good. So am I. So parts of the plan flags hanging back in Castle have formulated the plans to break the place up. If Therese's fails, Castle will immediately be split into pieces, maybe a dozen or more, taking their affiliated residents, as per the apportioned. Clan units, off to hide deep in the Barrens. Route planning, balanced production, and ensuring Castle becomes a nomadic city isn't without me. To the Sarkas, the enmity of the rest of mankind is a catastrophe. Castle will create another age of exile. Again with the exile. What kind of crap is this? As if we're not exiles already? Did I miss some nomadic city where we all live happy lives sipping afternoon tea, watching the catastrophe clouds roll by?
The Sarkas are strongly united at this point. Not at all the way I hoped, but purely in terms of endpoint. Therese's has done it. But unity could mean more than just another vengeful massacre.
Despite that unity being founded on hatred and war, that's no easy ask, Holderer, my brother. Castle is more than a city. It's every person who calls it home. In the original plan, Castle didn't need that many inhabitants, and they wouldn't let us take that many away anyway.
We have to end this war in Victoria. The sooner, the better. If we can't take back hate, then the least we can do is turn it to fuel, to cast the supports of Castle. And every life, to the Castle of the future, may well be vital.
Easily said for you.
We just touched on a method for moving supplies and people over long distances. That might be what we've been after this whole time, or it serves as the military commission's lifeline. In Londinium. I'll find it, and seize it. It was able to bring us to Londinium, so it can take us home to, before everyone's buried 6 feet under. A place to call home, somewhere you can always return to.
Therese, all this time, I've been trying to keep that name separate from this war. Her Highness. No can a war just like before let anyone rest in peace? I bet it's just some diversion by that Therese's bastard. He killed Her Highness, and he's still blaspheming her. I'll make him beg forgiveness on his hands and knees. Finding you was the right choice. I'll take your plans as the stance of Babel survivors and inform the likes.
Thank you.
But you blew up my cube. How do you want me to get back on foot?
8 kilometers northwest. There's a Sarkas transport camp. Go and steal their car. Need us to help?
Forget it. I don't want her catching me again, and finding out I've been making deals with you on the sly. So, good luck to you, and may you still be alive to make good on your promise after meeting her. Huh? No da.
Are you guys getting this? Familiar feeling? What are you talking about?
What am I talking about? I have no idea. Not Matt. Holderer should be the one saying moody crap like this. But still, what's bugging me? Not far off, there's someone sitting on a mountain peak. Just on the edge of where that original illusion vanished. She's just sitting there, like she doesn't have a care in her heart. Near long pink hair draped over her shoulders, as it always was. And that look in her eyes that... sorrowful. I look away. How is this happening? No. How? How? No. That's no illusion. Each moment I saw her, I knew it wasn't. That's her. She's gone. Me want to reach out. No, forget. Money, I should save it for next time. Besides, she couldn't have been real anyway. She just really looked like her. An indistinguishable forgery. Able to fool almost any pair of screwy, messed up eyeballs. The fog grows thicker. The entire forest seems to swim in it. I'll confess, I'm not so familiar with Kasdal at all. By the end of the Banshees' court's part in the war 200 years ago, I was gone from that city. It was in the convalescence of the Banshees I came of age. I had asked my mother why, being one of our 6 heroes, she would choose to leave Kasdal, the city she once fought to the bitter end for. Namey Mother issued no response at the time. She plucked a few reeds from the riverbank and wove a necklace for me. Their stems twisted about each other, head to tail to head. It was beautiful, and I treasured it in the most genuine sense. Yet very soon, it withered and faded, and fell to scattered pieces. Namey Mother told me how this was the Banshee's most traditional art form. We weave song and incantation, just as we weave necklaces of grass. But now, we had the entire convalescence. Nay, she needed not be foraged, needed not be bothered. And so year after year, they grew forever. We Banshees sang our elegies, but the elegies were no supplication of the end. Rather, they were anticipation of new life. Nearest the Sarkisses needed to hold a dead city standing, but to grow.
This is a highly disconcerting environment, Doctor. We were in the thick of a forest only moments ago. What lay before us became nothing alike as the fog settled. Convalescence.
Is this all an illusion, Logos? The doctor is considerably wounded, but their tone of voice is steadied once more. Ascalon silently carries the still unconscious Amaya, taking the very front. She remains as ever, lips sealed, but I can sense that her current silence is a more bleak one than before. Ni remember, at the time of her hurried rendezvous with me, that flicker of an expression I found hard to discern.
Mirages are spin from nothingness. Their scenes are mere fictions in the mind, bound to return to me whole no matter how lifelike. But this place is not. Everything here truly did exist, once upon a time. Constructing a mirage like this requires not just intelligence and information, but time and space. It's too difficult.
A bone whistle. I know this convalescence. You've always loved it.
Yes, the whistle of the Banshees. It doesn't necessarily entail a Yama arts. When we were young, we'd learn it by the riverside. We'd sit among the underbrush and wait still. Until Great Fin gobbled small bug. Until Falbus snatched up Great Fin. That is when the bone whistle is played.
What's the scenery doing here? How do we get out?
I'm trying. Yama arts hasn't this power. The power this is of can only be something more ancient. But it shouldn't come about in this battlefield at this moment. Not on Londinium's periphery.
At the convalesce's other end, there seems to stand someone. Dead still. Silent.
Mother.
Logos, what's wrong?
Nothing. I say try to tear this landscape apart directly. It carries some risk, but it's the best solution. I don't know whether it'd be safe to leave this place, Ascalon.
Ascalon nods, handing Amaya over to the doctor, who strains to hold her up by the arm that isn't hurt. Ascalon, master assassin, vanishes in a blink into the mist. Knee shut my eyes and prepare, conceiving of destruction, imagining reconstruction. But the figure appears again, this time atop one of the convalesce's crests. She seems to be looking at me, but she is as if a thin slice of the past, stuck frozen in some older time. Ye know that crest full well. When I was young, I would practice incanting there, until twilight fell, and she would show up behind me. Ye would never know when exactly she had come, but she would just stand there, as she does now in this mirage. And once I exhausted myself, we would go home together. I feel for my bone whistle. It's cold as bay lice, just like the time I was first given it. Not long ago, I sounded it to the closure of Damazot's court. Not to the time before that. That was back in this convalescence.
I'll be leaving tomorrow, for Babel.
You're master of the Elegiac Court now. Remember to send Her Highness Cerisa my greetings.
It still doesn't feel real to me, Mother. I'm too young to be master of a royal court.
Now, what makes you say that? Anyone could see how remarkable you are. Keep this safe. Your bone whistle. I've tuned it for you, and given it a royal court crest. And of course, a kiss full of magic too.
All right.
Simply sound it, and all the Sarkis will know it, as the will of the Nil.
Mother, what should a lord of the Banshees do?
Do what you believe you must.
I once talked to you about those ravings of mine. The fettered Sarkis have no escape. Just as the necklaces you used to weave together for me became naught but pieces in the end. Yet, what fetters us is our identity. to what we belong. The royal court. And perhaps the king of Sarkas. But still you bestow this aspect on me.
Our rotting bones will never again be given new life, should annihilation reach its destination. And yet, that is the rule. We sound the knell for all, for others, for ourselves. But it is unnecessary burden. If you feel our time-worn inheritance has been reduced to naught but a stepping stone to new life, then it is for you to ascertain that yourself. Supposing that does not change your mind, then from death comes new life. I rest the whistle to my lips.
Exhale.
Now, well done. O tender little lord of the Banshees, for whom does your first fledgling knell toll?
For myself. For the royal court that would rot, past and future all.
The Sarkas must write a new verse.
What meaning is there in a stagnant landscape?
With the words, power bursts forth.
This is it.
The vampire's witchcraft. But the vampire could never construct the landscape we were just in. I fear there's some other presence helping him.
What is the vampire planning to do with these art circles? Laboring to keep Amaya supported, the doctor lifts their head with some worry, taking in the giant, sanguine-colored crystals.
The loop here isn't even complete. But some of its symbols are legible. Purify. It's trying to affect our blood somehow. Affects Sarka's blood. This artistry is tied to the Sarkas' power.
The doctor gives no response, seemingly lost in thought. Hey, they finally ran out of patience. Me detected them long ago. A handful of boorish wanderers. The derangement of our space-time was masking their figures, and now, with the mist abated, they finally show themselves. Already, the silver glint in Ascalon's hand is cut across their necks, while bone-writ incantation blocks their attack. A clump of dirt, it's crude as a child would be. Wait, I told you they were real.
Those ghosts were the real deal.
Is that you? Does the doctor know this Sarkas girl?
You're that doctor, right? I saw you once in the munitions factory in Highbury. What are you doing here? And the knocked out Coalesces. And Sarkas?
You were supplying goods to refugees in Norport.
How did you know that? Dante let it slip. I don't think that Coalesces girl is looking too good, is she? And your arm is all? I'm gonna guess you guys are fine hanging out with these Sarkas?
I think we ended up back where we came. But did we do it for real this time? I've met enough haloed monster things for one day. This is out of whack. Paprika, what are you talking to the ghost for? One in a hood, one unconscious bunny, and a Sarkas.
No, driver, they're real.
As in real? This Sarkas steps up to me, skeptically looking me up and down. Nee can tell with a glance that she's never taken the battlefield. Her hands are calloused in the wrong places. Used it now. Did the young Paprika girl call her driver?
Hello.
Blah. Minor, come check this out. It's real. Your clothes must have cost some money, didn't they? Maybe take a closer look. No, never mind. Trust yours as bumpkins not to know. Quit it with the O-line from Castle, already shopkeep, like you matter. All you do there is run a grocery store. Oh, wait. Forgot. You sold your store so you come pick fights out here. Ha! Shape up a little. Stop getting carried away in front of people. You may have met me in Castle before. My grocery store was a fairly popular one. The man shopkeep rubs his hands, eyeing me with ingratiation. His dagger is equipped with an auxiliary origin Yama, arts control apparatus, never an affordable piece of kit. A shame it's all new, dagger itself included. You must be part of the royal court, yes. I can tell by your regalia. I take it you're Ch13 of soil and stone, so no, he hasn't the first clue about any court at all.
I am the Banshee.
A boy Banshee? I thought Banshees were meant to be all girls.
Correct.
Never heard about any boy Banshee while I was in Kazimmerys. Not that I mean to be impolite or, Paprika, you're friends with celebrities like him, and you never told us?
Are you moving things?
Inside their truck, I notice an uncovered spot, where a few streaked crystals are poking out.
Where are you transporting these goods to? Aren't these ritual materials?
I don't really know how to explain. We're just patrolling along our route map, 'cause some art circles might be a little damaged, and we need to repair them.
The doctor makes brief eye contact with me. I have some inkling. A Sarkis truck a vehicle that can take us through the battlefield. With Amiya's current condition, we won't be rendezvousing with the main unit on foot. Negan sends Ascalon, all set to go in the shadows, ready to strike at the amateur squad before us. Nubta evidently, the doctor already has a better idea. Noble Banshee. Sire, we won't cross the battlefield alive at this rate. I beg you, just let us go. I can comprehend the doctor's gist, but I'm really not well versed when it comes to this.
I commandeer your transport squadron. We are on a special mission of the utmost nature, but we're assailed en route. For your assistance, I will memorialize you forever.
It'd be our honor to serve a member of the royal court, Your Highness. It's just, being memorialized by a death-tolling banshee doesn't seem like much of a fortune. Could you?
Here is your payment.
Thank you. Coins that Mechanist stuffed in my bag. Thank you, sire.
But our transport duty.
I'll explain to your superiors afterwards.
A special mission. Why bring these two outbloods along?
They are my captives.
Captives? But you, okay. But once this is over, you guys are gonna come see General Manfred with me. For now, we'll go sort out some positions.
The doctor comes to my side, voice grave. Logos figure out a car for Ascalon to. The Confessory attack was no simple one. They and the vampire were working together, but in the process, they estranged Amaya from the ship.
Doctor, are you worrying?
Closure and the Self-Salvation Corps troops don't have any suitable combat personnel between them. Coalesces wounded. Shining's powerful. But the Confessory are sure to have methods prepared just for her.
I understand.
The state of Mia's and may not be curable with medication. What she needs most right now, before she comes to, is not to fall into the Confessory's line of sight. Operating under this squad's support will be safer. I'll get Ascalon to back up Coalesces. We've got you here. Besides, the doctor looks at the sanguinary circles. A pit forms in their stomach. Say no more. I know far too well.
These crystals aren't just simple Originyama.
Do you know what the cruelest thing in the world is? Neither total darkness, nor endless torment, nor a dark alley filled with murderers. It is when a gentle hand pulls you out of a nightmare, just as you thought it was over, and all the pain would come to an end. Not only for you to realize that salvation was just a cruel joke, a brief respite before falling further into the darkness. Never greater suffering is gazing upon you, within a stone's throw, and you are powerless before such mockery.
Delphine, do you want to join us? The Duke of Windermere's coffin is being transported to the approaching battleships. Some of the refugees have taken it upon themselves to organize a funeral procession in their gratitude.
She keeps looking at the place where her mother had fallen, even though any trace of blood is long gone. It may not be a good idea to invite her now. Neem already starting to regret.
Can you thank them for me, Vina? I want to stay here a while longer.
What did they say to you?
Nothing. I'll just stay for a little longer and cool my head. The Sword Gods boarded the late arriving escort fleet. Most of them kept silent while the nobles panicked. A moment's weakness, when I tried to help that soldier. The vampire reached out his hand. Whether it was an obvious trap or not. Mother was wounded because of it. Broken formation and fallen soldiers. Sword Gods do not defend their duke. Their only goal is to fulfill their mission. But they faced a foe powerful beyond their imagination.
Delphine.
The staff officers think there was too much personal sentiment in this reckless operation. They never supported it. They must believe that I'm the reason Mother died. A hero should not die for the weak. And they're right.
I gaze at the late, arriving battleships. Their standards flying high. For some reason, I am reminded of Allerdale. I've cleaned your wounds as best I can, Lady Delphine. This is all I can do with the limited amount of medicine available.
Thank you, Doctor.
I must go. The General Staff have ordered all troops to report back. I've left behind some things that belong to you. These were the Duke's gifts to you, and you have her sword. This may sound impudent, but I'd hope that you will come back to Ironclad Gallivey with us. Whatever the senior officers say, nothing can change the fact that you are the heir to the title of Duke Windermere.
I'll think about it. Right now, I just want some quiet.
How are things?
They took a bunch of people, but many more remain. So, that rough mum really...
Ironic, isn't it? Even now, the General Staff of Windermere continued to plot the next course of action according to the plan.
What about Delphine?
It seems like the snobbish officers are planning to abandon her. I don't know. I'm even worried what they might do to Delphine as the heir.
Yeah.
She's not right. Duke Windermere was a strong leader. Her sword guards, her general staff, they all served the greater good of Victoria alone.
That decision saved a bunch of lives, though. Didn't it?
I'm not criticizing her. I respect her. But it means that Delphine is being abandoned by what her mother, Duke Windermere, built on her own.
What do we do now? They took some of the refugees. Can we really trust them? Do we follow the tales of the nobles in the coming battle?
They didn't take everyone. That's not right. If this one ship could take everyone, there's no reason that so many battleships couldn't.
What's that movement? I thought the ship's engines were out.
The window!
Dust rises from the escort fleet that has only just rendezvoused with us. Ta'en her sailing away.
Delphine.
She stands on the deck, where her mother left this world, holding her mother's sword in her arms, as she did before I went below. Nate wind sweeps at her short hair. Her solitude makes her look even smaller than she is.
What's going on?
I grab her shoulder. Only then does she come out of her stupor. Me seeing none of the anger, fear, or sorrow that I expected to see. She's wearing barely any emotion at all. Numbly calm, flat disappointment, and a quiet so deep it is painful to see.
They're gone.
Her voice trembles a little. Nupto it's still to come.
There are civilians down below waiting to see the Duke of Windermere's coffin off. Those bastards didn't mind running innocent people over?
What's going on? That wasn't part of the orders. Maybe there was a miscommunication. We still have a few good ifs. We need to head back to Ironclad Gallivey and get confirmation. I've never gazed upon the tail of a battleship so intently. No, ridiculous. The marks that the rain of blood left on our clothes is a lingering reminder of that cruel attack. Several hours have passed since we left the Duke of Windermere's flagship. Nabda news keeps coming. We did a head count as we left the ship. The Doctor, Amaya, and Ascalon were not there. We only had time to do a brief search, which came up empty. All I can do is keep faith in their strength. But for some reason, I think back to Amiya's lean shoulders. Nasro and helplessness are luxuries that this group can no longer afford. Stop dawdling. I really can't go any further. I'll whip you if I have to. Get up. Stay with the armor if you want to live. I need to catch my breath, sir. I have a condition. No dawdling. This isn't just about your life. Hands off, Norport hoodlum. I'm just carrying out my orders.
They're not trained soldiers. They've been at a forced march for 5 straight hours. They don't have any strength left.
Then they can lie down and die. We're trying to save their lives. Everything can still be salvaged, if we make it back to Ironclad Gallivey.
They need to stop and rest.
I said.
It's not just for them. It's for you too, Ensign. I know your condition. Not many soldiers were left behind. But I know almost all of you are infected.
Shut up.
I'll let that slide. This one's. You're Duke Windermere's man. Do not let your actions defile her memory.
Infection. A curse they fear more than any other. Knacked up to the ship that abandoned them. Hide the growing black crystals under the bandage. Fool yourself. I'm sorry. It's just, don't say that blasted word. Unfight. Unfight. I said to keep a low profile on the Barons and avoid drawing Sarkis' attention. Sir,
It's getting dark. The civilians trying to keep up with you need to rest, Lieutenant.
No. We continue the march as planned. We can reach Ch13 by midnight at our current pace. We'll re-establish communication with Ironclad Gallivey there. Only once we're in touch with the nomadic fortress are we truly safe. If we wait until morning, I doubt this group is ready to face the sarcasm.
You're the ranking officer and de facto commander here, and the ship's doctor. You know as well as I do that we're trying to catch a fast battleship with our own fleet and a few tanks. I respect your decision, Lieutenant. But we don't even know why those battleships left. If they didn't respond to your hails at the time, why do you think the fortress will open its gates to us? We have less than 3 companies of combat-effective soldiers, and nearly 1,000 refugees following in tow. By the time the march that you had in mind is done, there will be less than 20% left.
Fina? Right. He avoids my gaze.
I mean 20% of your soldiers. And none of the refugees.
Sir, I need not hear what they're saying. I saw what happened. Someone bled his last in a long, silent wall of people. He left behind a long trail of blood, mixed in with the mud. H. Lieutenant's silence hardly lasts 2 breaths. Slow down a little. We'll keep going in. Eddie. My fist leaves its mark on his face. He heard a crisp sound. I think I dislocated his jaw. He quickly puts his jaw back in place. Must have dealt with this sort of thing a lot. You assaulted a soldier, Huid. I could have you executed, according to Victorian service law.
Stand up. You could try to execute me. Or we can keep going.
The fist is a solution that can only be used once in a while. Dagda, Morgan. And interest and in front of the soldiers on edge. Nay, civilians surround us silently. It reminds me of how we used to fight turf wars on the streets. Stand down. Do not open fire. They called you Siege, didn't they? They were telling stories that you're actually Highburn or something. And with that accent.
I'm a hooligan. Leader of the Glasgow gang.
Fine. I don't care. Listen, I'm a soldier who has pledged his loyalty to the Duke of Windermere. My duty is to fulfill the mission handed down by my commander.
I'm waiting for you to wipe the blood from your mouth. Give up. Your elbow is about to dislocate.
Some sacrifices are acceptable in order to protect the many.
And just who are the many? Have you taken a good look at who you're leading?
Frightened soldiers, silent civilians, the infected, the wounded. Nage people standing around us.
I'd had enough. I want to tell them, those who escaped hell in Norport, I'm still looking out for them. There's still someone who cares about them. Might makes right. Law of the streets, Lieutenant. I'm telling you now that they're going to make camp here, and they're going to rest. We must reconsider our course of action.
If we're cut off from the main for said Ironclad Gallivey, everyone is going to die when we run into the circus. Every last one.
Enough. Don't insult the memory of the Duke of Windermere anymore, Lieutenant Shearer, if you still think you're part of her army.
How could you? Delphine clutches the hilt of her sword. It surprises me. Even more than it surprises Lieutenant Shearer. He's surprised and angry. Neen suddenly reminded that he had provided medical aid to everyone on the ship before Ironclad Gallivey abandoned us.
Delphine. Your clothes. And the sword.
A little big for me, is it? But I need you all to hear me out.
Is the lieutenant leaving?
They formed a small squad and picked the tank in best condition. He can leave at any time. That squad will travel light and quick. They can reach the marked location before dawn.
You put those clothes on.
Maybe what they represent still means something to someone.
I've spoken to my troops, Lady Delphine. They will follow your orders until I return. For the last time, my D, you're the heir to Windermere. No matter what happens, you should come with us.
Sorry, but I must stay. This was my promise to the people. They need to know that Victoria has not abandoned them. They need this hope to keep going. We can only trust each other now. We must trust each other. If the departure of the escorts was just a misunderstanding or a mutiny by a few, then Ironclad Gallivey will welcome us, whether I'm there or not. And if not...
The lieutenant's eyelid twitches. Delphin's words are certainly subversive.
My presence will only make things worse. At least you'll live.
My lady, it's not my own hide that I'm concerned.
They let me go the first time, perhaps out of respect for my mother, perhaps out of a sense of... pity. But they won't give me a second chance.
I trust my comrades, and the officer's loyalty to the Duke. Please take this locating beacon, Lady Delphine. I promise to bring back good news. As for you, the man gazes calmly at me. I clench my fist, preparing for a sucker punch. You've got some hard knuckles. Take care of Lady Delphine.
Cheers, Lieutenant.
Siege, we checked up on the refugees from Norport. Perhaps the Duke of Windermere had given orders behind our backs. Things were chaotic when we boarded the ship, and we couldn't find the one who executed the order. Regardless, their screening was impeccable. There is no sign of infection amongst the refugees in the group. But now...
I look in the direction where the lieutenant departed. No, of course.
Many soldiers who fought amidst Sarkaz witchcraft are showing acute infection symptoms.
These soldiers got Oripathy fighting the Sarkaz. How could their comrades just abandon them like that?
It's an old military tradition, and not a strictly Victorian one. It's the same in Mercenarys. The infected are not allowed in camps. More conscientious commanders might put the infected in their own unit and send them on the most dangerous missions. But for the military, there's far too much uncertainty in the infected and their uncontrolled arts.
Some must have resisted.
No one ever succeeded. Looking back on history, the infected make up a relatively small portion of armies in times of war. Acceptable losses in exchange for stability on the front lines. It's even in the textbooks of the Royal Military Academy. It's just...
The honorable martyrs who died for the glorious foundation. Now, no need to get violent, ladies. I'm here to talk. First, let me make clear that the death of Her Grace Duke Windermere has nothing to do with the part of Victoria that I serve. In fact, I bring my sincerest condolences, Lady Delphine. My own position aside, I believe she glowed brighter than any hero in the Battle of the Four Emperors. But now, who will fill the gap that her death leaves behind? Who can step up to take her place in the grand strategic theater? Duke Wellington is an accomplished soldier, but we all know he has no intention of giving his all. Duke Hester has her hands full coordinating everything. Frankly, the death of Duke Windermere is a big, big problem.
You sure got the news quickly, didn't you?
Well, it's my business to know. You'd be familiar with our line of work.
What are you here for? I suggest you think carefully about the next words coming out of your mouth.
Flowers for the hero, Lady Windermere, and a gift of rations and ammunition.
In exchange for?
You know full well, Your Royal Highness.
The scrap of metal known as the size of kings. To be honest, I have no use for this sword personally. You want to trade, sure. My conditions are simple. Take that damnable stone of the sword of yours, and bring it to the front lines, where the storm blows the fiercest, where fire falls the hardest. You can get lost if your plan is to keep the sword safely in the rear, to prop up a tent for kings and nobles to drink tea beneath. If you really will bring this thing to the lines, and provide shelter for Victoria's warriors, citizens, and the poor souls who have lost their homes. If it is a shelter for all, whether the son of a blacksmith, whether they take pay in the name of Victoria, or carry weapons of their own making, then, by all means, you can have this piece of metal. Come to me with the stone of the sword, Ch13. I promise that I will never fall behind you on the front lines, not by a single step.
Uma, this is beyond my discretion. I'm just an envoy after all. Her Grace the Duke of Castor has the final decision.
Then go to your master. Come back to me once you have an answer from my dear aunt.
I'll do my best, Your Royal Highness Alexandria. But this is just a promise on a personal level. What follows now is off the record. Some personal opinions, not of Ch13, but of Sir Suffolk, Bellingham. A new voice is not necessarily a bad thing. You've taken in infected soldiers. Well, and many more civilians, but the point stands. That's all good and fine, but it's not enough. You need an army. Your own army. An army with a place for them. I'm surprised. Perhaps it's a Castor trick. Noptahi is encouraging me to form my own reunion.
Looks like you really did turn off your sound recorder.
Can't do it for too long. Colleagues start getting suspicious, you know. My grandmother was executed after getting infected in the War of the Four Nations. When she left, she told me with a laugh that there was less than a 3% chance of getting oropathy in battle. It was only when I inherited the title and looked through the records in the archives that I learned. The 3% figure has been in use for centuries. It has never changed, even though we're using more Ridge Yama machines and more complex Ridge Yama arts in modern warfare. Perhaps you haven't noticed because all you can see is a small corner of the battlefield. Certainly the Dukes haven't noticed, because they have their sights set way too far away. But I have. The infection problem in the Victorian army is serious. Serious on an unprecedented scale. Everyone exercises restraint in a conflict between civilized nations. No one wants their camp to be filled with ticking, living time bombs, or sees a dirty city covered in Ridge Yama dust. But no, our enemy is the Sarkis. If you really mean to do this siege, then it has the potential to be a good thing for your reputation, for my career, perhaps, even for our country.
Thanks for the concern. But my friends, And I know the infected better than you do. We'll be fine.
Very well. Oh, by the way, I have some scrap equipment here that nobody wants or cares about. Leftovers, you know. You can have them. It's all trash, after all. Farewell.
How much do you believe him?
I would rather believe that even someone like him could not stay out of this conflict. What did he leave behind? A recording and coordinates.
Need. Support. Ch13. Ness around. Tempest platoon. Requesting aid. I was the first to see the scout. While I scouted the silent government buildings next to the plaza on the other bank, his dead body drifting in the water, still grabbing the reeds by the bank. And it seems he never gave up trying to survive. Not far from him, his journal lay quietly in a waterproof pouch, the last entry written just before his departure. I volunteered for this mission to deliver the OS. I won't come back, whether I succeed or fail. No one will survive.
His journal indicates that the defenders of Ch13 are in dire straits. See the crossing on the other side. The ferries have been sunk. Horn's squad has been completely cut off from the outside. 2 days ago, this soldier tried to cross the river under the cover of darkness, but was shot by the Sarkis patrolling on the opposite bank. There is no word from the troops that were garrisoned in the city hall.
The soldier's journal made me uneasy. 33 soldiers to squads. None other than the city hall, silent in the darkness. The rest of the buildings around the plaza have been reduced to smoldering ruins by artillery fire. And at least the tragedy hammers one thing: no one can truly escape death on the battlefield.
The Camus River runs to the east and north side of the plaza. The crossing to the east is under Sarkis control. The lights coming from the south should be the Sarkis camp. They've holed up in the city hall for more than 2 weeks. If the journal is accurate, the last bridge that connects the city hall to the residential district on the other side of the north bank was attacked no less than 2 days ago. It's possible that they're cut off from all supplies.
Out of ammo, out of food.
What do we do? If we have the time to worry about that here, we might as well just cross the river and see for ourselves.
We can't just cross without a plan, Hannah. If we're discovered.
Actually, Hannah's words made me think. We've been unable to reach Horn's squad by radio. Restoring communications is our first priority. Me, Hannah, Morgan, and Dagda will swim across the river and see what the situation is inside City Hall.
That's too dangerous. Vina.
You realize that we're the best people for this job. The only people for this job. We're Rhodes Island operators. Small squad spec ops is our game. And we're Norport gangsters who know how to get into a place and get back out again unnoticed. We have a few volunteer soldiers and civilians who want to offer their support for the legendary Tempest platoon. But there are only so many people we can bring. We need people to stay behind for defense, with Lieutenant Sear gone.
I hardly hear what Vina is saying. Is this a bad joke by Trilby Asher? Or is this how the battlefield is? Mage call for help, deciding whether to answer, and the sacrifices that must be made to help. The laws of the battlefield.
I know what you're thinking, Delphine. There are personal sentiments involved. But I can't ignore the OS. They're good soldiers, and they'll be of help if they're still alive.
I trust your judgment.
Stay behind with these men, Delphine. We need to keep watch. If you lose our signal, take them and get out of here.
Alright. Come back alive.
Okay, we're on the bank. Keep your eyes out for any patrols.
2 Sarkis standing guard at the crossing. One to Hannah's 3 o'clock, another in the building.
Roger.
Draw the attention of the first, and Hannah, and I will do this together. 3, 2, 1. Go.
The light in the window goes out. Null as well. Wait. A Falbist? Now Black Falbist flies out of the hut, at the crossing. Flies a circle above, then heads towards the circus camp.
Vina.
An agile shadow leaps across the moonlight from the roof of the hut and grabs the Falbist.
Daddy, you spooked it, Hannah.
Sorry. I didn't notice.
No sign of Sarkis. Lots of bodies on the plaza. But it's too dark to identify them. Ready to go in?
I see the bridge that connects the residential district, but the barricades on the other side of the bridge are blocking the view.
Go to the top of the city hall. Try to get a better vantage.
Roger. The entrance has been boarded up.
Over here. A gap has been blown in the west wall, wide enough for us to go in.
Good. Do you see Horn Squad?
Sarka's profanity. What's that sound on this frequency? Hubes. The signal goes silent. I did not hear anything from them for the next 10 minutes. No many men in the building. What's the situation with the surrounded troops? Has Venus group been discovered? Neem completely in the dark. Crouched in the dirt on the banks. I feel my heart beat harder with every throb. Nage heartbeats merge into the river, resonating with the flow. Growing faster and stronger. I see. They've been discovered. Nomion's waving from the top of the building, the moon at her back. It's... Vina?
CG,
Horn, Tempest Platoon. Do you hear me?
we've confirmed your localization. Bridgehead at the residential district on the other side. We're coming to help.
Best. Ni hear cheers coming from the radio. Nage did.
Sorry about that. The men are excited for our first bit of support. We should be able to talk normally now.
Horn, we can help your squad evacuate.
Thanks, but we're not evacuating. There's something in this town that the Sarkas want, and they won't abandon their assault. The nearest Victorian battalion that received our LOS will arrive within 1 week. We must guard the entrance until then, and ensure the safety of the survivors of Ch13. Radio noise. We voted on this. The decision was unanimous, including Misery. Much obliged.
Dead silence. She sounded like she was talking about the weather. Now vote. On a battlefield, there are only 2 choices you get to vote for: life or death. Vina seems lost in thought. What decision would I make? What decision would Mother make?
Then, if you choose to gamble, I have an even bolder plan. Care to hear it?
I don't support Vina because she's the heir to the throne. Sheen's brave, competitive, hates losing. No one would call her reckless. But I count on her to get us there, to find a way out of hell. Me have to believe in her. I have to believe to get out of this hell. I can't even bring myself to think about what happened that day. Funkus, Delphini. Focus. Nage Overwatch mission has ended. Time to meet up with them.
It's almost done. How go the preparations?
The windows and doors are being reinforced. Misery's been cleaning up enemy sentries.
I'll continue to keep a watch on the outskirts. I'll get in touch if there are any changes at the camp.
Thank you, Misery. We were supposed to meet up at Brentwood when we split up at Londinium. Why are you here at Ch13?
Misery noticed something unusual when we passed by. We got here in time to see a massacre, and we couldn't just walk away.
Are you sure you want me to be in charge? You're a professional soldier. Horn and Delphini had elite military training.
I know what you guys did at the Mausoleum of Kings. You brought back that sword for us.
Just a piece of metal.
Key piece of metal. It's Victoria's real medley.
Stop thinking about the size of kings. This might disappoint you, but it won't bring any miracles. We're the only ones we can count on. And it's enough.
You're right. You've proven as much. We don't have the personnel, condition, or resources to implement complex tactics. What we need for the coming fight is courage and determination. In the face of disaster, the human spirit is much more important than any legend or artifact. Prove it, Siege.
Alright. Most of us are not professional soldiers. We'll just tell them to take the high ground and shoot any enemy that approaches. The few of us here will form a response team to take out any circus that gets past.
Horn's squad will continue to defend the bridgehead position, create a fire zone. They will continue to fend off the Sarkas trying to get across the bridge, as per the original plan. This building is the first line of defense. We'll be in the thick of things.
All we need to do is to defend one building. How hard can it be? The defense of Commerce River Shear.
Hey, that was what I was going to say. It would make a great movie.
Quiet, Hannah. Patrol approaching from 1 o'clock, 100 meters out. At the ready. Shall we fire, CG?
Vina's hands were trembling. Nick citizened. Fear? Or both? We do not know. My hands are cold, almost frozen. 7 days. Will the Duke's troops really come? What if we fail? What if more Sarkas notice? Me kept going over the possibilities in my head.
Now, open fire.
Sirens start blaring in the Sarkas camp the moment the patrol goes down. There is no time to think. The defense has begun.
I prefer to be the one doing the tearing, if that's all right with you.
Sarkas. Once again, I think back to what happened that day. No, I can't.
It's almost 90 seconds, Delphini. Ready to pull back.
Roger. Bentley's down. I'll fill the gap in the minefield. Mines are too precious to just leave out there.
You have fire support from the 3rd floor.
The underground passage that connects the City Hall's basement to the bridge has been cleared. Now the wounded have some space.
You took a nick, Morgan. Are you okay?
Not good enough to hold a knife, but I can coordinate things in the back. What about your side, Hannah?
You're asking the expert of destruction. I could smash a hole in the ceilings without any extra equipment. And we have wooden ladders set up so that we can move quickly between the floors.
Good. We can't have another situation like yesterday, when we couldn't get to Dad Day in time.
I filled the gap in the minefield. Bentley's still breathing, so I'm taking him into the basement for treatment. Is Dad awake?
Awake, but she can't be moved yet. She's been trying hard. I'll do my best to care for her.
Is there any news from the Sarkis camp? They may be planning something else, after the assault on the building failed. Can you find any more mines to expand the minefield?
I'm afraid not. Our Sarkis friends' mercenary band isn't so easy to find. We'll have to count on my static.
Witchcraft static signal disrupts statics.
Something's disrupting the signal.
It's noise. They'll static run.
I hear a long howl in the distance. Now a strong sense of unease suddenly comes over me. The air has become filled with malice. Delphini?
You're finally up.
My head hurts.
You didn't pull out in time while rescuing the wounded yesterday, and got caught by the blast of them test firing the war altar.
Yesterday. Where's Ben?
Looks like we've both missed a lot. ACH, my back still hurts. Morgan sucks at stitching. Oh, Ben's alive.
Who brought me back?
Hannah. She saw that you were still outside and jumped out from the 3rd floor to drag you back in. She just woke up herself. She's gone off to support Vina.
These are the wounded.
I walk through the underground passage, now filled with wounded personnel. Dozens of eyes turn towards me. Many of them still have dried blood upon them.
It's pretty bad. We need to hurry. The mines are pulling their weight. 2 of the war altars have had their undercargius disabled, and the rest have stopped. They've stopped their advance.
We can bombard the position you marked at any time.
Careful. The war altars are still charging. They haven't abandoned the assault yet.
All right, listen up, you Burks. The next round of bombardment is about to begin. Anyone still on the 1st and 2nd floors, get your arses up the 3rd floor. That thing can only shoot so high.
I believe that its witchcraft core is powered by its operator. The altar itself acting only as a medium.
So it'll blow itself up if its witchcraft core is destroyed when fully charged.
In theory. But I've never seen it in action personally. I can't guarantee.
That's good enough. I'll go up to the roof to look for an opportunity. The only way to approach the core is from above. Can you distract the operator for a little while when the altar is activated? Every second helps.
Will do. I stand at the staircase to the 2nd floor, dumbfounded. It takes me some time to realize that the pile of rubble without the left side wall is the city hall that we've been defending for the better part of a week. Nage carnage on the plaza is in plain view, without the need for windows or portals. Amidst the ruins, the red crystals on the war altars shine an eerie red in the rays of dawn, the metal skeleton reflecting an ominous light. It seems to whisper, gaze upon blood, gaze upon decay, gaze upon death. This is what Mother had done for so long, and this is the first time I've thought of her in days.
Welcome back, Delphini, Dagda.
The Sarkis have deployed these weapons en masse.
I don't think so. I believe it was developed by the Military Commission in Victoria. The design is still very rough around the edges. Delphini, you look reasonably well for someone who just woke up from being knocked unconscious.
Morgan has been taking care of you two with one hand.
Hannah.
Thanks, Morgan. And Hannah, sorry about the trouble.
It was a piece of cake.
All right. Everybody, listen. I want rid of those altars, and for that I need help. I need bait. Someone to stay here and keep those things firing.
Sounds like a job for me.
I can do it too.
This is no time to be acting tough. I know better than anyone else here how terrifying those things are. Your hand's still injured, Morgan. I'll be the one to work with Hannah.
I need someone else on standby to take over the attack if I don't succeed. I'll do it.
What about me, Vina?
Morgan, keep an eye on everyone.
Vena's plan is a simple one. Wait for the altars to fire, smash the core, cause a chain reaction. And all we need is an opportunity. And the opportunity has come. They've taken aim. Nage Malice is sickening.
They could fire at any time.
Not exactly a great feeling to be in that thing's crosshairs.
Misery.
Whenever you're ready,
Do it.
Nage color on the deck flashes back before my eyes. The demonic eye in the altar peers at me. It is averted by a silver arc. Nage dagger rips open the necks of a file of Sarka's Artolimer, leaping back joyfully into Misery's hand. Nether hands slow for a moment as they reach for the core, continuing their movements from before they died, under the pull of inertia. A hammer falls from the sky, impacting lightly with the red wave. Dang. Thanina is knocked back into the building like a comet.
No. Vina!
Half a second. Nage altar activated faster than anyone expected. The hammer embeds itself in the broken wall. He can't see anything in the dust and smoke.
Watch out! They've replaced the Artolimer and are preparing to fire again.
The hammer is gone by the time I wipe the gravel from my eyes. A figure climbs the outer wall swiftly, the hammer pulling her up like a paycosk, the building trembling under every blow.
Dagda.
Dagda grabs the hand that stretches out from within the light. Nrick and Stone crack and break under Vena's heels. She leaps into the sky. The red wave has begun to build.
Everyone, take cover.
Get down, Morgan.
I look up in the storm. She walks upon the rays of dawn, her golden hair burning. She raises her hammer high, and it becomes one with the sun. Nage wave is torn apart, rampant power streaking towards the core. I lose my voice, and all that remains is the light that stabs at my eyes. Vina. The altars are still exploding. Look out, she's fainted. Damn, the metal shards got into her chest. Someone help me out. Bring her back. Don't let her regen Yamadust into the wounds. The Sarkas are retreating. Hannah, look, over there. Battleships. Reinforcements. Really? That's the standard of Duka Daden. It's over. It's over. We bloody made it. We did. Ben, look, we're saved. Ben, those damnable devils are trying to run. After them. I should add another entry to the Scout's journal. We survived. In memory of 7 fallen heroes. Nabigail of Norport, civilian. Alexandra of Ch13, civilian. Nederson of Octorich, soldier. Bentley of Linkadrin, soldier. None-identified body. None-identified body. None-identified. No one can be told what a battlefield is. You have to see it for yourself. My friends and I spent a lot of time in Norport's video shop watching old movies. Many of them war movies. There were stories of heroes, but also stories of terror, depicted by directors with a sadistic streak. I remembered that the 4 of us all had nightmares that night. Never know, I seemed to be drifting in a dream.
We took on a few soldiers who were still breathing when we passed through that valley. Oh, and the survivors have caught up to our column.
They're all infected, as they should be, after spending a night in a corpse-filled crater.
You did disinfect properly, didn't you? You could have got an active origin Yamadust on you.
Where are we, Hannah? Nimaleta.
Don't worry, I have experience with large-scale active origin Yamazones from my time in County Hillock. We undertook the cleanup according to Saul. The soldiers were conscripts under the Duke of Ashworth. They said that their company simply pulled out after the battle, without rescuing the wounded or cleaning up the battlefield.
Horn, is Hannah angry at me because I acted on my own? No, is she ignoring me?
He said he had a friend who had been crying for help by a shallow puddle all night. Couldn't turn himself over because his legs were injured. He had drowned by the time we found him. The puddle was ankle deep. He would have survived if someone had just flipped him over.
I examined the area. Looks like they marched into a royal court trap. Some Sarka's mercenaries must have sacrificed themselves by acting as bait.
There's something on my chest. Ni Ch13. Morgan. Ni feel something hot roiling in my chest.
But how could they have gone down without a fight?
That's not surprising. Other than the strongest dukes, professional soldiers make up only a quarter of the armies of the other ducal armies, at best. Most Victorian soldiers are conscripted, sent into battle after only a few months of basic training on how to use a crossbow or arch unit. Frankly, if not for this war, The officers and soldiers may never have spoken to each other their entire lives.
Vina wouldn't like to hear it.
How could you trust your back to someone whom you don't trust?
Why does nobody hear me? Knee feel the taste of iron in my mouth. Something boiling, rushing up my throat.
Mother never answered my questions. She said I would find the answer. Someday.
Vina.
Take it easy, Morgan. My neck. I can't breathe.
Sorry, got excited. You have been unconscious for 2 days. You were running a fever. At least the wound on your chest was healing well. Otherwise, we would have been even more worried.
Where are we? We aren't in Ch13 anymore. Are we?
They are silent. What happened?
Maybe I should explain. We pulled out 2 days ago. We're back to our original encampment. At Horn's advice, we pulled out as quickly as possible before the Duke of Gododin's fleet entered Ch13, avoiding direct contact with the reinforcements.
Horn.
We have a lot of complicated circumstances. It's going to cause a lot of complications if we establish official communications with the Duke's troops. I've talked about this with Misery, and the others support what we're doing. While we still have troops formerly under the command of Duke Windermere, their military aid has expired, and there's a high risk of friendly fire. Well, not so much expired as no longer recognized.
No need to mince words about the nobles' dirty deeds. It's the same deal as gang for territory.
Intrasra. Since when did the war become like this? We could give help to where we can see, but what about the places beyond?
What's the situation?
Some have chosen to join Duke Gododin's forces and continue the fight. Gododin's officers didn't even say anything about the infected. The majority have chosen to stay with us, however.
They trust us. Or should I say, they trust you. We won. Morale is really high right now. They're even joking about the old conflicts now.
We did.
Your plan worked. We made it. It's very possible that no one will ever know the sacrifices we made. It's just one small victory in a greater war.
I look at Delphin's tired face. A great burden has weighed upon her heart ever since she was left behind by the battleships. And up to now, I see a rare smile on her face.
But we saved Ch13, Vina.
Yes, we did.
My brain tells me that I should be relieved or happy. Nubjoy can't do it. I'm afraid to know how many stayed behind in that building. Never to leave it. Never try if that happened there seems like a dream. Miss this what victory feels like. It's so way.
Would things have gotten so bad if everyone was fully committed to fighting for Victoria from the very beginning? No. They all firmly believe that they are fighting for Victoria.
Siege. One of the survivors from Ch13 has brought us a surprise. His family collected Gaulish artifacts, and his father once picked up a little Victorian object from Lingona's former route. It wasn't anything valuable, so it has been sitting in a warehouse for a long time. He gave it to us before we left as a gift of gratitude, and Horn recognized it immediately.
This is an beacon used in Amidst. It emits a signal that allows Victorian armies to identify the bearer's affiliation.
It contains a military identification code.
Yes, this black box belonged to the Victorian army. I'm familiar with the symbol on it, but I thought that the unit that it once belonged to no longer exists, lost in the ruins of Gaul. The Exemplars, a unit of legend, predecessor to Tempest Platoon. This thing took a long journey back to Victoria. Back to
The Exemplars. The present dukes may not recognize this ancient unit. At best, it might prevent direct artillery strikes. Now to the more important thing is, the mission of the unit was inscribed inside the box.
Consider it a gift from fate.
The beacon that Lieutenant Sear left us has picked up a signal. Sear.
Lady Delphini, there has been a change of circumstances at Ironclad Gallivey. We are approaching your position now. In 1 hour. Be prepared for unhappy news, and a guest who insists on seeing you. Your wounds. What a shoddy work of first aid. It may look like the wounds have closed, but the inflammation wasn't effectively treated, which explains the fever. With serious wounds like these, it's important that they're treated by a doctor, and all vital signs monitored, reducing the chance of lingering after effects. You're fortunate that it was a piece of metal, not a Ridgenyama crystal. When you're dealing with Sarka's witchcraft devices, even the slightest touch could be infectious, even if it wasn't directly caused by a Ridgenyama. There was a high risk of infection given the circumstances. It's incredible that your blood Ridgenyama levels still remain at normal levels. You really should thank your lucky stars.
Well, it was a chaotic situation, Lieutenant. At least I'm alive. It pays to have a strong constitution.
Fine. Lady Delphine has explained what happened. It was a battle worthy of study in the war colleges, given the difference in strength between the two sides. Most of the people on your side weren't even regulars.
Oh. Should I be sad that no one will remember what we did?
You're wrong on that, Seed. I'll remember. The soldiers outside will remember. The survivors of Ch13 will remember. Most legends are not born from official records.
I didn't know you were the type to say things like that.
Ahem. Well, I've wrapped your wounds again. Don't try to blow me off with excuses like strong constitution, because I'm going to be keeping a close eye on your condition. I'm the doctor in this room. I'll be checking on your friends too, and the injured soldiers and civilians.
Thanks. Lieutenant.
I suggest you check on that guest. I'm not sure if Lady Delphine is ready to handle her on her own. I sincerely apologize for my behavior before, and my misplaced assessment about you. There is one thing on which I won't budge, however. You're too impulsive and emotional. You shouldn't be trying to solve every problem on your own. Turn around once in a while, and you'll find plenty of people ready to help.
Glug.
Take it easy, Atman.
The Sarkas were everywhere on my way here. I thought I was going to die. Thank goodness that Lieutenant Sear was tracking Arknigths Gallivay, which was how he got there in time to save my life. He's a decent man, but lacks flexibility. Those men would never allow him to board the ship.
You said you escaped Arknigths Gallivay. What's happening there?
It makes me angry just thinking about it. Those damned officers charged into the central hub of the fortress and pointed their swords at me. Marquis Vontaire must be behind this. I found an opportunity to change into inconspicuous clothes and escape. The fortress elevator almost ripped my dress.
Sounds like you really were lucky.
I thought I was just coming along with your mother to see how things were going on the front lines, and take you home. What's the worst that could happen? Safe inside nomadic fortress. Who would have thought?
The old Dukes of Windermere would be proud of Mother.
But you're the Duke of Windermere now, Delphine.
You're hurting me. What's that look on your face?
The general staff were eager to go back because they believed the Duke's death was caused by a Lithuania plot. You want to laugh, don't you? But they have evidence. Lithuania may not be in league with the Sarkas, but they undoubtedly caused this situation.
What? Lithuania?
The staff are cautious about accusing Lithuania nobles directly, but they have set their sights on the rebellions going on the provinces. No one wants to come all this way to fight the Sarkas, only to return and find a domain they have defended for centuries has fallen under Lithuania control. You're her daughter, Delphine. Your duty will come soon. Now, let me rest. Then we'll leave this place.
To where?
You should not be with these peasants.
Watch your words. Don't call them peasants.
All right, Delphine. Listen. If you really care about them, really think that they're heroes, a part of Victoria. Think of how many people like them are there in your mother's domain. If you really want to protect these people, take my advice and seek aid from the Duke of Castor to return to your domain and take charge. Perhaps you will have to become a Castor vassal, but you'll be able to fulfill your duty. What are you balking at? Did you fall in love with them just because they fought alongside you? You've stopped loving your own subjects. Accept it, Delphine. You and your mother have suffered enough. Accept Duke Castor's proposal, and at least Windermere will be spared from devastation. Why do you hesitate? Do you really want to be a vagabond forever, leaving your family, your bloodline and your duty behind?
I understand. I'm Mother's daughter. You're right. I have a responsibility, not just to my friends, but to the subjects of Windermere as well. Why did the Sword Gods leave me behind, when I still had such a duty? If this was a duty glorious beyond all doubt, why do you come to me in such a condition? You're right. If Windermere has fallen under the cloud of conspiracy, then I feel both the obligation and desire to do something about it. But
We're with you, Delphine. Say what you want to say. Sorry. I couldn't hold back anymore. Do you know what we just went through, madam?
And you are.
I'm not going with you.
You have a duty.
I'm my mother's daughter, comrade to these warriors, and nothing else. Even if I once was, I don't believe it anymore. I stood here for them, so that their lives would no longer be the playthings of people like you.
and I'm not going anywhere until I've bled my last. Leif, I hope the Sarkas don't take you.
The Viscount's face is a spectacle of color, but Delphine gives her no further chance to speak. She leaves with her head bowed in the direction of Lieutenant Sear. Delphine's expression is calmer than I thought it would be. What she said, what she went through, it made me think of an old friend. Denfline did not make the same mistake. Tragedy will not strike again. Not to what was the price. The death of a loved one. A swift betrayal. Napperly, I was rather concerned how Delphine would react to these things. Delphine smiles at me. It seems she has settled down.
I'm fine. Let's go.
The same thing cannot happen again.
Head west once you leave the camp. If you're lucky enough, you should be able to reach the kind Duke of Castor.
Do you think you can survive without the Duke's protection?
We can, and we will.
All right. I'm going to Duke Castor. I'll take a leisurely pace. This is your last chance. Come with me, and we'll all live.
I won't stop you.
But the work of Delphine and her mother. No, I'm not the one who's wrong. You're naive, stupid, foolishly believing that you're right. So be it.
I see her off on a vehicle not meant for rough terrain, leaving under the cover of darkness with a small escort. I turn around to look at our group. Hundreds, thousands of eyes converge upon a single spot. Some are soldiers laughing with each other, others are civilians celebrating. Naish camp falls silent. Naichi are waiting for an answer. Why?
You heard her. It was undoubtedly an attractive proposal for many people. We survived the worst of times together, Vina. But what now? What happens when the morale and spirit that burns so brightly now is worn away by hardship and suffering? Who will tell them where to go?
I do not answer. Not yet. Hen, he's here. Na creature with golden mane walks amongst the crowd. He looks at me. You wanted to see the answer in his eyes, hear a word of advice in these fleeting moments. But he gives no answers. All he does is look at me, waiting for me to find the answer. Nice. Perhaps he is not even there.
Lend me your ears. If any among you still have faith in the proud dukes that are the faces of our Victoria, you should go with that woman now. No one would fault your decision.
The crowd rustles, but no one leaves.
None among you. Is it not our instinct to seek protection from the powerful? It's nothing to be ashamed of. I would very much like to. Oh, how I wish that this sorry sword I carry had the power to protect my friends, such that none among them would die. She would very much like to. How many times has she cried when no one was watching, wishing that someone could have saved her mother's life? Don't look away, I know you would. The Sarkas wouldn't have butchered your brother so badly you couldn't even identify his corpse, if the troops that were supposed to escort you didn't flee. But none among you have left. You know that those nobles don't care about you in the slightest. But do you really need to seek the strength and protection of another? It's always been like that for us. We keep worshipping people and things that never really gave us anything become their willing slaves. Massacre, infection, be secant. We survived all that, on our own strength. We all want to go home. We all want this rotten war to end. But we can't win by hiding. The fastest way is to give those warmongering bastards hiding in Londinium the old one to in the face. If the dukes won't do it, we will. If no one will take us home, we'll walk home ourselves. A gift fell into our laps, a unitid that the dukes left behind in Gaul. They was called the Exemplars. They were elites, the will of the nation, with a long list of accolades. But now, they are nothing more than this little box in my hands. It has no special powers, but we can take it back to Londinium, punch those warmongering bastards in the face, throw this in the faces of the dukes, and tell them, this bloody land is our land.
I want to go home, to the gym where my friends were. Naichi want to go home, to the lives they once had. We cannot rely on others anymore. We cannot expect justice to be served on its own. Ni smash my hammer into the earth with all the strength I can muster. Ni do not know why I did it. All I know is that I can no longer hold back my anger. There, the hammer silences all other sounds. The Exemplars. It's the Glasgow gang that first breaks the silence. The Exemplars. Then they are joined by Delphine. The Exemplars. until everyone joins it. The exemplars. The exemplars. The exemplars.
Say, I had a strange dream. I dreamed that a golden beast was taking a walk through our camp.
Good omen, perhaps. Let's hope it all goes smoothly.
Wonder if the Self-Salvation Corps arrived at Brentwood before us. We'll have even more hands once we join up with them. Who would have thought, a few days ago, that we would have our own army? I kind of like the name the Exemplars.
Are you sure about this though, Vina? Are we bringing all of them back to Londinia? Very few of them are ready to fight the royal court head-on.
Perhaps there will be more sacrifices along the way. I'll protect them. Or maybe there will come a day when they don't need anyone's protection anymore.
How absurd it is that we're chasing illusions on this battlefield full of bones. Blood, smoke and mud. Nature illusions are our only clue. Like the Lich said, the drifting fragments of history are the tracks it left behind. We passed through many ruins, some long forgotten, some never remembered to begin with. Soon, these sites will be gone too. Many times we barely arrived in time to grasp the last traces. We found 17 vampire war art circles. There are maybe dozens more, maybe even hundreds more of them on this battlefield. They all appeared within the past week, a scary level of efficiency. We found troop tracks on 2 of them, but the marks indicated that the troops were only on maintenance or patrol missions. No doubt there's much point to destroying the art circles. They could easily replace them with new ones. It's only that much more important to take control of that thing, whatever it is.
This place is completely ruined.
Just like the Rhodes Islanders said, it's another secret network of routes that led into the city. Through these hubs, the Rhesus has shipped huge amounts of steel, crystal units, and witchcraft devices into Londinium. Enough to repair the shard and complete that airship. But how did these materials reach Londinium? Even the dumbest dukes wouldn't let large shipments of material outside their control to travel freely around Victoria. It's probably that they, like the Nashagrari King's Legion, appeared out of thin air around the hubs. The so-called circus supply line we've been looking for may be the last and least important step of the transport process. How did they do it?
Not only that, if Theresis had access methods like this, why isn't he using them directly in battle? Teleporting armies behind enemy lines, or plopping Origin Yama bombs right on top of ducal flagships.
Either there are limitations to the method, or it's actually really fragile. The Lich called it an art beyond the realm of Origin Yama arts, but I just couldn't picture it.
W, over there.
Huh? No sign of battle. It's completely collapsed.
W has looked detached ever since that encounter a few days ago. Ni saw her gaze absent-mindedly into the fire while on night watch. Ni can't help her. She'll get through this on her own.
Let's go. There's nothing to see here.
I look at the map in my hand. Scattered dots mark the locations of the vampire art circles. Ni added a few, including the logistics hub just now, and the Nashagrari King's Legion camp. Namashing had been placed there using the same methods. There must be something linking them. I scanned the names on the map. Hills, valleys, small patches of forests, and a few small ponds. No sort of commonality. Shared geographical traits. Namey eyes fall upon the name of a town. Brentwood.
You said that Rhodes Island analyzed the intel from the Defense Forces Command Tower, where they had set their sights near a town by the name of Brentwood.
I draw a circle around Brentwood's location.
Closure came up with the analysis. She stole the records of all cargo movements since the Rhesus entered the city in 10 Night Whiffer, and created an overlapping route map. All the towns around Londinium were covered in these cargo movements on the map. It's Victoria's capital, after all. All the steak and wine the citizens enjoyed before the war didn't grow on the shelves. But the area around Brentwood is strangely empty, with only a few scattered entries around 10 Night Whiffer and 10 Nightifier. It's pretty weird. Like there's a forgotten town right here in the middle of Victoria. The Rhodes Islanders think Brentwood might be the starting point of the Sarka's Underground Railroad, or the hub of a hidden network, implementing some sort of secret embargo. We just proved the existence of these logistics hubs. But we also learned that the Rhesus has a pair of, well, invisible hands which lets him put things anywhere he wants. We may need to reassess the significance of Brentwood.
The closer we get, the more vampire art circles we see. Meanwhile, and from the furthest points to Brentwood, we see that they're about equidistant. That might be the logistical limit.
Stop guessing. I know Brentwood. You couldn't hide anything in that poor-ass town. There were barely any Sarkis vagrants when I visited a few months ago. Maybe the caravans just don't pass through 'cause there's nothing interesting there.
W disinterestedly throws a rock over. Sheen's in a bad mood, all right. She would normally have thrown a grenade pin. Nature rock rolls on the map and falls right where I'm looking. I'm about to move it out of way. There's a patch of hills not far behind Brentwood. The rock fell right in the middle of the icons representing hills.
Let's not like we have any better leads. Maybe coincidence has something in mind. Let's start there.
The hills are dark and eerie. Na Victorian history book wrote that the study of history is like walking into a cave, feeling the grains on the wall, looking blindly in the dark. All you can do is try to piece together the puzzle of where we came from by feeling around in the darkness. This land is not friendly to history. Norwich and iron veins assimilate any organic tissue around them, even bones. Know that archaeologists had to work with our ridge in Yama-infested ruins. All they could do is mull over metal shards. But we are different. We are Sarkis. We have many ways to look back. Legends say that the revenants in the furnace of Kasdal whisper the achievements of a certain king of Sarkis, or the sad ending of another. When I was little, I used to wait by the furnace that never went out, hoping to capture a single echo from the past. No, all I ever heard was silence.
You might actually be right. There's something unusual about the shadows here. There seems to be a pattern in the chaos. It's like the ripples created by a sailing ship, overlapping and interfering with one another, until nothing is left but entropy. Not so much sailing as drifting.
Drifting. I once heard a story from an old Diblo. This word came up in his broken whispers.
What story?
A story of disaster. Let's hope we don't run into the stuff of those stories. Let's hope we still have some good luck left in the bank.
A merc who thinks he's lucky is a dead merc.
Which is why we need you to stay behind, W. We're not here to fight. We need to figure out what we're facing. If things go south, then we need to pull out.
Don't worry, I won't leave the way open for you. I'll set up the explosives and wait until you're almost at the exit. Vampires and Nashagori hot on your tail. Maybe Theresis himself. And just as you're about to see the light, boom! You'll become the tragic hero right out of your favorite stories, Hodor.
You can't handle Teresa on your own, W.
In this, I'll actually bury you, you know.
You do you.
She really will blow the hills apart, though. We both know she's crazy. No need to provoke her with Trace's name.
It's just pathetic. The act that she's putting on. I'd rather she knew what you wanted. You've been in the city for so long. If she wanted to know the truth, she could have just asked you. Did she ever ask if that Teresa was real? She never asked me either. She's never grown up. She could do one of two things: grovel at that Teresa's feet and beg for forgiveness, or plan to kill her. But what is this that she's doing? Trying to prove that she's all great and powerful? Or is she trying to convince herself that nothing ever happened? That all she needs to do is kill people and plant mines like she always has, and it'll all pass. It would have been fine if she could actually stop thinking about it. But right now, she's like a little girl standing on the ice. She takes a few steps forward, then a few steps back, looking around the same place, sinking into pointless sentimentality.
I have no idea.
Give me a break. You just don't want the extra trouble.
I didn't know you cared so much about her.
I care about me. I don't want to die because of her.
In all seriousness, Innes, have you ever thought about going back to Kasdal?
What? Am I in the way of your great plan?
No, it's just occurred to me that W, and I have a reason to stay in this war. But what about you?
I've got my reason to. Here we are. Where? Inside the hill. They hollowed out the whole thing?
Well, that's going to make things easier for W's demolition plan.
Look at the size of these tracks, and the loading mechanism. That's a big guy.
Get into the shadows.
When's the next shift? Close. It's always on time. I should have made a report to the boss. I would rather be outside, killing Victorians. You're not a warrior. I don't need you to tell me. It's just that this place is so oppressive. I see those illusions every day. The things you don't know whether they're real or not. It's like a maelstrom that keeps spitting out trash from another dimension. Good thing Oswala is a decent woman who doesn't pick on us for no reason or abuse her authority. Is she the youngest major ever, according to military commission ranks? She's not a member of the royal court. She won't go far. Lady Teresa and the regent aren't blue blood devils either. Screw the royal court. Kasdal wasn't won by those old fossils huddling around in a circle. But they're the strongest. That's because it's almost time. Go to the machine and prepare to load.
Did you hear the name they said?
Oswala.
Could it be?
It's not necessarily the one we're thinking of. Sarka's names are often cod names or taken from legends. Oswala the Time Stealer. Oswala of the Lock and Key. It's a Sarka's legend about the Farinunch. Anyone could have drawn from it. Wait, Oswala the Time Stealer?
What's the origin of your name, Hodor?
Don't have one. Bells.
Wait. Over there. What's that?
What was that? Nage hills are trembling. No, space itself is trembling. For an instant, I see visions beyond reckoning. Bloated emperors crumbling in halls of gold, ancient bloodburn cutting open their wrists to feed the newborn. Dinbolic flames burning amber. Demons with deer horns prowl beneath great bronze walls, offering battered willow wood. Nage one knot falls from nothingness, splitting into countless threads. A rayed skin monster cuts off its own horn, impaling its own chest with it. Broken shards become whole again. I see a faraway city. Now, peaceful, not yet wheeled, not yet drowned in hatred. Its beauty is absurd and out of place, even in a dream. For no reason at all. I am convinced that it was Kasdal, a home that has long ceased to exist, from somewhere in history. I want to go there, go into there. I want to see what kind of life it once led. I lift my foot, but put it down in the same place again. I watch it quietly. None till all is silent. None till a pathetic creature that is naught but bleached bones moves slowly. Nerve strands reach out and grab the massive containers. It still roams this place. It is not dead yet.
This is the cargo ship? So big. How did Theresis?
It's really Oswala the Time Stealer.
What a coincidence, right? The legend of Oswala tells of Kasdal being attacked by a Farinunch that could slow the time of all things and peer into the past through the fog. Through so many paths the hero Oswala journeyed, rescuing their kin lost in the mirage of time. Who knew that I, who took the name by happenstance, would one day witness the legend with my own eyes? You've really ground those horns into shape, Innes. You could almost pass for a true blue Sarkas.
Oswala.
Are you really going to betray General Manfred, Hodor? I knew you wouldn't kill Innes when I first heard the rumors, but the confidential nature of my work precluded a personal visit to Londinium to see you.
Aren't you supposed to be the hand-picked successor to the Scar Market? Sounds like you're already the bone driver here. Is playing a hero of legend worth such loyalty and commitment?
Ancient things are not so appealing anymore. Only one stuck in the past would continue to use the name.
You could give yourself a new name.
How would old friends who came a long way to visit be able to find me then? Care for a drink?
You didn't used to be a drinker.
Used to, huh? You didn't used to swing your sword at me either, Innes.
Bumping into an old friend isn't necessarily a good thing for a Sarkas. I may not be a Sarkas, but I know to come prepared. When you're a kid, you're naive and stupid. A little camaraderie is enough to get you handing over your heartfelt trust. Even if the place where you built that camaraderie stinks as bad as Kasdal. At some point, you grow up. Maybe it's the first time you kill someone. Maybe it's the first time you almost bleed out. Or maybe it's the first time you crawled out from under a pile of corpses. Now I'll start learning how to live in the grown-up world. You can be ruthless. You use any means necessary. You can even throw your friends under the bus just to live on, and nobody will hold it against you. And then, that contrived plot comes around, and you bump into an old friend. And honestly, after all these years apart, even if you're old friends, do you really have that much to talk about? It's just, when you were young and stupid, you handed over that trust, you built a friendship. But when you're at that age, you have the unique opportunity to talk about friendship in Kasdal without being laughed at. Ulswala, we're done unloading. They're counting everything in at the warehouse. Same as before steel, pure gold, Yama, stuff like that. There hasn't been a personnel transport in weeks. Sounds like most of the forces from the royal court in Kasdal are already here. That makes things easier on us. Back when the royal court guys were floating around, they'd come down here and complain to us. Made all sorts of trouble.
Stop. That's enough for now.
Oh, sorry. Hey. Commander. I've been posted to the way station for 6 months now. According to the rotation schedule, it's about time for me to meet Tool.
I haven't received any new orders for you, but your performance speaks for itself. I could approve 3 days of leave for you. But don't let it go to your head. Make sure to stay grounded. All your life in Kasdal, you were a cobbler. Your greatest accomplishment is nailing souls together. What are you in the running for, unless you're prepared to blow yourself up?
Also, you're no fun.
Get out of here, kid.
I watch Oswala's profile, the corners of her mouth curling up. Nitsking back. Back to then. She carries herself the same way, at least. The young Sarkis cobbler approaches Hoderer, and slyly hands him a flask. Hey, brother, hold on to this for me. Oswala can't go a day without the stuff. You're really something, man, walking around with this piece at your side, and still. So,
Watch your mouth, cobbler.
what's sweeter than honey? What's toxic is nightshade. Looks like he hasn't even had his coming of age yet. Those years with Her Highness Teresa did a lot to see these kids grow up nice and sheltered. And now, he's in a war out here by Londinium. Brother and sister joined hands to create the worst joke in history. If only it wasn't a joke.
If you open that notebook, I'm setting it on fire.
Hoderer quietly tucks away his notebook.
You two haven't changed. That's nice. It's been years.
Since that operation. Me, Hoderer, and W, the old W, got ourselves into trouble. Killed some people we shouldn't have killed.
It's not just the scar market. Showing your faces in Kasdal would be trouble for you. I see your names there a lot. On the bounty list. You're famous.
I've never been a cheap day.
Sure enough. Inus's investment paid off well. We were all so young.
Getting old now.
I'm a Sarkis, you're a sheep. In theory, I'm gonna live longer than you, Inus.
We're all infected, so this isn't about racial lifespans.
Good point. I'll drink to you and wish myself good health.
I remember you used to say that if a Sarkis wants to live long, she needs to keep a clear head before somebody else trades it for coin.
Whoever wants it can take it. Victoria and Sarkis, doesn't matter to me.
She leans in close, sizing me up. Then glances at Hoderer.
You've got wrinkles, Inus.
I died 3 times and only got a few wrinkles to show for it. I should thank the myriad souls.
You don't thank them. You're a sheep. As for Hoderer, you're missing an eye.
Wanna see the socket? It's all thanks to the fine Cabernet woman right here.
Lose an eye, or lose your head. You had a choice.
I guess Inus broke her heart when she made the move.
Drop it. We're old friends getting together again. Can't we get back to a nice atmosphere of sentimental nostalgia? Talk about days gone by, news on the passage of time. We could talk about how you became the youngest major in the military commission. The driver of this skeletal Faranumch, Commander Oswal.
Yes, we should talk about that. Otherwise, we being who we are, we shouldn't be so warm and friendly. I know you were detained by General Manfred, Hoderer, and you and Inus, who disrupted our operations, together with an obnoxious little girl planting bombs all around, stole into my territory in broad daylight. As an officer of the military commission, I can't very well let that go.
It's 2 against 1 here. I'll swallow.
Is it? Remind me, Where are we again?
Huh? Since when? Nage girl wasn't like this before.
You're welcome to try. Innes.
She's wearing a smile, but she's dead serious.
The most important thing I've learned over the years is to be true to my decisions.
And Theresis is your decision.
No. The military commission is. You decided to go with Babel, or what is it called now? Rhodes Island? And I decided to stand with the commission. We decided our paths a long time ago.
Oswala, we can still...
I know what you want. Hoderer, you haven't changed a bit. But we're not those kids who strutted around cheery for a whole day on the back of a single bounty anymore. We don't get to relax after our missions these days. No idle afternoons on the streets of Castle. We are Sarkis. Or at least we're citizens of Castle. It's our responsibility to make those streets and alleys a better place.
Castle is the main issue here, Oswala.
Then you've gotta admit, the military commission is the best choice we've got. Even Her Highness Teresa wouldn't disagree. It was the two royals who made Castle into a nomadic city. The both of them who made it possible for us to even talk about the future of the Sarkis here. It was the same two royals who promoted me, giving a poor girl from the slums a chance to stand in the sight of the royal court. Among those pure and ancient bloodlines, once trapped by naivety and compromise, the Sarkis lose our chance at a true homeland. There's no room for me to hesitate here. The military commission, it's the foundation for Castle to become a nation.
Will there even be a Castle once this war is over?
All I know is I'm no traitor.
Sure. We were prepared to bump into this old friend from the beginning. Noder her tacitly crosses from my side to confront this stupid girl, the major of the military commission.
10 minutes. That's my limit. Get as much intel on that thing as you can.
I bypass several Sarkas blocking my way, shadows entwining their ankles. Knee leap up, climbing the nerve clusters of this terrifying creature, the slippery feeling making me slightly sick. Is this a Pharanumch? I've never seen one before. Show me the secrets hiding in your mind. This isn't a good section to walk on. Namey luck has been pretty bad lately, always ending up in the body of some kind of monster. Last time it was the Revenant. This time it's whatever this is. Nug, I hope I don't have to jump off it this time.
These nails piercing its spine must be some kind of witchcraft device. Are those nerve clusters trembling? Does this thing still have a will of its own?
Shit. Oh, how are they so quick? They climb up the skeleton in hot pursuit. Nage sinuous between the bones becomes something like a ladder for them, with the splinters of fallen bones serving as their weapons.
They know war. Oswal has trained a real elite unit. But they could stand to work in some variety. All they've got on me is numbers.
A foreboding instinct pops into my head, and I instinctively dodge to the side. No huge cluster of nerves comes crashing down, and the bone fragments I have been standing on shatter and crumble.
It's so hard on itself.
Looks like every bone fragment, every bundle of sinew here, could be a deadly weapon. That's a pain. Nage nerve cluster wraps around again. I sink my dagger into it so hard that it recoils violently, carrying me high into the air. Now right, so it has the most basic of reflexes. Good enough. There's a cabin up ahead.
Right there.
With all my might, I grab the dangling bundle of nerves and leap away.
Just everywhere. From wind-weathered bull, this should be the center. No clear interface. Is it driven purely by witchcraft, a willing slave, or a marionette controlled by strings?
You dodged my arts. That should have gone right through your heart.
You still haven't fixed that old habit of yours. Your casting always deviates a little to the left. Lucky I've been on the bad end of that enough times. You in a hurry? Did Hodora make a fool out of you? It's fragile, isn't it? Not as honest as it seems.
You're welcome to guess. If we get the chance, I'd really like to hear about those 3 deaths you mentioned. Must be a thrilling story.
You wanna try once?
No, I'd rather a sliff. If you can make it through the chaos and live on, that is.
A tremendous force flips me over. The nerve bundle sweeps away, trying to tug me with it. The Pharanumch is gradually swinging its body. Made you've built a lot of cabins here. Then the thing tends to drift into space. What if the Farinumch wanders when I'm not in one of the cabins? Ni really don't want to find out. Ni not horror. I'm not into becoming history. Shadows, like blades, sweep through the Hall of Bone.
Save what's left of your dignity. Guinness, there's no point. Your shadows can't protect you from the might of a Farinumch.
Weathered bone dust takes flight again, failing my vision.
Thanks for the reminder. Hodorer.
Oftentimes, even I have to admit that Hodorer makes a pretty good partner. I'm actually glad we didn't betray each other. It's hard to find a Sarkis like him. Nate's past was tough, and the future's gonna be tough too. The dim firelight rises with the dust, twisting. Neha's figure emerges from the embers. Sparks in the wind singe his cloak in my hair. Then sometimes, only sometimes, I'm willing to tolerate his obnoxious arts.
We're well past the age when we can talk about friendship. But I'd rather live in a future Kasdal that keeps the silly naivety we always laughed at.
The turbulence is intensifying. Knee grab his hand.
I forgot to tell you, Hodorer. General Manfred gave me your book. It's pretty good, I have to admit. Gathered up the bits and pieces, arranging them in chronological order. Thinking you found the thread. But you've been running all this time. Do you plan to do this forever?
Drop it. I'll swallow. Time to say goodbye. Hodorer, you're jumping with me this time. Don't get swept away by the turbulence of history. Never forget the present. The life that you're living.
You are the boss.
Boiling shadows point the way for us. Scorched dust carrying us along. The illusions shift before our eyes. 99 falling fast enough. I suddenly realize that history really does look pretty fragile and hypocritical. I see a vast and familiar battlefield. One of the war zones from Kasdal, where the flames are still burning. Ni recall the past. Hodorer always wanted to steer clear of the war that tore apart his people. I force myself to turn my head while he's single-mindedly focused on finding a suitable landing zone. Run away from the war. We weren't at Babel when our Highness came under attack. We could have left Kasdal straight away. Why did we go back for W? Knew we joined Reunion? Why lay low in Londinium all this time? What is Hodorer fighting for anyway? What am I fighting for? We break through the earth, the illusions vanish, and we see what was always there. Ni grabs my arm, telling me to be ready. Narts envelop us and my vision clears. Shadows rise from the ground. Maybe we stopped running a long time ago. The myriad souls I prostrate. Nahaling knocks on the door from beneath. Tangible usurps the intangible. Snaiquas just bears witness. Nate black crown imprisoned. The offender perpetually innocent. Neka skins are born before immortality.
Is W back yet? The time she spent on this mission has already exceeded our worst-case calculations. How's Nightingale doing?
Shining looks past the window and at Nightingale, sleeping soundly under the trees outside.
Not great. Liz has never been more stable than she is right now. But the amount of Originyama in her body is rising, and it's highly likely her nasacupers will be affected.
This can't be an ordinary infection symptom.
Perhaps it's due to the Sarkis witchcraft devices on the battlefield, or maybe the whispering of the Revenant. I don't know. There's no way I can tell Liz that I feel her pain, for I have no idea what's going on. But yesterday, she was happily telling me how she hasn't been feeling any pain in her dreams for a long time now.
You're hesitating. You've been like this ever since you returned from the Confessus West place alone. Do you remember what you told me when you applied to come with me to Londinium?
To heal Liz, Ch13. This goal I've never wavered on ever.
We may not know the exact status of her illness, but we all know what it means to heal her.
The things we need to do will not change. On this I'm clear.
I have faith in you both. The way you look at Nightingale isn't just with compassion. You're not just her doctorships healing your fears too. Her body has its issues. But she's a member of the followers, as well as your companion, and not a delicate flower that needs your protection. The confessory secret is truly a sickening affair. But we might only be able to uncover the truth by facing the abomination lurking in the utmost depths head-on. I know you may be somewhat worried, but as I said when we first agreed to work together, Rhodes Island will help you if you ever need a hand.
Thank you, Dr. Coalesces.
A blue Phalbus chirps as it lands on Shining's shoulder. This is Liz's usual way of greeting her.
I'll go fetch her.
I'm fine, Shining. You don't have to look after me so meticulously.
Liz, we were just discussing your condition, and there are some signs that aren't too great. The vicinity of Londinium has turned into a war zone, and there are some things that are affecting your health. Dr. Ch13 and I are currently discussing our next course of action. This place is also just a temporary foothold.
Shining. Come here. Closer.
All right.
Look at you. Why wear that face when you've already made up your mind? We can't run forever. The way things are now. We might as well confront them with our dignity intact. Right? I know you'll stay with me. So, I'd rather stay here. And be a little more proactive. Be strong, Shining. Your brows have been knitted ever since you met with them. Are you nervous? Oh, right. While I was napping under the tree earlier, I had a dream. I think we were children, walking in a stream. The water didn't even reach our calves. It was cold, but very pleasant. We didn't speak, only walking along quietly. And then I woke up. I saw a strange Phalbus pecking at its own plumage. It seemed to be pecking at its bruise-covered body, until it was entirely covered in blood. It gazed at me with a pleading look in its eyes, crying as it huddled in its own nest, but it was not liquid pouring down its face. It was white wax. Even its mess of feathers were all frozen, and it was still chirping before it died.
Quizard stay there's witness.
It was a strange melody that sounded like
Quizard stay bears witness.
ancient Sarka's language.
Liz.
Shining spots a black Phalbus resting on the tree, weakly nesting on a crown made of dead branches. It looks back at Shining, and a trembling cry resounds from its syrinx, a rhythm permeating ancient Sarka's language. A black feather floats from the crown of dead branches. It covers everyone's vision despite its tiny size. You led me, and so I've come to take you home, Liz.
Montfriette.
Return from whence you came. The structure is so fragile. It seems the Rhesus blade is sharper than I imagined.
Watch out, Shiny.
It's fine, Liz. He can't harm me.
You've regressed. It will be a challenge to return your body to its peak condition. That will eat into my experimentation time.
To think you'd willingly leave that sordid lair of yours.
The black Phalbus rests on the dead branches in the Confessor's hand. Its robust body is covered by an abundance of feathers, shining with luster. It was reborn so easily and instantly from corruption.
It seems like you're anxious about something as well.
We have already arrived at the gate. We've made great strides in our experiments. Even just knocking softly on the door.
Montfriette, melt down.
5 minutes will be enough, Salus. Stop her with your life. Do not let them hinder me.
Of course.
A black curtain of satin drapes down. It binds the howling monster in multiple layers, giving it less and less space to struggle.
Her eyes are black. Is that Amias? What have you done to her?
They didn't defeat her.
I should have been able to present the King of Sarkas to the leader unharmed. But no matter. Even just getting a glimpse can let the fake take another step forward. So, little creature, don't disturb our leader at work. Left me elsewhere to wait till he's done.
Montfriette.
Dr. Ch13, you're in no shape to exert yourself. I said last time that our next meeting would be on the battlefield.
Oh, then why are you concealing your sword even now? You swore to sever your ties with our lineage when you left home. And this whole time I've been looking forward for you to return and fulfill your promise. I gave you time, but you disappoint me again and again. We were supposed to produce the next me. We would have created the most intangible bloodline in the last 100 years. Sharp, but so impure. What's happened to your soul? Did you think you still had hope to cling on to after leaving us?
Liz, come back.
I won't. Let you manipulate me.
Oh, you're a creation that has surpassed my expectations. You're supposed to be just a shell, and yet you can touch me.
Now, Shining. I can't hold on much longer.
A strange feeling surges from within Shiny. Nightingale is resisting the Confessoress, and even suppressing him ancient devils. Soul has never manifested in such a vulnerable state before. Bloodline. The word itself sounds unreal, but at this moment there only seems to be an extensive crack of blood right in front of her eyes. Nub to Shining hesitates. Why is this so simple? No, could it be this simple?
Nightingale, stop. It's a trap. He's waiting for your arts to resonate.
Time slows down. Morthy fights with Salus as Calcit yells out. Everything flows past like streams of light.
Both you and I know where fate will lead us, but those without self-awareness will only trap themselves in their own pitiful cage. It's futile to despise your bloodline and resist your fate. No one can deny the natural gifts bestowed by our bloodline. I will do for you what you're hesitating to do, to crack an opening in the cage. Enter it with me, and I will bring you back onto the right track. Think it through before you make your choice. Ancient Circus name.
A white sword pierces though a heart atop a stone platform covered with dead branches. Shh. Nining remembers the first time she cried. She remembers just how amazing it was. The birth of an unexpected emotion. Now brand new soul is carved anew under the blade. I've seen pain. Your tears.
Accidents are bound to bring surprises. You could have stopped your explorations here, and now, but you just can't bear to destroy the ignorant consciousness in that hollow shell. And so you sow memories into the empty husk instead.
She shouldn't.
You did this of your own free will. Filled up this consciousness with a name, with Liz.
Liz is afraid of the completely silent person sitting across from her at the long table. Naichi agreed to sit here, every night at the same hour for dinner together. Nub to the Whitehorn suckers opposite her. With a sword in her hands, no longer speaks or moves outside of recording her every action she can remember today. Liz always asks herself, have I done something to upset her? Neelis misses the beautiful memories of how their lives were before.
I keep having the same dream every day. I dream of us as children, walking in a stream hand in hand. Then I flew upwards and kept going higher and higher. You couldn't hold me back, and I saw you crying from the clouds. Every time, when I wish to return to your side, I always wake up in pain. I ache from your suffering, and I want to bear it for you. I just need you to tell me why you feel like this. Arknigths.
Arknigths. This name means inseparable hope or destiny. Poor Liz. She think it's all her fault, because of the momentary kindness you showed her.
I've already abandoned that sinful name. I'm called Shining now, and will always be.
Is that so? Are you sure you can resist your family's destiny that has carried on for a millennium? I'm looking forward to it.
Liz holds the blue fowl rescued from the river in her hands. Nage indigo feathers are trembling, and the cold river water makes her shiver. She thought Arknigths would get angry at her, but the sorrowful Sarkas merely weaves a brand new birdcage for Liz. Nupped it inside, and it'll stay safe always.
I'm sorry, Arknigths. I didn't mean to endanger myself by going into the river to save it, but I just couldn't watch it die. I became fond of it the moment your family gifted it to me. It likes to fly freely, but once it gets too far away from me it seems to lose its life, and falls into the river. You say, I did something similar yesterday, but I have no recollection of that at all. But I'll listen to you, and put it inside the cage. I'll keep it safe. Please don't get angry. I promise you something so foolish as this won't ever happen again.
The cage has finally accepted their own duty, and you have also realized your own destiny. The more fragments and lies you fill her up with, the more confusion and suffering she goes through. I've lifted those dusty fragments for her. There's no undoing her awakening, and eventually, she will suffer as her rootless consciousness crumbles.
I won't let that happen, Father. I'll end our sins with my own hands, and Liz will be cured.
And what next? Isn't her regaining the truth the very thing you fear, my dear sister? This is the source of your woeful hesitation. I tolerate you wandering around with this receptacle, continuously strengthening this fragile cage, because I trust you to cherish it with your all, and you never disappoint me. Eventually you will come back to my side with the cage in tow. Your rebellious love for her, and her fate-resisting conscience have sadly only become another catalyst together.
Even want to use the hope she found herself.
Shining? Are you here? I can sense your breathing, but I can't see you.
I'm here, Liz.
She can't hear your voice. We're walking within her tattered consciousness, inside the cage.
Shining sees the blue Foulbist, huge enough to fill her vision. The and gray eyes look down on her. She is unable to see herself reflected in those eyes. Nage Foulbist's sharp beak opens and closes. A mellow voice trails in from nowhere.
Shining. There's a vague question echoing in my head together with a name that stings me. But I can't recall it at all. I might be able to remember it after we leave this place. I found I can share the pains of others and slow down their lives, withering away. You said we'd go to faraway places to find a way to cure me, and maybe I can cure others in pain along the way too.
She's submerged in those disorderly and fragmented memories, and will eventually lose herself in them. Or perhaps she'll go mad, or maybe she'll end her own life before that happens. But you know how to solve this, Arknigths. I've taught you. Draw your sword, and cut down your blood relatives here and now. Our souls will reconnect with your sword as a bridge, and you will give birth to ancient power. This is your inescapable destiny. Become one with me, and use the remains of your bloodkin to nourish her consciousness that will stay shattered otherwise.
Forgive me, Liz.
Shining clutches the sword in her arms, and the Confessess's hand is already pressing on the scabbard.
At last, Arknigths.
Day and night are about to pour out from the sheath. Up to a single hand holds onto Shining's sleeve.
Shining. I like your new name much better. I feel like I've slept for a long time, lost myself within an infinity of fragments. But I heard your voice, and you guided me to a place buried underneath the countless fragments. I dug up some of my splintered memories there, and I still haven't remembered them all. But I've recalled the question that I should have given you my answer too long ago. I forgave you long ago, even before you resolved to seal all the memories of that laboratory away. So I'm angry with you for deciding to act on your own without asking me. Liz, I've always loved the name you chose for me. Don't run away and bear everything by yourself. Didn't we promise to face it all together?
Shining sees Nightingale's eyes and her smile. When she comes back to her senses, the hand has already quietly slipped away from her sleeve.
A tragedy we have here, but the ending has already been determined. You killing me will turn you into the breeding ground for the next in our bloodline. Or you can look on helplessly as you watch me take her away and drown in your regrets after. It's all the same, sister.
Sir, we need to retreat. How many bloodlines have you yet to touch, Chimera? Show me. How many times can you put blood back into your body and tell yourself your own fate?
Your little monster's copy is quite poor. Is this because you're not as strong as you were before your rebirth? Or is Dame Cheltsit, beloved of all tribes, even more injured than I thought?
Day, the other part has chosen you. So what will you bring him?
The name Day itself is the answer. In next to Jabbalist hope, Arknigths. The cage is already awake. If you continue to keep her by your side, she will only, like the deadrops of early dawn, evaporate and fade away in the light. I will take her away, and I will help you maintain her. I will help you make amends. I will forge this cage into a crown. The King of Sarkis for all eternity.
There's no point in chasing after him. Take stock of our losses, and prepare to move at once. We still haven't stabilized wounded, but our cover here has already been blown.
That's it.
Operator Nightingale is an employee of the Rhodes Island Medical Department, and we will not allow anyone to take her away or to do her harm. But we might place her in greater danger if we make any rash moves. After all, we're facing an immortal lord of fiends that has been coveting the crown for thousands of years, Ch13. The one who knocks on the door, the king of usurping kings. I knew the threat of the confessory since the days of Babel, even though my numerous countermeasure attempts were all in vain. Theresis concealed them so well that everyone merely thought of them as the region's guards.
Please be at ease. I know what we have to do now.
I thought you'd be less calm than this. What's your plan?
Liz, she has made her own choice. A choice even I had never dared to think of, daring, aggressive, and also the most effective method. It seems like the one afraid of loss and death has always been me. What I need to do is to catch up to her.
I believe in you both. How's Amaya at school?
She and the doctor were also beset by the confessory's surprise attack, and are now with Logos. Amaya has been affected by some kind of witchcraft. The one who they call Salas tried to seize the king of Sarkis's power from her directly and failed. But Amiya's current condition is very strange. She's fallen into a coma.
Amiya's connection with the Lord of Fiends is only growing stronger, so we can only place our faith in her.
We also discovered several of the vampire's art's circles, accompanied by some allusions from history. The doctor mentioned that the Originama used to build these art circles was very special.
Special. Well then, Lord Damachotsi, I thank you for your assistance. What do you seek from us?
We seek change, to hone ourselves. And meaning. We seek the meaning of living a long and disordered life. You will show it to us, and we will verify it. That's all.
Tell Closure and Feist to sweep this place thoroughly. We'll leave in 3 hours. Leave a message for W to head towards Brentwood, as per our original plans. Really have to hurry.
Hey, Uncle Noel. The lens in my glasses fell out again.
I told you so many times your ears are too soft. You grip on the frame so hard every time you feel your glasses sliding down that you break and change their shape. So of course the lens won't stay in place. Let me have a look.
It's because you gave me such a heavy pair to wear. But I found a better method. Look.
Little Susanna pulls out two leaves from behind her, and wedges the stems on her ears with the tips resting on her nose bridge. Nah, glasses of green fashioned with leaves.
Duh! What did you think?
Can you see with them?
I can, really. Just face the sun, like this.
The child goes over to Noel and puts two leaves on his eyes. Noel's vision is filled with a verdant green.
All right, kid.
Just look.
Leaf faints. Nage sunlight at noon in the forest is not very strong, but it is enough to shine through the thin leaves and reveal their interlaced veins, clear for all to see.
How is it? You can see, right? You won't see anything interesting with that frown always on your face. Uncle Noel.
He stares blankly at the sun with the leaves covering his eyes.
I can't see anything at all, but I know of a story from Yan of the East. A tale of missing the forest for the leaves.
You, not listening. You're as boring as ever, Uncle Noel.
The child with the glasses made of leaves comes and goes like a breeze, and disappears into the distant camp in the blink of an eye.
It seems like you don't get along with the children, Mr. Noel.
If it isn't Talal, done with work? I told that story to my son once. However, he didn't like hearing my stories either. Maybe I'm just not suited for it.
You have an abundance of experience, even if we only know it from a smattering of phrases. An average downtrodden Victorian optometrist who fled here after his shop was taken away from him amidst the war. He sympathized with the infected who were being discriminated against, and so chose to join their group and help out a little with his abilities. You've always displayed a respectable character ever since I got to know you, Mr. Noel. But it's because of that.
Please speak your mind, Talal.
I'm just curious why a long-lived like you would deign to conceal your identity and do such insignificant things. I noticed. Of course, this is still much better than the worst-case scenario I thought of. However, you can deny it, and we'll speak of it no more. I'll tell 9, though.
I won't.
Noah smiles, plucks a leaf and fiddles with it.
There are actually many Victorians who I'm well acquainted with, that know my identity. I only wish to avoid scaring my travel companions. But I'd like to correct you on one point, Talul. I'm not deigning to act like this. My longevity aside, I doubt I'm any more talented than ordinary people. The long-lived gain their longevity through different means, as diverse as the origin Yama. Arts they use. But we aren't always influential figures, Talul. I'm much more interested in your story. A descendant of the Red Dragon, founder of Reunion, and the leader of the infected movement that took off in Ursus. To think you'd still act so shrewdly towards a so-called long-lived.
Who exactly are you, Mr. Knoll?
Just some guy. 150 years ago, I was telling my third son the fables I learned from my travels in Yen. And he left my side from impatience. And as I stood before his granddaughter's granddaughter, I was once again a stranger in a large family. So now I harbor anger and pain inside me, giving up entirely on both family and love as I try to locate the villain hiding in Victoria who manipulated my fate. I spent the last century researching the long-lived, the gods, the masterminds, the immemorials, and myself. I tried to benefit from the system of nobility, to hone my origin Yama arts, to accumulate wealth, and exchange it for secrets. I tried every method you can fathom to get closer to the truth, but I haven't been successful at all. I didn't manage to become nobility or wealthy. I only had a little shop. That's all I really had. Combat abilities-wise, I might not even be able to defeat Mr. Guard. Time has only taught me to recognize the reality that I hold no talents at all. That's the story of an ordinary person, Talul. This tale I can freely share with you.
Noel drops the leaves that were in his hand, and the breeze blows them far away. He dusts himself off, and picks up his suitcase once more.
Please, rest assured I hold no ill intent towards you all. I only wish to find the hands of fate that cursed me. She hides behind the country, treating her monarch as her glove, and the city-state her chessboard. She merely looks upon everything labeled Victoria with a cold gaze. If needed, Victoria can even be destroyed and rebuilt, and topped off with a new flag after. How can I believe she isn't involved in our current turmoil of absurdity? She's definitely hiding within the Dukes, watching the sarcasm Victorians engage in mutual slaughter. Bloodshed and sacrifice are merely heartless parameters and indicators to her. Perhaps you might have been manipulated by a similar pair of hands. For you have royal blood running through your veins after all. She has no reason to let you nor Alistair's daughter go.
I do know another conspirator, but he doesn't deserve to be called a god, nor can he manipulate my fate.
But that's exactly how they live on Talul. I want to know how to kill them. Or perhaps, how to kill myself. It's getting late. I need to fix little Susanna's glasses.
Mr. Knoll, you...
The reason why I willingly tell you all of this, and why I joined Reundiano Forgive My Selfish and Shins, is due to the intuition I've honed by the extra century I've lived. You too have resisted such a predetermined fate. All of you here have.
Where? Am I? Pain. Rip. Sha. And every bit of suffering is piled upon my body. Every person killed silently is myself. No, I must. But Why can I not summon the strength? Nomion seems to be urgently calling my name. Amaya, you promised me. Incoherent voices. Is that the doctor? I can't tell. Ni want to reply. I try opening my mouth, just to tell the doctor I'm fine. The pain starts to fade away as the chaotic scene finally becomes clear. Ni search for what strength remains in my body. I see cities, devastated. Ni see a ridge in Yama, blanketing the land. Ni see. The fuzzy echoes get further away as I open my eyes.
This is a battlefield. My battlefield. The battlefield of the King of Sarkas.
An army lies dormant behind me, silently raising their banners up high, soaked through with blood, pain and suffering. Then, of our enemies, we will take this last city. Their resistance has reached an end.
You are the King of the Nashigrari Court. What's your name?
I have no name. I am merely your loyal subject, King of Sarkas. This is your fate. You will bring us salvation. All that we fervently wish for. All that we have finally achieved. Salvation. I know it's late. A droning cry fills the air, declaring a new chapter of destruction. The earth beneath my feet. It squirms. It curls. All because of me. This is the grace the Lord of Fiends has bequeathed the land. Nage formation begins advance. Your will is our will. You have answered the prophecy, and thus it will yield its rewards. Please leave it to us. This battle will not drag much longer. Prophecy? Prophecy. Ni once heard that.
You look exhausted these days. Amaya, you can't go on like this. You need to rest.
Teresa?
Is that it? I'm, exhausted. We fought a difficult battle at the Defense Forces Control Tower, with Dr. Coalesces taking a serious injury. Norport Borough has been locked down, all its residents left for dead. We are at the tender mercies of Victoria's catastrophes. But our military is yet to give up. Within the Sargonian city of gold, the Shade Millennium, old roars nailed shut in their coffins. Sun Plisterchang spires rotted and crumbling, not a tune never to ring out again. The eternal holy city of Laterano, its pure white cathedral dyed in black, their ancient betrayal paid in full. Neven under the tides, the arrogant bow their heads to me. For those still try to uphold their dignity, I claim them one by one. In all of these, one solitary figure remains constant. Is all of this my doing?
Is all of this my doing?
These are all things you need to do, Amaya. You have come to the origin of it all. This is also our fated end.
I feel something flowing out the edge of my eyes. Netherzia raises a gentle hand and wipes my tears away.
Don't be like this, Amaya. King of Sarkas, I personally placed this crown upon your head and brought to you this pain and glory. We will face it together. This is the will of the myriad souls. We cannot deny it. The more you reject it, the more you suffer. The more you resist it, the weaker you are.
Teresa's face begins to blur. And all of them are telling me this, all at once. Necros millennia, all the Sarkas within the myriad souls, they are all telling me this. There is no rebuke, no terror. Truly wish for me to be at peace once more. We have seen so much defiance of fate. Prophecies manifest early before those who defy it. And it is clear as day where they will ultimately fall. We are grateful for those pointless challenges. Through their struggles, they weave an ode to heroes, yet the heroes themselves are destined to perish. The more you reject it, the more you suffer. Because you understand, all choices, all struggles, all fatigue, the sorrow you swallow, they bear no meaning. Rejecting it only embitters the gentle hand of fate. The more you resist it, the weaker you are. Because you realize, all fights, all resistance, the blood we spill are haggard words. They have no destination. Resistance only fills your destined home with thorns. Why bother? Why bother? We only wish for you to rest. Close your eyes, Amaya. Close your eyes. Millions of kin bow down before my rusted throne. They will bear Kazdal here. Nage King spurs them, the king drives them, the king enslaves them. This is your mission. This is my predestined fate. A good ending, is never earned. This is fate. I tasted too much. I fought fate so many years. In the end, I could not win. But you. Maybe you're... Will you... admit it? You're afraid, little king. You know my ending. You believe all the prophecies will be realized. You'll be the origin of ruin. You will be the harbinger of disaster. You decide. You accept. Really? Without exception. Amaya. Even he, Boulder Kosit, succumbed to fate. Are you stronger than him? Braver than him? Do you think those soft shoulders of yours can bear the weight of the frost and blades he's bore? At the end of your journey, you will regret. You will suffer for your sin. Your sin of not being able to accept who you are. Look at your hands, child. Look at your hands. I glance down, feeling at my hands. I try curling my hands into fists. Is this my will? On the vast battlefield, I stand alone. Innumerable corpses. Mage black crown hovers above her head.
I see you. Black crown on your head, melting millions of lives into nothing but memories. I see the Lord of Fiends enslaving all peoples everywhere. You will regret. You will fall in regret. Just like me. The final destination is still here. When death approaches, you will realize that all prophecies are inevitable. I am the most horrific disaster to afflict our world.
I am the most horrific disaster to afflict our world. Me step forward, towards Amaya, towards myself, towards fate itself.
Then...
Black hearts weave into a sword, stabbing the Amaya in front of me, stabbing myself through the chest.
Then, I will kill you. Even if you are me, you are the Lord of Fiends. I once made the same choice as you. I thought that I was strong enough, powerful enough to unbind myself from fate's shackles. You can't do it. Amaya, you can't do it. Really. Maybe. You may have tried once. You may have faced all sorts of bitterness, and still fallen into the same abyss in the end. But I haven't. I have not walked on your so-called fated path. I will challenge you. I will challenge you in the King of Sarkis' name, Amaya. If the end of it all was set in stone long ago by those prophecies you espouse, if the meaning of our lives are just to prove your inevitable conclusion, then why do we live? Why do we exist? The Patriot's lifelong struggle. Coalesces assiduous choices. Dr. Roll, holding my hand and affirming our path. All this just to become a footnote in fate's manuscript. I refuse to accept it.
Amaya, this will only beget pain. It will be endless torture.
Myriad souls of Castle, I ask you. Did Teresa break out of her own fate? Even Theresis, did he face you head on? She handed over this crown to me. For this, she didn't believe in the predestined tragic future that you paint.
So she is suffering now, listening to our voices with nary a rest. If only to relieve her burden, King of Sarkis. You must.
Teresa doesn't need any rescue. The King of Sarkis will no longer be a symbol of conquest and revenge. Maybe. That's why I must be the one.
How arrogant. How conceited.
No. It is only because I have worn this black crown that I brandish my sword at you.
You cannot escape fate's choice. The further you run from it, the faster it will come.
I won't run. I'll wait here for it. Fate, when your plans have dissipated, when your taunts fall short, I'll show you all. We, the peoples of this great land, can choose an ending for ourselves.
I find the strength in my body, but I know it was never about the king. This power was never meant for conquest, for subjugation. Its true objective is Snobber's sight. The battlefield abruptly shatters. I hear a distant sigh. It carries no anger, no fear, no sorrow. Used to decide. Was this a reply from the myriad souls or just myself sleep-talking as I awake from a nightmare? Amaya, you're awake. A familiar voice beckons. I feel those lingering emotions dissipate. Do you feel all right? Any pain? You got hit by Confessor West witchcraft. Did you have a nightmare? The doctor's voice always calms me down.
I'm fine now.
I lift my hand, the black art sparking out as usual.
The King of Sarkis. Doctor, this power is not a curse. It's not forbidden witchcraft that brings disaster. Teresa passed it to me. So that we can use it to find our own path.
I trust you. The doctor holds my hands tightly.
You're up, Amaya. I'm sorry.
It's fine. Logos, whether or not I was caught by Confessuous witchcraft, I would have had to face this. Self-reflection eventually. In my dream, those voices proclaimed the prophecy again.
Prophecy.
Yes, the prophecy the Patriot spoke of before he died.
No matter what voices they were, it's all a trick of the confessory. Don't worry about it.
Was that a method of Confessuous torture? Or are the myriad souls still deeply connected to my heart? Or maybe I still hold on to that scary prophecy deep down inside. It's not important though. I already rejected their offer. Again.
Good. I still want you to get a full checkup from Draka. Counts it though. Your rings?
I do. Oh. Logos. Where are we though?
The sound of footsteps approaches. It's some Sarka's mercenaries. They're moving a crystal shard the color of blood onto a truck not far away. Ni recognized the girl leading them, Paprika. The doctor said she freed the workers in Highbury. Logos requisitioned the use of this Sarkis transports quad's vehicle. In the name of the Lord of the Banshees, we need to escape the confessory pursuit.
Yesterday, Closure's drones found us. W's safe house that they were staying at were also attacked by the confessory, and Nightingale was captured.
The confessory.
We let our guard down against this Sarkis squad named after the confessory. Theresa's plan also allowed them freedom of movement. However, they've finally left the shadows they've been hiding in. Doctor, Paprika and the others are loading the Originyama samples you need on board. But they're still wary of us. Right now, they're only listening to me because they fear me. I might have to resort to threatening them with real curses soon.
5 batches of crystals should be enough. Amiya's recovered as well.
Then, we will head to Brentwood next and meet up with Dr. Coalesces.
Doctor, you look uneasy. What's worrying you?
I fear that Theresis isn't looking for any sort of vampire witchcraft device. What he wants is an even more unsettling power. Notice, one resident must comply with all regulations previously announced by the Military Commission. 2 must comply with all work safety regulations. No time off allowed whatsoever. 3 leaving your place of residence after 7 p.m. is strictly forbidden. Now Morning Mayor West in any matter is forbidden. Acting Mayor of Brentwood, Nedra West. I still don't have the sea. Kanan, we still have those flowers ready by next year's harvest festival. Don't want my family's traditions to die in my hands.
Come in.
Good morning, Magdalene.
Were you drunk last night?
Old Hank and I had a teeny tiny taste of the mayor's leftover booze. I'll let you in on a little secret, mister. West had more than just fine wine brewing for the celebration. He was hiding the whole Kinnan behind our backs. The last time I saw one of those, it was the harvest when we were 10. I'll definitely invite you to a dance during the gun salute at next year's festival, Magdalene.
You're still really drunk, you know that.
I just hope that the flash powder hasn't gotten wet with all the barrels it was stored alongside. It'll only be a few more days. Once we're finished with that bloody thing the devils are having us build, they'll leave us alone. Then, when the time comes for next year's harvest festival, we'll get to celebrate the return of our normal lives all night long. How many did you start hanging clocks in the greenhouse?
It's a long time past the time everyone's supposed to gather to head to work. Are you skiding off work today?
They won't notice a single man missing. I'm getting ready to head there. I know there's a back alley behind your greenhouse that leads straight to the work site. Strange, though. Them devils don't often loiter around here. The door's over there. I'll head there right now.
Wait, Will. Don't open that door. Watch out.
Gilland, did a flower pot crack my skull open?
Nothing happened. Sigh, you're still drunk. The door outside is that way. I'll take you to the work site.
Right. I gotta remember to bring a bouquet tomorrow, Mr. West. It's a shame he didn't get to taste the wine he was brewing.
You didn't see the notice they put up today?
What notice?
Never mind. Take this flower.
Brentwood has visibly deteriorated over the last few years. Although Mayor West racked his brains to try to turn things around, his ideas all yielded little results. Though caravans once visited in droves, none of them are willing to visit this forgotten town anymore. Nevrion has been suffocating thanks to the ever-approaching war and the worsening situation in Londinium. 2 more weeks ago, all of us gathered at the top of the town hall tower and saw a catastrophe cloud rising into the sky in Londinium's direction. Mercenarys West hesitated for half a day and gave up on sending a team to Londinium to find out what happened. There were only the rumors that war has broken out. It was only when the Sarkas came that the town regained its former vigor. They hired all of us with food. Everyone scrambled to line up for work day after day, and gave everything their all in exchange of the limited food there is. We're all very industrious. In a few short weeks, the thing that they had us build is already starting to take shape. With the promise of survival dangling in front of us, we strain to forget how Mr. West died. If there's no one working the farms anymore, Nathan, when is the harvest festival that everyone is so looking forward to actually celebrate?
Well, they're coming this way. Wake up.
Damn it. Will, I told you not to drink so much. This man broke the rules. I'll be taking him to confinement to reflect on what he's done.
Looks like you enjoy the power we've granted you, Fila.
I just don't want anyone to break the rules we agreed on.
I can tell you're trying to protect him. Childish tricks. You'd best remember how your unlucky father died. His Highness is willing to overlook your disrespectful attitude before. That alone is your greatest reward. What we need now are honest workers. It's that simple.
It won't happen again, sir. I swear.
That's right. Your legs should be shaking. Don't worry. You'll live. If you were dead, I'd have to find us Arcus profanity to do your job.
I'll keep an eye on him. I promise there will be no delays.
Better not be. I don't care who picks up his slack, as long as one of you does. Not you. Now get back to your posts. I don't want the boss to chew me out. Squin.
Magdalene, please. Let me take care of him. He'll sober up in confinement.
I'm sober. I wouldn't dare fall behind on the schedule they set.
Wait till you can stand before you act tough. If you pass out at the work site, I won't be able to save you. I shouldn't have given you the keys to the warehouse yesterday. Are these flowers? For me?
Of course not. I got them to mourn Mr. West.
You didn't see the notice I put out today.
He had too much to drink yesterday, so...
Sorry, Fred. I was only going to have a little sip. But that bastard Tom started spouting nonsense. He says you're a haughty traitor riding the devil's coattails. We're managing to get by these days only because you count wood to the devils. Old Hank and I were proper pissed off. We challenged the bastard to some drinking games, but we got careless and didn't stop. Hick.
What they think doesn't matter. Never mind. Give me the flowers. Let me thank you in my father's place.
Maybe we could hold a ceremony for Mr. West in the warehouse he was secretly making his preparations in. The Sarkas rarely go there.
Thanks, Magdalene. My guess is that you got the flowers. He's not smart enough. But you should go back. I just heard. A group of outsiders appeared in the village a few days ago. Not the Duke's army, but they are armed. The Sarkas are afraid someone in town could help them. They'll start today's search ahead of schedule.
So early.
What is she running that fast for? Is she in a rush?
For your own good, I suggest you stop bothering her so much. She has her own troubles to take care of. Now go. Sober up in confinement.
Do not exhaust my trust in you. How can I get rid of him? Ni hope he hasn't found anything. You hung up the clock I gave you. Very good. That'll help you to remember your work hours, and not to leave your post. He's got mud on his hands. Didn't he turn my daisy? Soil? I didn't give my subordinates permission to muck around with your greenhouse. You might as well just search out in the open. No need to be so cautious about me. Or are you trying to look for these? Phew. Good thing it's just those seeds. These seeds are not on my list of approved transactions. I don't care how you got your hands on these, but I suggest you knock it off with the stupid ideas. From today onwards, we'll deal with any suspicious individuals directly. Why am I even telling you this? Anyway, you'd better stay in line. Don't do anything stupid. It's so quiet. It's Sear. Shinold, I turn around and look. I like the flowers you're growing, these roses. We don't have them in Castle. There's a battle. I need to leave town, and I won't be back so often anymore. You must be happy about that. One last word of advice. Don't go near the work site at the center of the town. These scary men are interested in such fragile flowers.
My roses.
The white petals are stained in red blood, nor is his hand pricked by the rose's thorns. He didn't feel any pain. Weird Sarkis.
Oh no, it's safe now. Are all of you okay?
Thefry at last. It's such a tight squeeze inside.
Hazy! You were just about ready to fight him, weren't you?
I know we can't bring trouble so soon. And Weist?
I didn't expect them to start looking so early today. I heard there's a group of armed militants outside the town.
The two of them look at each other.
We're sorry for all the trouble. Magdalene, right? Things here are a little not like what we expected. The situation is a bit awful, I suppose. But there's a surface-level peace maintained here. Do the villagers serve the circus?
Mukaka.
Although the face of the young man named Feist shows many signs of battle weathering, I can nonetheless see a fearless courage in his clear eyes. Arknigths seems to be his partner. I can imagine the two of them fighting alongside each other. It's been some time since I saw such zealous vigor in this town.
It's not a problem. It's true. Our town is working for the circus. Normal for Arknigths to be having doubts. You told me you were refugees. I'm guessing you must be more than refugees who escaped Londinium. Seeking supplies?
Sorry about that. We didn't tell you who we were before. We're with the Londinium Citizen Self-Salvation Corps.
Londinium. But what are you doing here?
It's a long story, and we'll have time to talk more about that. But first, could you tell me what the Sarkas are building in the center of the town? Hal, our consultant, is worried about what's being built here. Feist and I have tried getting closer to the area, but the Sarkas are guarding the place very tightly.
We could only see a giant blood-red crystal. It's much bigger than all the other ones that we've seen in both scale and complexity.
You mean, the thing we are building here isn't unique to this place?
We believe this is one of the Sarkas' combat art circles, but Brentwood's might be more special than that.
Our forces are planning to strike this place. Our fighters are. Not in the best of shape right now, but with your help.
Never since the news came that the Dukes have made it here, more and more of the town's residents have been talking about that ever-distant war. Nub to they only ever let their imaginations run wild lamentably away from the Sarkis' view. They only ever boast in their drunkenness that the Duke's fleets will follow the routes they whimsically draw on maps to save Victoria. They fantasize about how the Sarkas will run away from Brentwood as they shout their rallying cries. But what exactly is war? Me can't see any of it whatsoever in this quiet, Sarkis-controlled town. Me don't want to ever see it either.
The Sarkis are going to be leaving very soon. There's nothing that they could want in our town. Feist, Arknigths, you two should be on your way soon. It's dangerous for outsiders to be here. You can take the alley behind the greenhouse. The Sarkis don't patrol that area.
Even though Brentwood isn't at the forefront of the conflict between the Dukes and the Sarkas, the situation here isn't normal at all. Whether it's the change in the movement of supplies to Brentwood for the last couple years, the almost intentionally ignored geographical location, and the enormous arts node you're building. Where are these Origin crystals from? How did the Sarkas come up with such a detailed plan in such a short time? This is a little embarrassing, but we still don't know what exactly the Sarkas are trying to do. That's not a good thing. Magdalene, if you could help persuade everyone to help, we still have a chance to stop them. Even if it's just helping us figure out the situation of the Sarkas garrison station here.
You can stop hiding.
Hello, Salvation Corps. Relax. I was just passing by and thought I would thank my friend, Magdalene. Will said he forgot to say thank you and asked me to thank you in his stead. Sigh. He's always had those unrealistic fantasies ever since he was a kid.
Puff. Fred, I'll leave these to Self-Salvation Corps members to you. Do you need me to fill you in on their situation?
No need. I heard everything outside.
Fred?
The mayor of Brentwood was my father. He's dead. Fortunately, he's the only one who lost his life in this town so far. But I'm afraid I have to turn down your request. I respect your bravery to stand up against them, but I can't put all of the town's residents at risk. My father had the same idea, and he's already paid the price. Resistance would only bring unnecessary sacrifice. The Sarkas camp is not far from the main entrance to the greenhouse. For your safety, please leave quickly. Brentwood will take care of its own. Peace doesn't come easy, and I'm afraid of breaking it once more.
Fred, don't you see the problem in that?
They made me a promise.
They'll leave as soon as their plan is completed.
You trust the Sarkis' word?
I have to.
Rakuk, let's go.
Feist!
Mayor Fred, we're working in the surrounding area. We're waiting to rendezvous with our other teams. If you need assistance or if things take a turn for the worse, you can find us there. That's our promise.
Self-Salvation Corps. Magdalene, No, never mind.
Fred and don't actually know each other too well. She has always been fairly asocial. And if it wasn't for making all kinds of excuses to drag Fred here to buy flowers from me, I likely would never have even known her. Neperas, like everyone else. I would have seen her as a crazed lunatic who's slaving away for the Sarkis and dragged everyone else into that along with her. Nee could even have forgotten that she's the same age as me.
You did save all of us after Mr. West gave his life.
I traded everyone's freedom for it. Someone has to be the villain. I'm too afraid to give up, even if it only buys everyone a small chance to survive. At the very least, the Sarkis' leader here. The officer who comes to your greenhouse doesn't kill for fun like the Sarkis and the rumors. And so, I'd rather keep things the way they are. To be honest, I don't know what I should believe myself. Magdalene, I'm really jealous of you. Please forgive Will's stubbornness. He's just being childish.
I've never been mad at him.
Have you received the seeds I secretly bought for next year's celebration?
There were some setbacks, but I have them.
That's good. Hopefully they will lead to the most beautiful flowers by the time the next year's harvest festival is here. Father planned for this festival for a long time, and I don't want to see his efforts go to waste. Please help me with this.
It's my pleasure.
I'm a fortunate woman. My grandfather passed away in the sunlight that shone upon the greenhouse. With his favorite flowers in his hands, he had already arranged everything for me. Nee was going to live the rest of my life as both of us had hoped in this town. In this tiny little greenhouse. That is, until they arrived. I was incredibly fearful that my life would be ruined. Nub to that Sarkis gave the order, and so my job remained here in the greenhouse. Niam's still the town's gardener. It has been a week since the two Self-Salvation Corps people arrived. Likewise, it has been a week since I last saw the Sarkis officer, who would turn the soil for the daisies in town. Good afternoon, Magdalene. Your flowers look just as beautiful as always.
Have you seen Will? I'm looking for him. He ordered some flowers the first thing this morning, but he still hasn't come to pick them up even though it's afternoon already.
Will ordered flowers. Oh, they must be for Freda's birthday. He dished right around noon. Most likely, he left to prepare whatever surprise he has in store for Fred. Don't worry. He'll remember once Fred gives him a scolding.
Everyone seemed very exhausted. I've been hearing noises around the work site at night. Has no one been getting any proper rest?
The devils are apparently trying to show off for somebody. They're working us to the bone like there's no tomorrow. But I haven't seen any bigwigs visiting either. You're really lucky that you were given a decent job, and don't have to suffer like us. I didn't expect us to finish building this in a month just by gritting our teeth a little. It's like a miracle. I'm willing to bet that before. The Londinium lords would have hauled all this into their museums.
I thought you used to hate this job.
Magdalene, the world has changed.
Thanks for the advice. I'll think it over.
Hank's suggestions are always so sincere. Nubju's idea has left me terrified. At night, whenever I can't sleep, I'm kept awake by the noise coming from the square, as though there's an iron hammer striking my head repeatedly. And occasionally, I'm jolted awake from my dreams by those strange rocks. I can't help but to think back on the worries of those to Self-Salvation Corps people a week ago. Perhaps the Sarkis changed more than just the way we live. Again? How come the cannon fire's sounding closer lately? I heard there's more than one group of folks who want to take over Brentwood. If they come to blows, it'll be a hot mess here again. What's wrong with the way things are now? With everyone getting along? I hope this isn't going to delay our work. Magdalene, finally. That devil who keeps visiting you brought others to wreck your greenhouse.
What?
Are you done? I said it's impossible for those Victorians to be hiding here. That's not for you to say. This house is clearly useless, and it's only still standing because you insisted on keeping it around. Who knows what you might be hiding here? Girl, we're all fighting to the death for His Highness, but thanks to you and how weak you are, we've been letting chance after chance go to waste. Watch your tone, mercenary. I am still a member of the royal court and the commander here. Relax. If I find any guerrillas hiding here, I'll off you immediately and apply to join the royal court on the achievement. Now lose that pacifism of yours. I'm getting sick of it. Their actions are a serious interruption to the military commission's plans for this place. If it wasn't for your setbacks on the front lines fueling their ferocity, the boss wouldn't be having us rush everything to finish our job so quick. So you might as well shut up.
My greenhouse. And...
The black soil buried all of them. Nage daisies, roses, bluebells, nether rhizomes were all mercilessly crushed under their feet. Nage new buds growing toward the sunlight too. Fred asked me to plant these seeds for the festival. She was really looking forward to it. She said it would be the biggest harvest festival in 10 years. And all of us were looking forward to it. But now the new buds are no more. Relax. Your fingers are bleeding. Don't try to break free. Let her come. Better that she wants to fight. That way I can just kill her and finish this right here and now. You're too soft on this town. Commander, flaring won't kill me. Ugh, what a drag. Flowers mean nothing to this war. Armories, explosives, incinerators. That's what you really need. The very last new buds here are crushed. Grandfather, we won't have fresh flowers during next year's harvest festival. Not anymore.
Let me go. And come. Have you found what you were looking for?
Count yourself lucky that I didn't.
Then please leave.
I thought you'd have a bit more guts than those idiots at the worksite. NPH, Victorians. Don't move. Your fingers need bandaging. I couldn't stop them. I had some setbacks on the front lines. Soon, there will be another here to take over for me. He has other plans for the town. There's an opening in the cement construction about 200 meters to the west of the town's entrance. The guerrillas nearby blew it open. They won't give this chance up, so we need to fix this opening by 5 a.m. tomorrow. What a weird sarcasm. Newey is he telling me this? The roses can still be saved. You must find a way to plant these poor things again. If that opening piques your interest, take these roses and cut through our camp tonight. It's the safest route. If somebody stops you, tell them you're delivering an order for me. I'd be very happy if you could stop by and put a rose in front of my tent. Remember, Magdalene. Time waits for no one. What we are planting for the harvest festival represents hope. That's what my grandfather taught me. The flowers that line the streets during the festival each year are entrusted with everyone's simple wish for a bountiful harvest. There is nowhere else that needs hope now more than Brentwood. Me can't leave.
His tent should be in this direction. I have to take the flowers there as soon as I can. What's that? What are you doing here?
Magdalene.
It's fine. I just wanted to come outside for a walk. Right. I heard from Hank that it's your birthday today. Happy birthday. Will ordered some flowers for you, but he never came for them. If you see Will, please remind him. Fred, why aren't you saying anything?
Come with me. It's not safe here.
Huh. These flowers.
We left them here to mourn my father. I've been keeping the warehouse locked, only occasionally lending him the key when he wants a sip of alcohol.
The cannons here. Did Mr. West prepare them for the festival? How magnificent.
It's all my fault.
Did something happen to him?
He was stopped by the devils at the circus barracks just now. He came to me earlier than usual for some sort of surprise. But when he found out I was going to the barracks to report on our progress, and he said he'd escort me there.
But the circus shouldn't have any reason to stop Will. They've never done that before.
I don't know. I'm scared. I didn't have it in me to say no when they asked to take Will in. I've been following their every word. I gave them everything they asked for. Why did they want to take him? Why? Did I do something wrong?
Maybe they only had a few questions for him. Look on the bright side. They still need him to work for them.
Right. That bloody thing isn't completed just yet. I am sure they still need Will. I have to stay here at the barracks entrance and wait for him.
Fred smiles. Nope, John not happy about this one bit. Nino, I'm lying to her. I'm sure she knows that as well. However, this is all that we can do right now. Netsy days, we all need that tiny shred of hope to poison our minds. Hope.
Did you see that?
There's a strange creature climbing on a house's beams. Nee don't know if creature is exactly the right word for it. It's staring at me with its black body. The terrifying being's feeble limbs are no longer attached to the beams. Finally, it lands on the flowers used to mourn the mayor before it dissipates, turning into a drop of blood, and dyes the flower buds.
Was it looking at us just now?
Yes, it was looking right at us. Fear. It's a tolerance that we are naturally born with, just like how plants are able to adapt to soil, that make havoc of their own rootstocks. To shatter our will, they'll need to spread a much great dosage of fear in Brentwood. Fred is the greatest testament. She is so fragile that you could break her simply by bumping into her, but she persisted among that crowd of terrifying men up till now. But I can tell that she needs someone to confide in and vent her fear. Will, he's not mature enough. It's not very likely he would understand how Fred feels. Perhaps I can help her. You didn't bring my order to my tent, Magdalene. And you didn't leave Brentwood either. A pitiful decision. He seems very feeble, even more so than yesterday. What happened? Why didn't you leave?
This is my home. Do you have a new order for me? I can bring it to you along with the flowers last night.
You don't have to worry about those orders anymore. I'm here to say goodbye. I'm leaving soon, to fight as part of the Nashagrari King's army.
All right. Goodbye, if that's what you wanted to hear from me.
You're too naive, to the point of foolishness. Everything that I've tried to protect always courts its own destruction. Perhaps I've been wrong from the start. I used to be incredibly jealous of all of you. Victoria used to be the noblest and strongest nation there was. Naturally, you possess many great things, and rightfully so. With the metallurgy you originated and the Steam Knights, you conquered another empire. With your mystifying art and rich academia, you attracted all of Terra's geniuses. Yet now, you've halted your outward conquest. Now, your rulers only indulge in parties and wine, only ever boasting about the medals on their chest. They crush their own glory, and they are destined to be replaced. You still have this wall clock. Time really flies. The town's citizens must all have gone to the worksite.
What do you mean?
Your deaths are unavoidable, Magdalene. The Sanguinar is an impatient man. That's why the ritual was pushed forward, and under that feline's leadership, the mission was indeed completed most marvelously. Everyone here will be the key to the ritual's activation. Of course, that includes you. Ritual. Key.
He was stopped by the devils at the Sarka's barracks just now.
Do you see that?
The blood-colored worm is staring at me. The key. Naomi's soul is trembling.
I need to go find Fred. Let me go.
You mustn't leave this greenhouse. Wait a little longer, Magdalene. I'll be here with you, until we bid each other farewell for the last time.
Why, the people of the town have never done anything against your wishes. Fred, and everyone fulfilled each and every one of your requests.
His Highness decided to carry out this war, and your dukes responded. This outcome has nothing to do with us or you. All we need to do is follow our orders.
Then let me warn the people at the worksite. Just pretend you don't know anything like before, please.
I serve His Highness, and I won't allow you to quash this ritual. Not unless you make it past me, Magdalene. He grabs me by the hand, but places it on a pair of scissors in his hand. There seems to be a ray of longing burning in the depths of his ashen eyes. What is this prideful man longing for? Norelius? Pity? Or is it perhaps that word that I can't bring myself to touch? I notice that even though the two of us have spent a very long time together in this greenhouse, I've never actually truly understood this man. Nub, do I have to leave now? Just as he said, there is no time. I'm sorry. He can't stand by and watch anymore. Magdalene, where are you going? Why the rush? Blood on your clothes? Are you okay?
It's Finny cut my finger while I was pruning branches. Hank, where's Fred?
Fred. After she came back from the barracks by herself this morning, she went straight to the Sarka's officers. She seemed rather out of it, and she kept saying sorry no matter who she ran into. Did something happen?
Everyone has to leave this place right now. And the further, the better.
What's with all of you being so bloody barmy today?
There's no time to explain. I need to tell everyone else.
But we're almost finished. Besides, if we all ditch work, what are we supposed to do when those officers find us? Fireworks. Where? Who blew that wall open? Is that Fred? The last time I saw such beautiful fireworks, it was the Harvest Festival when I was 10. Grandfather put me on his shoulders and walked through the crowd. Nevrion looked up to the fireworks blooming in the sky astonished. Everyone kept quiet, only for the silence to be torn apart by the explosive sound wave a moment later. Nith is just like that. Fred set off the cannon, mister. West was hiding for the harvest festival. There are countless Sarkas pulling her from behind, reddened in blood. She is shouting something, but whatever she is trying to say, it's buried by the cannon's loud roar. She is buried by the wave of Sarkas gushing toward her and torn apart. A flame burning bright in the middle of the day. Nage cannons keep roaring. No grand ceremony has come to Brentwood ahead of schedule. What just happened? Is there an earthquake?
Amen.
You're bleeding. Bollocks. Stay away. Those disgusting monsters are dripping from your body.
What are the Sarkas trying to do? Hank, you can't close your eyes. I'm starting to feel very tired too. So sleepy.
I can feel my own blood fluttering out of my body. Nephar disappearing into the earth. Magdalene. Hang in there. Captain, I got her. Everyone, hold on to the ropes as tight as you can. Do not touch the ground, no matter what. Hurry and help them.
Magdalene, you can't fall asleep. Rakaka,
This guy's so heavy.
the Self-Salvation Corps. Why are you?
We figured something went wrong when we saw fireworks in the middle of the day. They sealed the wall we blew open yesterday, but that can gave us a new path. Hold on to Rakak's hand, Magdalene. Our forces don't have enough manpower, and we're bringing everyone to evacuate as soon as we can.
Oh, Feist, your zip line's even faster after those modifications you made. Where is Mayor Fred? We haven't been able to locate her. Fred is...
Drat, why did my zipline start shaking?
What about that weak garrison commander? Where is he hiding this time? Well, no matter. I'll take over command. I can feel it. My blood is boiling. No need to contact Major Oswald's squad. We can take care of these laughable Victorians by ourselves. Kill them all.
The garrison here is mounting a counterattack. They're putting more pressure on us than any Sarkas we've faced before. How much explosive does Old Wise still have outside? Can he make it here in time to back us up?
Probably not happening. Not counting the members who laid the zip lines for us. We barely had any fighting men to begin with.
Start the crawlers. We need to break through by force. Raka, watch out! Your zipline.
Gah, these disgusting things.
On the sundering earth, a large number of red wounds keep gushing onto surface. They chew on every soul they can reach and suck their blood. This is the prince's blessing. It's the kindness the royal court left for us. In our bodies. Our purest blood is now awakening. Let's waste no more time on these Victorians.
Rakak, you should go.
The feline girl named Drarkok takes out a dagger from her waist and stuffs it into my hand. Now a large group of Sarkas are closing in on our location.
Magdalene, get ready to fight. None of us had any combat experience before. Take a deep breath and make up your mind.
Make up my mind. I used it like. That's Sarka's officer who collapsed among the fluttering petals. I grip the dagger a shot rings out.
I thought we used up all our explosives.
Quick, Rakak Magdalene now. We were contacted by a few old friends. They brought a whole backup unit. They even have an identification code.
Identification code? Nisset the military? Victorian, right? The military is responding to the war. Naichi must be a group of ice-cold men. They're here to kill the Sarkas and save the Victorians.
The exemplars.
A thick, roiling cloud of dust is kicked up into the air all over within view. Again and again, bright flashes of light suddenly erupts across the ground. Wait a sec. Ni can hear a firm, persevering female voice coming from Feist's communicator.
This is Tank Fire Team Horn. All units, make sure to stay clear of my blast zone. Grenade loaded. Firing second barrage. Opening created. Cover the Self-Salvation Corps and all citizens.
Horn, continue laying Spersevis fire. Those aren't circles. We need to find a way to stop this bloody witchcraft.
Vina, have someone else drive. I want to join the ground combat.
Hannah, eyes on the road.
All right.
Get the tank as close to the core of the Earth's circle as possible. I'll take care of that thing.
Vina.
You have other tasks. All units, follow regular deployment formation. Morgan, Hannah, follow Horn's orders and cut open a path for the tank. Lieutenant Shearer, Dagda, Delphini, Take command of the ground forces and form a defensive line. Stop the Sanguinar's worms.
할머니.
Acknowledge.
Acknowledge.
Misery, I'll leave the commander of the enemy forces to you.
All you need to do is boldly execute your plan.
Feist, it's been a while. We shall exchange pleasantries later. I need the Self-Salvation Corps to help set up a zipline that will take me above the Arts Circle.
Ali?
We have no time to lose. Let us take care of the strange Arts Circle first. I will leave my rear to all of you.
While I was still trying to identify the squad that suddenly came to our aid, the blonde feline has already ziplined to the center of the battlefield. She descended from the sky and bombastically made her way into the center of the Arts Circle's blood-red pillar of light. The sound of rocks blasted apart ring throughout the entire battlefield. Thump. Ni can see each and every swing of her large sledgehammer in that red light. Fluid. The feline's voice ignites the tank's engine. Ni see a warrior holding a sledgehammer up high leading the Victorians to retake our land. Look, how easily our Victorian tank fire can blast that thing apart. We said as much long ago. Them bloody devils are no match for Victoria's military. Crush them.
No, there are too many Origin crystals in town. The mayor's office, the small town square, the library. Those things we've been rebuilding day in and day out. We won't make it in time, Is it over?
The pillar of red light rises from the building we built at Ninja Mills with the festive fireworks. There's a blood-red color boiling in that dark abyss. Similarly, red worms are reaching their antennae toward the sky.
The Arts Circle has been damaged. The vampire's offspring have gone berserk. Seize this opportunity. Infantry units, stop advancing. Escort all citizens out of the Arts Circle's range. Tank squad, follow me and push forward. Destroy the remaining Origin crystals in the town and commence search and rescue.
Hell is invading my town. And all while the formation's rumbling tank accelerates and blitzes in on the devils. I see gravel kicked up by tires, pounding the glass. Nismiller sights keep retreating from the car window muddy earth. Dried bloodstains, shell craters we carefully steer around. War flows persistently, like an oil slick set alight. The atmosphere outside the car is tense. Everyone remains silent. The driver is focused on driving. Paprika sits beside her, occasionally turning her head to cast a worried glance. In the cab, the miner casually oils his weapon. The shopkeep from Castle mimics him. He cries out suddenly. Looks like he cut his palm. Castle has grocery stores, children gazing longingly at candy as they lean against the counter, old folks complaining about the changing price of salt. It makes sense, but I never really thought about those sights before. Honor me, Castle is just a distant memory. When I was little, Babel briefly stopped near Castle. Ni only remember it from a distance. A sight like a steel monster crawling through the wastes, leaving debris and thick smoke in its wake. Teresa held my hand and told me that was her home. Ni remember. At the time, I didn't know what the look on her face meant. Much later, I talked to the operators about Castle. Mudrick called it a barren land of houses stacked on top of each other. Stormite talked about an eternal furnace and crystal clusters on the city walls. Mwah! She laughed an icy laugh and said, if I were a bunny like you, I'd steer clear of the place. Castle feels like a vague symbol, representing all kinds of things: pain, hatred, oppression, slaughter. I know these are all true objectively, but they're not everything that is Castle. Setting all that aside, I know it's the place where Teresa sacrificed everything. Nevin Theresis, the mastermind behind this war, grew up there. What does the Castle they envision look like? Logos quietly wipes his bone pen. On the other side, I see the doctor turning to look out the window. What's out there? I tug on the doctor's sleeve.
Stop the car. There's something strange up ahead. All units, prepare for battle.
What is that?
In the distance, the town of Brentwood is already coming into view. Crimson light rises from the center of the town, staining the surrounding land. Nash blood-covered veil gently envelops all living things. Hung. This the same one that came when we were inspecting those art circles. Then she, your lordship, what is this?
When the war started, no one expected the land to be drenched in so much blood so quickly. Modern warfare, is it? I'm afraid the vampire has all the prerequisites he needs for the ritual to fall into place. The crystals on the other battlefields were just nodes resonating with the ritual. All this time, I've been looking for its center, Brentwood. This little town has a special place in the vampire's wicked design.
Can you handle it, Logos?
This is an ancient royal court method, and they have completed the preparations for it. I need to...
We haven't exposed our position yet, so we might be able to buy some time, but... Wait, what's that? Fire? There's a firefight in the town there. But who is it?
Looks like they beat us here. A rather choppy meet. The doctor looks calm. Right? After all we've been through, we finally get to stand shoulder to shoulder with our friends again. Lord Banshee, what are you going to do? You'll take care of the enemy, won't you? This power, it's a blessing from His Highness the Prince of Blood, is it? The Sanguinar. He's blessed the Sarkis bloodline. The Urson Miner swings his weapon, and a sharp whistling sound rings out. He looks a little frightened of his own strike, almost losing his grip on the weapon. Nash Driver and the shopkeep gather around him, investigating his new strength. Paprika moves a few steps toward me.
Lord Banshee, I also feel a bit... stronger. A little. Is it strength? Or my brains? I can't tell for sure, but I just feel kinda. It's a strengthening altar, witchcraft. We've seen this before. But this one is on a larger scale, and it feels different. Logos, could this have any adverse?
Quite unexpected. It does not demand a price of us. At least not one drawn from our own bodies.
Then what?
Logos looks at the Sarkis girl.
Paprika, was it? What do you hope to use this power for?
Well...
The more skilled a Sarkis becomes in war, the more efficient he spills blood on the battlefield. Doesn't matter if it's his enemy's blood or his own. The ritual can continue. The Sanguinar has prepared for this decisive battle. But Theresa's plan was just for this ritual.
The art circles seem to have come under attack, and the vampiric creatures are going out of control.
Yes. A large colony of crimson worms is drilling out of the ground, rushing around in all directions. Now a good number of them seem to have caught our scent.
Leave this to us, Logos. Please look into the ritual for us.
Amaya, you and the doctor could accompany me.
I look at Paprika's team in the distance. Those Sarkas unaware of the danger here.
Let's be quick.
Roger.
What are you going to do with us? What do you mean? I realized a while ago that, well, the ones who've been captured are us. Right? I know the royal court guys pretty well, and you give off a totally different vibe. Your name is Amaya, right? You and this doctor are in charge. You're about the same age as me. And I can tell that Banshee is a pretty big deal. I can't feel it. You can't fake that. But he's working for you? A few days ago, I met a Cabernet lady who called herself a Sarkas. Is she with you too? Just who the heck are you guys? Do you intend to fight us, Paprika?
I can feel that the girl is not hostile.
Well... don't know.
In the distance, the Sarkas let go of the sudden surge of power they're feeling for a moment, and call out to Paprika. Captain, how did the Banshee get away? What do we do now? The cracks in the earth are spreading toward us. Why did they leave those two prisoners behind? Do the big shots from the royal court trust us so much?
Yeah. Be on guard for threats from that direction. I'll keep an eye on these two. You may be stronger, but you still don't know war. Or I guess, none of you are ready to fight this war. Yeah. After all this time, how could we not know?
I get a little closer to her, nub till she seems to misunderstand my intent, and retreats half a step. Then, as if making a difficult decision, she holds her ground in front of me. And at this point, I realize she's about the same height as I am.
I'm the captain of the transport team. If you're going to do something to us, you have to start with me. They're just regular people who answered His Highnesses' call 2 arms across Terra. They don't even know what they're doing. They just transport the stuff General Manfred says to move, but the instant they answered that call, the Victorians would cease to call them regular people. And that's got nothing to do with what they've actually done.
I think of the fires in Arknigths, the factory pipes in Sudin, the street corners of Norport. Nate's survival of the Sarkas means the destruction of Victoria. Nate's triumph of Victoria means the cleansing of the Sarkas. Nate is caught in the vortex, no longer had the power to choose.
The unit's put under my control by the General. No matter what happens, I have to guarantee their safety. I swore as much to General Manfred.
The General, huh? Then first things first. Let's deal with these, control bloodworms together. Tell your team to fall back. Don't take any chances. These creatures will suck dry any blood they can find. Doctor, stick close to me. I will use my power to clear the way for us. And for them.
The fractured, surging land spreads out before us. Nate's vampiric offspring bathe in blood, indulging in the pain. Their bite is the touch of the Sanguinar himself. I raise my hand and close my eyes. I will stitch together the scarred land. Ye will hold the whispered fate of the myriad souls in my hands. A black rhombus, a black shadow. Now black hearts surge from my fingertips. Nets ye twisted offspring deserve peace. Hey little bunny, there's a faster way to seal those cracks, you know.
Bang, bang, bang. Sarkas mercenaries.
Watch your footing, Yarnable. That's not a great place to stand. My advice is to give that lunatic a wide berth when she's tossing bombs around. W's not the type a sweet little Sarkas baby ought to be close to.
Oh, Ines? Thanks. Ami. Wait, over your head there. That's the Black Clown? You're the one General Manfred was talking about.
I heard Manfred picked up a kid. Guess that was you. These Sarkas are under my control. You're their captain, right?
Hey, let go of me. Who are you? What do you want? We're on a mission for the military commission, and all the big shots from the royal court.
Gray, I'm here to enforce their discipline.
Holderer.
What's wrong? Your first face-to-face meeting got you feeling disappointed. He did spend more time playing the antagonist than working our side. I'm not used to it either.
Thank you for your help, Holderer. We can talk about the other stuff later. As you can see, this little town is quickly becoming a war zone.
Yeah, I do see. And we've got some important intel to share with you. About this town and the lifeline hidden in its shadows.
There are two forces attacking the town's Sarkas garrison. One is the self-salvation corps that closure brought out from Londinium. Looks like my safe house got trashed. I hope that old head doesn't go peacefully. The other is a force made up of soldiers who once fought for different dukes, along with some workers and refugees. It's a pretty disorganized group, led by the siege.
We reached the town to find the battle has mostly subsided. Nolgos has not yet returned from the town center. Seems dealing with the vampiric ritual is no simple task. I catch sight of Siege and Delphini, as well as Misery and Closure, along with fighters from the Salvation Corps. When we left Londinium, we never expected this rendezvous in Brentwood would be so difficult for each of us. We make our way to a dilapidated house, but the atmosphere isn't the kind of exhaustion and relief you'd expect from a long-awaited reunion with friends. After giving me a quick physical, Dr. Calcit and the doctor take some crystal samples and move to talk privately. The room falls silent, and all eyes turn to Holderer, leaning against the wall alone. Nate's rhythm of his sword sharpening is as steady as his breathing. Delphini recognizes Holderer with a glance. General Manfred of the Castle Military Commission's right-hand man. He was involved in the execution and assassination of many political figures throughout Londinium. Nathan Holderer tells us about a fair annunce brought to Londinium by the Sarkas. Erkelfing. Quiet down, Sarkas profanity. We all turn to the Sarkas who have not yet figured out the situation. Where are we? Victorians. And the Sarkas mercenaries?
It's okay. I'm still here. The situation is, a little bit complicated. But you can trust me on this.
You aren't actually gonna carry this dead weight around for the next phase of the plan, are you?
Who are you calling dead weight?
W. I promised Paprika that no harm would come to them.
Oh. Rhodes Island. Same as it ever was.
Then let's have them stick with my mercs. They've had it too easy for too long. Might as well bring some new blood in to have some fun. Hey you blue-haired feline, what's on your mind? You've been staring at us for a while. Feel like healing us? Go ahead, draw your sword. Not gonna do it. If all you want is a belligerent standoff, I'm gonna pass. Me and my men oughta hit the road. You can stay here and stay mad. Oh, by the way, Ines, if you're gonna fight the Victorians, make sure you let me know ahead of time. Wouldn't want to miss the show. Lady Dauphine.
Amaya, you're alright. I'm glad. I was worried. Amaya, I'm sorry. I'm willing to trust Rhodes Island's processes in choosing collaboration partners. It's just... I'm an intelligence officer myself. It's not as if I've never heard of this Hodor gentleman. No, it's not just him. Even Misery and Ines. I can't help but think. I can't accept it. Not at the moment. No, maybe I can't ever accept it. But for now, as I said, I'll trust Venus' judgment. If this is what we have to do, then let's do it.
These scars won't be forgotten, nor should they be. The Sarkis wars have never ended, feel I.
Cut the military commission's supply lines. Indeed, this has been our goal all along. In any case, this is a way to end the war quickly. And as for this Farinumch...
I know what you're thinking. Now that no base is safe, this skeleton can become our key to counterattacking Londinium. We can't take any of these armies head-on, and we can't work around the essentially unbeatable firepower of that airship. So this elusive Farinumch is the best vehicle we could hope for. And at the same time, it's a fortress, and a spear aimed right at the heart. If we succeed, it'll be thanks to the leaders of this counterattack, and not Sarka's mercenaries.
It seems we have no grounds on which to refuse cooperation.
However,
from a rational point of view, I understand that there are differences among the Sarkas, that the Exemplars appears to function seamlessly with Misery, but we're talking about individual friendship. We may be able to respect, trust, and even love a few select individuals. But now, we stand before a war where all sides have blood-soaked hands. Given enough time, we may be able to determine one who has committed war crimes and who is innocent. But we do not have that time. We are at an impasse, Hodor. Our cooperation will not be so smooth.
And that is why we are here. Rhodes Island will serve as a mediator between the two parties, such that we can end the suffering of the Victorian people that this war has wrought, and such that we can prevent the Sarkis of Castle from being dragged back into the abyss. We're not here to force handshakes and reconciliation. We can leave that to the end of this ridiculous war. Platitudes mean nothing. It's actions that will put an end to all this.
This is all very Rhodes Island, indeed. I've heard Hodor has been in contact with Rhodes Island in the past. You've mentioned the place where the Farinumch is docked, among a large number of Sarka's garrisons.
But if we're talking about the plan rationally, a small number of elites would do better there.
Better than sending workers and street thugs to their deaths. Yes? You can speak openly. I won't mind. But my boys won't miss a chance to strike at the Sarkas. Our armor can draw the garrison's fire.
I see Hodor is smiling. It seems this is a side of siege that relaxes him, at least a bit. After all, he seems to be hiding something.
That'll do. Thanks.
Hodor expresses his gratitude, and the discussion comes to a close. Sarka's mercenary, Hodor. After reuniting with W in Chernogob, Ascalon gave me his complete file. It dates back to the time of Babel. Sonu, I trust you.
Amaya.
Yes, it is. But, if I might ask you a question.
Sure.
You didn't express your worries or concerns just now. Your innermost thoughts are to save lives, to put an end to war and hate. Isn't that right?
I've heard that the King of Sarkas can see into people's hearts. It's different from the ambiguous feeling Ines gets. I probably can't hide it from you.
I can respect a Sarkas who has struggled since the Babel days. I hope you can answer from your own free will.
So that's how it is, yeah? Fighting for that future.
Very good. Thank you for your answer, and your trust. Logos, Drive, Calcit, you're back.
I've analyzed the vampiric ritual. The results are worrying. It is indeed a blood blessing, using ancient and very fine techniques. The Sanguinar borrows the witchcraft's power, collecting blood spilled in the war to activate the bloodline within the Sarka's warriors. He is giving the Sarkas a constant reminder of our fundamental differences with the other races. It's less amplification and more incitement. But most importantly, I'm afraid he's using only a small part of the power he's collected for this purpose. More energy is going somewhere else, somewhere I don't know. I tried to track it, but the structure of the arts is complex and chaotic. It only points to Londinium.
What is he playing at?
And that reminded me, at this very moment, at the center of the battlefield stands a Sarka's leader, even better at absorbing and exploiting death than the vampire. If it was really just about strengthening the warriors, why would they bother using the witchcraft of the Crimson Court? And why use an art circle, such that even the towns on the edge of this war get roped in?
Do you have a theory?
The airship, the Farinumch, the shard, and the witchcraft device right here. The doctor's concerns are justified. As you said, the Farinumch will be our most important breakthrough, and we must take action as soon as possible. Whether vampire or Nashigrari, even the confessory, they are all exposed to Nightingale in a most unusual way. They are taking risks. There is a reason why the war is being fought at this particular point in time.
The Rhesus is preparing his final trump card in Londinium. Sure, seizing the capital of an empire is already unheard of. But what could it be?
Let me start with a fundamental question. A question so fundamental that even the Sarkas have forgotten it. Why are the Sarkas so uniquely susceptible to oropathy?
Sometimes I think that if there really is a creator responsible for these lands, he's one cruel bastard. He came up with a really awful disease, where you feel your body being consumed, gradually being replaced by these crystals, helpless to do anything to stop it. Niall can feel your very self being removed from your body, day by day. Niall can only accept it. We can only accept it. And this creation of oropathy is actually one of the gentler ones across the lands. Nate infected and the uninfected. Nine tells me our persecution is as old as civilization itself. So, what about poor and rich? Slave and noble? Nafreener and local? Disabled and able-bodied? Even abnormal and normal? And normal? A parasitic disease is scary, sure. But oropathy is only the most obvious, the most prominent of the terrible diseases out there. Nature creators' really awful inventions are poverty, war, bottomless, insatiable greed, the malice and hypocrisy that brings so much suffering, gaps we can never close. Now, the truth is, we all know, no creator came up with that stuff. Humans, we invented it all on our own. You and me, we created that.
Good news? Or bad news?
The good news is that the workshop is still intact. The forest hid it good. The Dukes and the Sarkas never got to use it as an outpost. The bad news is someone's living there. We saw lights. I walked up, identified myself, and the lights went out.
Might be refugees or deserters. But they put out the lights. That means they're wary of us.
Our fighters are ready for anything.
No, let's not be hasty. They might just be cautious or fearful. Don't jump to conclusions.
And anyway, Red's carrying a pretty long blade. Anyone would want to play it safe. Why don't I go? I'll have a word with them.
By yourself?
The more men we send, the more nervous they'll be. Besides, if they mean us harm, a few more hands won't make a difference. The sky to the south has been red for the past few days. Percival and the others even found an arch circle. We need to move fast.
There's some risk in that.
I know, but we made it out of Chernobyl.
Fair enough. We'll be ready to provide support on the sidelines to make a breakthrough.
This place was some kind of distillery before the Victorian reunion settled in. I can already smell the booze. Romanich would have loved it.
It certainly was a distillery. Sneckered distilleries like this are common enough in Victoria, dodging around punishing taxes imposed by the lords. They could be used to make crude medication for the infected. Sonicking, mixing, distilling herbs would work, but purification? No way. I'm starting to admire the Victorian reunion. They found this place and turned it into a distribution center for medicine. When did they start calling themselves Reunion and build all this? I'm not sure. All I know is that the building is just an old house covered in vines now. No movement around. No lights in the house. A figure flashes by the window. Red was right. There are people here. And they've spotted me. Need dust of my clothes and fixed my hair, trying to look more presentable.
Anybody home?
No answer.
On guard. I got a team nearby. I'm pretty sure you saw them earlier. Don't worry. We mean no harm. The Victorian Reunion used to use this workshop to make medicine. It brought hope to a lot of infected around Londinium. Its medicine even circulated among the workers in the sewers below the city's industrial districts. Whoever you are, you know the war is turning a lot more people infected. We want to get things going again here, to help them. We can provide medicine or other supplies. We'll trade fair.
Still, no response. The Junop turns, and I grip the hilt of my sword. And after everything we've been through, I know it's pretty likely I'll be staring down a pitchfork or hatchet next. I'm numb to that sort of thing now. The door opens. Reunion, you said.
Your clothes. Who are you?
Mace.
Come in.
There are more people hiding inside than I guessed. And it's quite a group. None of them are obviously infected, while others leaning against the wall are probably ordinary refugees from the city. They are all looking over, silently, watching me and the woman in the Victorian Reunion uniform.
Look away, and clear out.
The crowd falls back, and Maze leads me past their collective gaze. Netsi people are terrified.
Are you in charge here?
This place is under my control. Let's find a place to talk.
Victorian Reunion. Percival is in Victorian Reunion too. No organization doesn't exactly have franchising procedures, and once word of the name spread around, the Reunion flags started popping up in all sorts of places. That also means there have been various acts of violence, acts of revenge, taking place under the Reunion name. The kind of thing that happened in Chernobyl. I start looking at this. Maze. She seems nervous. Her gait is unnatural. We're in the deepest depths of the workshop.
Nobody comes in here. So your reunion, the real reunion. You came from the north? Versus.
Versus Columbia. And now we're in Victoria.
That's away.
Your uniform, it's...
I used the bed sheet. I ran into a group from Ursus before. They said you dress like this. I think I got the emblem right.
Looks a bit big.
Did you come here just to mock my handiwork?
So you control this place just because you dressed up in the garb of the infamous Reunion.
Let's get to the point. I don't have much time. You want to get this place up and running again? To start making medicine?
Yes, if news got out that Reunion is running the place again.
Things are more complicated than you know. We have all kinds of people here. I'm worn out breaking up the daily fights between infected and uninfected. And you want to make infected medicine? You might as well blow the place up. It's hard to keep a balance between them.
Your Reunion, aren't you? At least you claim to be.
More or less.
Who are your people?
What else would they be? Homeless infected or refugees. People who have lost everything. We all need a roof over our heads. I first came here with a few other infected. We found this ruin. Later more people came, including some less than honest folk. We don't take anyone else in anymore. I'm glad to see you, Reunion comrades, but I don't want to worry anyone here.
Worry?
That you're conspiring with us to wipe out the uninfected in our midst. Whether or not it's just a pretext to get us to open our doors to you, we can't raid supplies. But let's leave it at that.
There are plenty of uninfected here, so I get what you're saying. But I still think it would be a good idea to talk it over with your people before you come to a decision. As long as we can get back to making medicine here, we can come to a long-term agreement.
No, thank you. Now, off with you. It was nice meeting you.
I can't see her expression behind the mask. Monib, she's just bluffing.
All right then.
But I turned around, nevertheless, getting ready to leave.
Hey, Reunion.
Yeah.
Is Talua with your group?
She is.
Another Talua worshipper? Shunru enough. She's our banner. And that's her cage now too.
I hear she has a nomadic city. Does that city of hers only take infected? If you haven't been infected, are you allowed to go there? I've heard, from the passing caravans, I've heard it's a nice place. Where there's some people here in less than ideal positions. Refugees from the wilderness. Orphans without a single relative. Talk of that Reunion city has everyone full of hope. You only stand with the infected, right?
City, there might be a misunderstanding here.
Mace, do you know what they did? Did you tell them to do it? Have you gone mad?
What are you talking about?
Fate's a idiot. He might have been a fighter in the war here. Or some big important figure, here to doom us all. We might be just a couple hours out from a battalion of Sarkas coming in here to wipe us out.
What's going on?
You. Are you with Reunion? Like Mace? It was you, your people. Those infected, they killed the Sarkas in the warehouse.
Bollocks.
He was infected too. He's going to explode, right? We need to deal with it.
I'll take a look.
Go, quickly. You should be able to help.
On the ground lies the corpse of a Sarkas. The Sarkas who rode a motorbike. He was a junkman, going around selling stuff he took off the dead. He was clearly beaten to death, limbs twisted up in unnatural ways. His hands are tied. He must have tried to break free, judging by his bloody wrists. The gathered crowd is mostly silent. Me feel a chill, leaving me briefly speechless. The Sarkas aren't so strong. Here. The medicine he had on him, and some stale bread. The one who did the killing doesn't look well. He infuriately breaks off a piece of bread and hands it to someone beside him. He deserted. Someone spits on the ground. None of them notices me, approaching me while chewing a piece of bread taken off the dead man. You're with Reunion, aren't you? Maze never told us how we could join you. I remain silent for a while, calming myself down. I lower his hands for him, spotting the Originium crystals growing on his arm.
Why did you do it? Did he threaten you? Try to hurt you?
Huh? Why? It's as if he suddenly loses interest, stumbling over to a nearby crate and taking a seat. When the Sarkas burned our farm and humiliated my daughter, did anyone ask why?
He wasn't a soldier. He wasn't a murderous devil from Castle. He was just a wandering hawker, selling his wares on the battlefields. He even helped you.
Huh. What does he mean? Was he Reunion too?
You lot must know what it is Reunion fights for.
Sure. You're fighting for all the infected.
That you tortured to death, the one who never even got a chance to share his name. Wasn't he an infected?
But he was Sarkas. Medicine and compassion cannot help the infected in a way that matters. But solidarity and strength can. Solidarity. The infected have no homeland. We share the same fate, the same sorrow. Netsi people don't understand. They've never thought about it. Nub 2, what about us? Will the veterans from Ursus on the team treat the infected from Kazimiri's well? Can Sancta infected coexist with Sarkas? Nevin at Rhodes Island. What about the future? If we succeed one day, and the Emperor of Ursus vows to stop massacring the infected, if he agrees to grant us land and cities, in this beautiful, seemingly impossible future, will the infected, start killing each other? Will we fracture, collapse, and give them another chance to butcher us?
Hey, guard his corpse. It's glowing, he's about to disintegrate.
I had no idea his condition was so serious. Nor did he really not leave any medicine for himself, trying to save money for some future that would not be his own.
Get out of here. Now.
Run.
Maze, how do you process the infected here?
That room, the innermost one. Hurry. We have to throw him in there. Damn it all. I need a second protection. For the nose, mouth, and wounds.
Maze and I lift the Sarkas' corpse and kick open the door. Upon opening it, my personal Originium monitor started beeping incessantly. I've never heard the alarm going so intensely before. Used at how many infected were processed here. Every inch of the room is covered with a thick layer of Originium dust, crystal clusters forming in the corners. Dandaner is no longer sufficient to describe the urgency of the situation. We don't know when things are going to get out of hand for this place. But putting a disintegrating infected in there is definitely not a good idea.
No good. Move.
What are you doing? Why is the body?
There's too much Originiama in here. How many infected have been processed in this room?
Well, it was years they were being processed in there.
There's Originiama dust in the air. The place won't survive a violent disintegration. Get everyone out now.
What?
The Originiama environment here is extremely unstable. The place could blow at any minute.
So we leave? And go where? Everything out there is...
There's no time. We're talking about Reunion here. They have an entire bloody nomadic city.
Run. Get them all moving. I've contacted some of our teams on the outskirts. They'll take some of you in.
There's still some booze left in the distillery. If there's an explosion, the whole place is going with it. And
Hey, Maze. Where are you going?
The woman dressed in a Reunion uniform is struggling with the machinery in the deepest depths of the workshop.
What are you doing here? Honey, help me pull that lever.
Did you work here before? but you're not infected.
Thanks for not exposing me. Pull harder.
Where did you get that reunion outfit? This used to be a reunion base, and so many die here. Don't test my patience.
I didn't do anything.
That's what they all say.
A worker here. That reunion lot took over the distillery, and they needed hands to run the machines for them. It's just the mercenaries hired by the Lord attacked, and I ran. I'm not infected. Why should I die here with those reunion?
So why did you come back?
What? Because I had nowhere else to go, damn it. What other reason would I end up trading my life for a secret distillery? I'm not infected, but sometimes I feel like I'd rather be with Reunion. At least they have something to fight against. They have a purpose. Pull harder. It's step. First, open the switch for this unloading port. Reunion left behind a whole lot of material. The doctor said this was the cheapest painkiller formula. They were working on it for a long time. It only relieves pain, but that's enough, right? Can I be a genuine part of Reunion? I might be allowed a home in your nomadic city.
A nomadic city. I take a deep breath and throw out a kick. It makes me soar. The lever finally loosens. Nate's machine comes to life. The giant hopper tilts to one side, and what falls out of it is countless petals. She hurriedly picks up the herbs scattered across the ground and carefully piles them in her arms. If I don't consider where exactly I am, I feel like this could be a beautiful sight. Used it like that city.
We don't have a city.
But those Reunion guys all said, but you, well, a nomadic city. A city, you know.
People without a home, people with nowhere to go. The infected across the world are growing more numerous. And it's not that the disease is becoming more virulent. It's just that the world is becoming more cruel. The great worthies have so much to say about the modern era we live in. An unprecedented era of high-speed battleships, nomadic cities, of industry. No enlightened our era is, no tragic our era is. Stand together. Can the infected really stand together naturally? Who do we stand with? Is it just the infected? Nate hot. Nomadic city we're dreaming of. Does it have a place for them? Is a city enough to accommodate everything?
Take the herbs. We need to leave. There's no application to join Reunion. If you're willing to fight side by side with us, you're already Reunion.
I'm not infected.
It's not only the infected who want to resist. I need you to help me figure out who killed that Zarkis man. They need to be punished. Now come on. Let's go.
We make our way quickly through the gigantic tanks. Some places have already started collapsing. The air is full of the pungent scent of alcohol, with smoke floating in from somewhere. This workshop, where the Victorian reunion began, is about to go up in flames.
We're almost there. Quickly now.
The waves of intense heat hit. May struggles to stay standing. The herbs in her arms are lifted by the hot air. Above our heads roars the sound of buckling metal. Well, all right, I push her away. Nathan, I jump up with all my strength and gather up the petals. Coalesces. It's hot. Nate's sun is burning. I'm burning. Is that the exit? Not a few steps further, but they're watching behind me. Those eyes, are they judging me, or just judging my insignificant death? Wait, did they expect of me? I can't think about it. I can't. Money, I let them down with their deaths. They should hope for a more meaningful end for me. Like, I don't know, dying on the steps of the palace in deity Grifferberg? Anyway, not here. Not dying for an uninfected woman I just met, holding some broken petals in my arms. How could I face them here? Now do I still need to face them?
Take them. And go. The exit is right ahead. Don't lose them this time. I might have. Crush some of the petals. Give them to a woman named Nine. She knows what to do. Don't dawdle move.
It's hot. It burns. You remember the afternoon when I first learned I had oropathy? Wait, was it exactly that caused my infection? I still don't actually know. Maybe it was the time I fell in the river and something scratched my leg. Might have been an active Origin Yama crystal instead of a rock. Manibit was the dust I inhaled in the mines. Manibit was industrial waste from the factories. Maybe. But when I got home, the smell of smoke in the room hadn't dissipated. My luggage was packed and placed on the table where we usually ate together. Nee found us, Old Lake, but I wasn't lucky. Maybe I chose the wrong place. There was no boat at the time. Neo to the Rhodes Island operator who came over and talked to me. when I was sitting by the lake.
9. Red Percival Tallow Goo. I'm not sure if I'll be burned to cinders by the time you find me, but I hope this recorder survives. You ask, are we fighting for all the infected? Whether they're despicable upper class, or even royalty, or the people we unite with, the people we want to fight alongside. Only the infected. Only. Then.
When I was still in the L. G. I used to spend my afternoons going around the city. Ni knew very well my duty, what I was expected to fight against. We wielded law and order as our weapons to curb chaos, resolve disputes, fight crime, and right wrongs. Back then, I thought people were just so easily corruptible. None of us are born pure and without flaw. But evil creeps in with age, like how mold corrodes every branch and leaf on a plant. I used to think this land could be rid of evil, if we were strong enough, selfless enough. Ni held that belief, until I became infected, until I went to Lunman's slums. And I realized that justice is even weaker than men are. When mutated plants grow from dirty soil, are the flowers in the greenhouse qualified to critique their twisted forms? Do they have the authority to cut off their branches? There is no way we can talk about the same kind of justice until we share the same soil.
Hurry. Get everyone out of the building and as far away as possible.
My stuff's still inside. It's all my family has.
What stuff?
Pillows. And a mattress. The last of the belongings I took from my home.
Follow me to the back where it's safe. You haven't gotten infected yet, right? Better count yourself lucky for that.
There's so many people running out from there we don't know who's infected and who isn't. And there might even be some wanted fugitives among them. We don't know where they even came from. We're not far from the battlefield. Who knows what kind of attention we'll attract? We could leave right now. We're not responsible for this fire. 9. Make your decision.
People are screaming, crying, falling into the mud, and crawling back up to their feet. Nage fire burns a rosy red behind them. It was an infected who started the fire. Some infected exploded, so that distillery. What's that got to do with us? Wasn't it you lot who brought that Zarkus here? Not us. It's all because of you infected. We could have hidden here for so much longer if it weren't for you. What the bloody hell did you just say? Did you already forget who took you all in? You dare strike me.
Enough.
Incessant bicker. Endless verbal abuse.
If you don't want to move, I can send you back into the fire.
Our reunion. You and Maze are the same gay. If it weren't for the infected. If it weren't for you infected.
Open your eyes. We're not the ones who caused you to lose everything you owned and made you huddle together in an abandoned distillery with nothing but the clothes on your back. We're no different, except for the stones in our bodies. We had everything taken from us by this disease, but you. You haven't experienced how hard it gets, and yet here you are in the same wretched plight as us. Ch13.
What's you know? Ever had a finger chewed off by a machine on the assembly line? Been thrown out of a factory? Had your house burned down by some lord? You yell about the injustices you suffer, but you're not the only ones who live unfair lives. The Viscount who burned down my home. Everyone says his son actually has orpathy, but so what? A bigwig like him can just send his son to a fancy hospital in Columbia. But us? He burned down my house with my 2 children inside it, just because I couldn't pay my taxes. Just because I talked back to him, and no one dares to care. Because he's high and mighty while I'm disabled and poor. You're not the only ones enslaved by your fates. So why does it seem like you're the only ones who can actually stand up to those bullies so brazenly, and even kill them?
What? Because we don't want to remain enslaved in those chains. No one ever said you couldn't fight against it.
There's no way I could do that. I don't have your Origin-Yama arts.
Don't make excuses for yourself. It's not like every infected comes with powerful arts. 9. We're already grouping up. Are we evacuating?
Tell Red to bring a few of his men to monitor our surroundings. The Bat Flintrons near us are currently at a deadlock, so the warring parties might be unable to spare any manpower to inspect a distant fire. Percival, help me calm down the people who just escaped, and get their names as you examine and provide medical treatment. We'll stay here for 1 more day at most, to be safe.
I got it.
I'll help. I'm familiar with burns and respiratory blockage.
Oh, we haven't been able to contact guards yet either.
We're not sure if he made it out.
Don't worry, I'll find him. We both made it out of Chernogob after all.
9. The concentration of Iridian Yama dust particles.
I was already rushing towards the burning distillery. Neve entered a scene like this before, back in Lungmen. Multiple times. Nasanel. G. Officer. And as a slum resident. Fire means loss, and also destruction. Ni always see tears falling upon charred remains. Nosma teams there from infected, and other times they're regular citizens. And at moments like these, rumors will spread through the spectating crowd. Nate casualties were a few infected. Or perhaps they were regular citizens. Maybe it was an infected exacting revenge on his neighbors who had harassed him. Or maybe his uninfected neighbors were fed up with all the sick people hiding just next door. Up to no one has ever questioned why fires uptown are always extinguished as soon as possible. All the big blazes that destroy several buildings and cause an unclear number of casualties always happen in the slums. I burst through the distillery's doors, and I witnessed a portion of the building fiercely collapsing not far from the exit. Now a single hand extends from the metal and debris, holding onto guards recorder. Are the people we unite with, the people we want to fight alongside, only the infected? Only? Then? We infected are just the culmination of all the decay there is. We gather as one because of our shared experience. Nebit, what unites us is not just disease. Let's say we meet a noble, abusing his power to exploit the people. How would we treat him? If he was actually an infected, we can't use our infection as our sole criterion and slogan. Nor companions must share the same belief. We will not only retaliate against the humiliation we've suffered, but also liberate the same people who have caused us pain. No, we're not the only ones enslaved across the lands, so we should stand with them, together. No need to get them to stand with us. No, can't just fight against disease. What should we actually be fighting against? What are we building here? Russell. Many years ago, when I had just become an infected, I really loved drinking. Back then, they sworn me that if I carried on with that hobby of mine, I'd die with my drink someday. And here I am, in a distillery.
9. You've replayed it so many times now.
I know. Talowal, I've been wondering, if we really did manage to build a city for the infected, what would it look like? Are you sure it wouldn't be a hospice at its core? All we do in that city is to wait for everything to be covered in a blanket of disintegrated Iridian Yama dust, for our deaths to come one by one. We can't just wait for our ends to come like this.
9. Talul.
What is it?
I'm thinking of leaving your group for a bit. Yesterday, I met some people among the refugees who escaped from Londinium. Matters I'm very concerned about. That maybe someone I've been seeking this whole time is still hiding in there. So I'll be heading over.
Londinium isn't safe at all right now.
I think Kalul already told you about me. Yes, there's no way for me to die. I've become more and more sick of this reality of mine.
You want to kill yourself? How did you get your longevity in the first place?
How did I first come to realize the joke that fate played on me? I had my share of happy days too. I came to know the one and only wife I've had children, a family, devoted my heart and soul to Iridian Yama arts research. Of course, I was the primary focus of my studies. My children grew up while we grew old. Everything was going as natural order of things, until my wife died in an accident. War broke out, and I was forced to leave my children. I suddenly realized in the years I spent as a refugee that I hadn't changed at all. The Emperor started a war. A king was hanged years later, and then the Duke's conspiracies came to light. Afterwards, the Sarkas. I didn't change a single bit in all those years, until today. I have nightmares every day, and in them I hear a voice I don't recognize. Or maybe it's every voice I recognize calling out to me together. Pain makes you live forever, and only happiness can kill you. I was already aware of this early on. But what can I even do to feel happiness and relief? Especially after witnessing death after death, and experiencing tragedy after tragedy. We're in an era of suffering and despair. So I shall go look for those hiding behind the curtain.
I have no right to make you stay, but there's no need to say your goodbyes so quickly. If you wish to return to the nexus of the war, we might not have to go our separate ways.
I thought you would return to Columbia, after gathering up enough hands.
Running to another place will never put a stop to anything.
Perhaps the foes we're facing are fundamentally similar. Leave a bouquet of flowers for guard on my behalf.
I will.
9.
Percival, you.
I just got some smoke in my eyes. We're done registering the 3rd batch of infected, and all 7 of them have gotten medicine from this workshop before. They told me many infected used to gather and live in a tiny village near this forest to access the workshop. When the workshop was destroyed, most of them left or died. But some still remained close by. They were all drawn here by the huge blaze.
Indeed.
I look at the petals given to me by the person they called Maze. Nate's reunion doctor here spent their life here for these herbs, and according to her, Guard also died for them. Nee recognized most of these plants. The infected used to chew them for pain relief before modern pharmaceutical companies were a thing. Ne perhaps the effectiveness of our crude drugs can improve by referencing these. Even if just by a little. We can't simply wait for our end, watch ourselves wither away. That there's more work to be done.
Guard. We didn't manage a clean conclusion on our last discussion, but I have to make a decision on my own now.
Huh? We want to hold a little farewell rite for Guard, and it won't take much time to do so.
Right. I'll make some flowers bloom here.
The enormous blaze burns throughout the night. We finally abandon our efforts to recover Guard's body. Red finds a beautiful sturdy tree, its trunk perfectly pointing up toward the sky. Nee digs a hole and buries that cute towel of Guard's in it. No flowers grow around the freshly dug soil. Nate's floral patterns on that towel were too crude. A garden like this suits him better. I'm done questioning everyone that came out from the workshop. The Sarkis who died in the underground warehouse. The one who rode the motorbike. He was murdered by a few infected Victorians. They were driven out of their homes by the Sarkis. Some of them lost their loved ones too, till they felt frightfully furious. And die. Calm them down a little. What's the plan?
Back in Ursus, everyone used to think it was through the power of unity that Reunion managed to fight together with the patrol units, taxmen and mine guards. That wasn't the case. We simply had no other choice left to break the knife pointed at our throats. Reunion used to act on our enmity, but our targets of hate have both become increasingly vague and broad. The infected have no homeland. No identity, no bloodline. We can't just carry on with just a provocative slogan. We need to set clearer guidelines and principles. Guard and I discussed about this before. He said to ignore the infected in positions of power, because they still enjoy exploiting others with their authority, and see disease as only a tool. And that we should also grant the same kind of liberation to any oppressed people, and not just our sick brethren. Because they can fight alongside us, and we'll need their strength to put up a fight. Trinogab has taught us enough.
He was always thinking so much about this, I thought. I thought he could really take us to achieve some great feats.
Even if he's dead. He merely died when he was still seen as insignificant and deplorable.
What about those murderers?
People who violently vent their grievances unprovoked cannot join us. It was war that turned them to brutality, even if they were just Victorians before. If we let this slide, what will happen to our group next? Ursan, Colombian, Victorian, Lithuania, Feline, Puro, Liberi, Caprine, Sarkis. Power should be distinctly directed towards a common goal, than become cracks of resentment that give others a chance to dismantle us from within. Bold Rakosid and Ursa should have taught us this lesson. They will be banished. They will have to find their own paths by themselves. Reunion will make sure of it.
I understand. I'll relay that to everyone. And I'll handle those murderers too.
Talul, there's an infected I used to know, who comes from an eminent lineage and held a distinguished position. But she threw it all away, in her quest for fairness. You know her. Everyone here has heard of your ideas. Reunion's earliest vision, exaggerated, distorted. But what we want is not a nomadic city for the infected. What we want is to send a message to all the aristocrats and oppressors, those trying to divide, suppress, and eliminate us. The blade they so despise hangs high above their necks. I've already been said. This isn't the first, nor will it be the last. Let's go. Our work in Victoria isn't done yet.
Since our scrap with Oswala, they've tightened defenses around that cave. W and her bonds helped us get out once, but that may not work a second time. We haven't been able to get close again. But I'm sure the drifting bones haven't returned yet. That is, I was sure until we all had the same dream. The ash-bleached city engulfed in flames, the shattered walls, the charred corpses piled in every corner. Nage City did not leave with the dream until we opened our eyes. The flames trampled every settlement, every clan. Nage place we called Castle no longer exists. Only fire and ruin remain. Nage's despairing giant knelt down and wept. The king of Sarkas is dead. The king killed the king. Why? This should not be our city, Castle. This would be a curse engraved upon the crown. This would be the beginning of the end of all. That Faranung has returned.
Tomorrow morning, the attack begins. Siege and her exemplars will be responsible for the perimeter. Us, the Rhodes Rabbit, and the Banshee have to get deep into that way station.
Where's that old bitch Count sit? She's sending us off on this suicide mission without making so much as a cameo appearance.
Her injuries have not yet healed. Ascalon will look after her, and the doctor. They will stay behind. Rhodes Island recently came under Confessor attack. They were trying to take the bunny's crown.
The crown.
Hodor, you didn't tell the Victorians the truth. If your plan works, and we go back to Castle, what are you gonna do? Even your new Victorian friends are probably not gonna be okay with you bundling. War criminals in with Sarkas caught up in the war. Don't tell me you vowed to bring the Sarkas home but never thought through this whole problem. Like, are you gonna head off to teach a class on historical reflections to this bunch of grunts dragged off the battlefield in that Castle Basement University?
Maybe I'll start a literacy class there. Make sure future Sarkas have fewer illiterates like W here.
Huh? Do my ears deceive me? Did Hodor actually make a joke out of Inas's words? On such a serious topic. What happened? Did sucking up to General Manfred teach you a little emotional intelligence?
War's over, back to Castle. Real funny. We're actually fantasizing about this stuff here. Remarks. And that's all we're ever gonna be.
You're such a lovely Cabernet, Ines. Maybe you could run off to Liathani and become a governess for some hoity-toity nobles in a big, tall tower. Let me think. How to keep your hair nice and silky in a war zone. How's that sound?
Not interested. What are you daydreaming about? The battle's about to start.
No, I just...
Inas's gaze shifts down to my feet, ever so slightly. Sheen's looking at my shadow again. What is it showing? You don't know myself. I'm rarely so. Calm before not. Calm gives me a chance to think about all sorts of things, not few trivial things.
I remember you said you wanted to open a shop in Castle.
Because I didn't have a place to fence stolen goods at the time.
Oh yeah. How about we use the first round of tuition from my literacy class for your startup capital?
I doubt that class is gonna earn you much.
On the other hand, kidnapping a Liathanian governess could fetch a decent ransom. Gotta be at least as much as 10 merc heads.
Let's talk about it when we make it home for real.
Yeah.
Your mental state has me worrying if you can really handle this mission. Did those illusions or the arts circles drive you mad?
Maybe they did. In this moment of extreme calm, some tendrils of unease irritate my heart, causing hesitation. Amidst my own surprising thoughts, I find the reason for my anxiety. I'm worried they won't accept me, because of my gnome of my ideas. Nubto I have to speak. The arrow is knocked.
Pay no attention to this mopey idiot. Time waits for no man. Once we stake the vampire and behead the Rhesus, then you two can head on back to Castle and talk over all the interior decorating plans for your love nest.
Theresus. I've been thinking about this for a while, W. You may not like what I'm about to say, but I still have to say it.
Throwing cold water on me before the fight.
Pretty much. We can't kill Theresis, at least not right here or now. It can't be the Sarkas executing him.
Ines was right. Those illusions did scramble your brains.
Killing him means no Castle. Whether now or for a good long while after the war, he has to be recorded as the regent. And even be praised by some.
Are you out of your mind? I really don't feel like joking about this.
We still need to stop the war, and I haven't changed my mind. But Theresis has taken his place as a cornerstone of the Sarkas' future. Castle won't survive another split, and this war. It can tend with another Sarkas betrayal, with another Sarkas civil war. Remember the plan I was talking about before? We need the Sarkas here to pull out of Victoria before everyone hears about his death. Once everyone knows the Sarkas have failed, and the threat of Theresis is gone, what happens then? The Dukes will slaughter every last Sarkas in Victoria without mercy. The revenge killings will spread to other countries in Centrum, and all civilization will have a justifiable excuse to exterminate the Sarkas. They'll put together a coalition, just and reasonable, swift and decisive, to divide up all of Teresa's and Theresis' legacies. Can't you picture that?
To be honest, I don't give a shit about any consequences of Theresis dying. All I'm here for is the part where he dies. Coalitions? Slaughtering Sarkas. Weren't they doing that already? Does Theresis dying mean all the devils are just gonna lose their will to fight back? No way. I don't buy that. He sent the assassins to kill Teresa, declared himself king, and dragged all of us into the mess we're in today. We don't need to sacrifice ourselves for his castle. For his...
Don't think you can keep yourself out of it, W.
I thought I really let her have it. Really tearing to W this, sad woman.
Do you think of yourself as nothing more than a merc? How many people have you brought? From Reunion to where we stand now, how many Sarkas have you gathered? You're carrying their lives on your shoulders.
I don't fucking care.
But W is wavering. You know her too well. It's not like she hasn't thought about it. She isn't an uncaring leader at all. Looking at it objectively, a whole lot of mercs have stepped up to follow this mad one.
You have to care. You think you can just keep on killing people, keep on burying bombs in the dirt? You're leading those Sarkas now. You have to think about how to deal with their hopes and dreams. You have to think through what their lives mean to you.
But,
It's not just Theresis. Don't forget, there's Teresa too.
So from all perspectives all we can be is their successors, the inheritors of their ideals. The two of them. They're the reason the Sarkas could come together in the first place.
that's not the real Teresa. That's a fake Theresis has cooked up. He can't fool me.
Look at yourself.
Who do you think you are, yo?
You couldn't accept Teresa's death. You're stuck in the shadow of Babel. Like,
Shut up.
you think of me as walking ahead of you. You think she's Teresa's hand-picked successor, that the King of Sarkas should be thinking about this stuff. You look at her and see another Teresa. You think all you need to do is follow the king.
Shut up. Are you trying to gross me out?
You think you don't deserve to inherit anything.
What kind of joke is this? You think you get me? You're my mentor now. You're gonna raise me, teach me, Hahoder. You're just a merc, not much higher on the ladder than me. But you're so deluded you can stand up and call yourself a successor, or whatever of whatever? Kinda so gross. The little bunny. I'm gonna follow her. She was in the right place at the right time to be chosen.
Chosen by Teresa to become the leader of Rhodes Island who stopped Reunion and Tallow, who broke her way into Londinium today. So what about you, W? What exactly does Teresa mean to you? Some distant ethereal symbol who once gave you a place to stay. One specific flesh and blood royal, what path she stood for.
For this land too. Fall into peaceful slumber. So, that's why I say she's a fake. Ines, how have you managed to hold back from killing him this long?
Because I'm not deluding myself. Most of the time.
Ugh, spare me. Whatever, Hoder. I know what I have to do. And I'm not going to kill you to shake up morale this time. You should be kissing my feet. Polish that sword of yours good. We've got a war tomorrow.
She ran off again.
Do you really think she could be a decent leader?
She's organized a whole lot of mercs.
Are they really mercs, though? How much money does W have to hire them? And how much does she earn for them with the things she does?
All right then. Why are they following her? No matter what she says, whether it's revenge for Teresa, hunting down the assassins, or just randomly bombing her way across the land, she's definitely walked her path.
The ones who follow her really are sad. But people forget how young she is. She's got lots of room for improvement.
We can help. Also, the startup capital for your shop. Not a joke.
I know. The Exemplars is fully equipped. Some of the Londinium Self-Salvation Corps volunteered to join our team.
Yes. Tallying up the remnants of the various ducal forces we've gathered, refugees who want to join the fight, and these militiamen from the Self-Salvation Corps, we have the strength of roughly 6 or 7 platoons. Siege. We'd best formally establish the military structure of the Exemplars, appointing officers such that our chain of command can.
Lieutenant Sear, this team is not a true military unit. It is not the Victorian army. True, we have some soldiers, but aside from you and the remnants of Duke Windermere's forces led by Delphini, the rest are ordinary folk who want to fight. Workers, farmers, merchants, and of course, street ruffians. Should we forcibly incorporate them into 1 or 2 combat units, arm them, and subordinate them to officers, then what is the difference between us and the Dukes? The Exemplars is a fine name, but I believe it should bring the people nothing but hope. Or to speak less grandly, it should bring the people something intangible, the likes of which the Duke's high-speed battleships can't bring. Which is to say, the Exemplar should not be a heroic force captained by the heir to the throne wielding the real Mittly. I'm rather repulsed by such titles.
But then, how are we to organize our combat operations?
Speaking of combat operations, a considerable portion of our team has not undergone any regular military training. When in Londinium, do as the Londonese do, eh? Just as we did in Ch13, just as the Self-Salvation Corps did in Londinium. We're killing the Sarkis in our familiar way, with our familiar friends. No offense, Sarkis.
None taken. No harm done. The ritual has been terminated, but the blessing bestowed on the Sarkis' blood has not completely gone with it. Over Londinium way. Ancient witchcraft stirs. Our mortal enemy operates with unknown purpose, but the urgency they reveal presents an opportunity for a breakthrough.
We will be extra cautious.
Then, let's snatch the bomb back.
The plan was a success. The Victorian attack did distract a portion of the forces here. We're in, and it's here.
Are you the Sarkis from last time? How did you? Is this a joint attack with the Victorians?
Sorry.
Kill the traitors. Kill these Sarkis traitors.
Oswala isn't here to welcome us.
Logo's guessed right. Looks like she's too busy.
Hey, how you didn't let me come in last time? This sucker's huge. Can I blow it into 2 halves?
No, stay with the team.
Get onto its spine and seize its operator.
Amalia.
Yes, I feel it. He's here.
I follow the Banshee's gaze to the shadow cast on the rock. Not a hint of blood invades my nostrils. Does this skeleton have veins? In my wardrobe, I have a drawer specifically for collecting medals. The medal I received upon graduating from Sear Military College, the 15-year service medal from the Defense Forces, the Londinium Freedom Medal awarded to me by City Hall 4 years ago, after quelling the chaos in the sea. Deeper in the drawer are the remnants of a previous order, passed down through my family, the emblem of the View Vanguard, a piece of brick from Lingones, and a golden cup awarded by His Majesty Corsica I. Nage cup is now split into 2 pieces, and the etchings on top are unclear. However, I remember the layout of each pattern, and the expressions on each relief figure. This is all that my parents, my uncles, and aunts, all that they hoped for the glory of Gaul, a glory that cannot be denied, and would never fade. The cup is quite weighty. You should be able to sell it for a good price. The market for Gaulish pieces has always been brisk. Even if you just melt the thing and sell it as raw gold, it should be enough for you to easily buy an apartment in the finest part of any city. Here is the key to my home. Keep it. The things are in the wardrobe. Pick a place and start over. Forget everything that happened this past year. Call it a fleeting nightmare. Sir, it was you who saved me when those Sarkas were chasing me. You hid me in the Defense Forces office. I should be thanking you. I'm no longer a member of the forces, or your Gaulish compatriot. You didn't have to. Take it. If you find anything else in the house you like, it's yours. The memories mean little to me anymore. You'll want to hide here for a while yet, until the situation stabilizes. The military commission has disarmed the defense forces. As it stands now, you're no different from the Victorian civilians to the Sarkas. But our comrades are still outside. Some of them are, unsold. I want to save them all. They've all been captured. I handed them over to the military commission myself. You what? The anger in his eyes deflates before I can reach a peak. Not coward. I evaluated him as much in the past. He may have had some courage in battle, but ultimately, he is a coward. He survives here with me in ignominy. He can't be compared to those warriors who resist the Sarkas. Ni could never compare. No could I? Ni. Don't care. It's been a long time since I cared. Sir, what are you going to do next? The Sanguinar of Vampires has been waiting for me for some time. Stay here. Wait until it's all done before you go. If you want to live, you'd best pray that when you open the door, the cheering you hear is Victorians, and not the devils. Chen hear Victorians. Nash first thing that comes to my mind is, surprisingly, that Victoria will win. No, it's probably just a force of habit. Naturally, I hope that Theresis will win. That's the prerequisite to him restoring Gaul. And all my sacrifices, all my betrayals, all my unforgivable sins were enacted in the service of Gaul. Nice, of course I serve. Gaul, Ni hope. Groups of people are laid out by the Sarkas forces, heading for the city walls in the distance. Nate Sarkas intend to fortify Londinium, and I'm afraid the final battle lies right before us. Don't they plan to defend the Victorian capital, perhaps? Some of the men cast resentful glances at me. I know them. We once shared a toast. No one stops me. The Sarkas don't care where I'm going. Nevin, if you open the door for a caged fowlist, where can it fly?
Rene Leto, I didn't expect to encounter you like this.
This may be a good sign. At least you haven't been executed by the Sarkas. Do you have time to chat?
I know you. You're Clavasia, the little leader of the Self-Salvation Corps. Yes. We've cleared out all your bases. The remaining forces should have all fled Londinium. Why are you still here?
Some of the thanks go to the defense forces, and some go to Castor for keeping her promise. Her Trilby Asher did indeed ensure the smooth evacuation of the Self-Salvation Corps.
The Duke of Cast. I guessed your identity a long time ago. But now, no matter which of the dukes you're vassal or puppet of, I no longer care. I may not know how capable you really are, but Londinium as she stands is no place for a rebellious child to be wandering around. Go back to your hiding place. Treasure the fact that the Sarkas have not caught you yet. I'll pretend I never saw you.
Leo, you've been cowering in Londinium for long enough. After losing contact with the Self-Salvation Corps, I quickly found new objectives to work on within Londinium. We were betrayed too, and I don't even know who the traitors were, but I don't have time to dwell on that. The situation within the city far surpasses our understanding of a nomadic city under occupation. What's happening now is something you won't find in the history books.
I know that better than anyone.
But have you seen what's going on outside the city? I've seen the Sarkas art circles, the red light in the sky, the war machines in their many forms, things unlike the military equipment of any ordinary nation. I've seen Hecrostarts floating in mid-air, seizing control of the sky, forcing drones and arts alike to fail. I used to think the descriptions of the Sarkas military and the so-called Nashagrari were told tales, literary embellishment for horror's sake. I don't think that anymore. When death itself opens its doors, what man-made hell do we face?
And what of the dukes?
The ducal armies. They're resilient, grand, but they stand on the horizon out of reach. I suppose you may be feeling guilt and melancholy, perhaps mixed with a dash of pride? You ponder the cruel choices you've made, but your mission is now accomplished. I guess you proposed a deal to Theresis regarding the nomadic cities that once belonged to Gaul. Londinium is too small. She can't contain the Sarkis' ambition. He is simply using this place to provoke the expansionist lust of Terra's other powers. Do you honestly believe he cares at all for your goal? Londinium's fall is complete, but you are no fool. You see it. The military commission of Kasdal has no intention of occupying Victoria.
Correct. I am no fool. I never once placed my hopes in Theresis keeping his word.
And yet you still had a hand in so many tragedies. Are you trying to create an opportunity, like what the Sarkis are doing for Kasdal? Perhaps this war will exhaust the ducal militaries, making space for the ghost of Gaul to return to the land of the living. But the question is, do you actually believe that, Rene Leto?
What else can I believe in? I've admitted my weakness. Do you need me to admit my stupidity, my despair, my irrelevance? What do you want from me?
Cooperation. The Self-Salvation Corps, those resisting the Sarkis, those struggling for survival among Victoria's nonsensical nobility, they all still have a chance. And that which you seek, your so-called goal, may also exist within that chance.
Go. Go. It seems you're still willing to fight. For a person like you, the dusty rubble is a platform from which to grab the next ledge. For you, those like you, for the military commission, you are strong enough to subvert nation, to change the course of history, not to mention, manipulate the fate of one or two men like me.
Enough of the self-pity. There is still much we can do before hell descends upon us. Whether you consider this a form of atonement or the beginning of a new struggle doesn't matter to me. But Leto, I hope we can.
Now then, O Great One, can you tell me, how I might save myself? There it is. You haven't a clue yourself. Let me die.
You really won't turn back?
I will.
Then I can't say I wish you well. I'll send them away. Your hands are stained with the blood of so many, with the blood of my friends, and you carry on with such despicable decisions. Rene Leto.
That'll do then. Run along now. The Sarkis are coming. I still have to say goodbye. Seslingon's bagnet nas you delarmed. Elnachem debatela state charge de merdi met deepin ni. Mani siege arvindra. Sest certain. Now perjuger amort less aggressors. Now perjuger amort less aggressors. Have you vanguard living in the city? Nui, is he the first thing to come to my mind in this moment?
Name, rank.
Your baton is pressed against my waist rather harshly, sir.
From Ezla. Report. Name, rank, and unit. Soldat.
Lingon's youth vanguards. Tuo regiment de la garde Satanti, Caporal Leto. Yes, your unit. I've never seen you before. You have. You've just forgotten, sir. Have I? Lembury, Some Magist. He ordered me to recover here. But I want to know what's happening on the front lines. The Roy Sorcier, the Wicked Witch King. Did our fleet destroy him? I saw it on television. The Victorian Duke with the great, huge beard. His army. Do they wish to betray Some Magist? Our great emperor. They will stab him in the back. 2. Sir, Londinium has fallen. Espying. Good. I'll be promoted. To the view, Vanguard. You, it's not your time yet. You still need to prove yourself. He's nearly 90 years old. He's been not entirely there for quite some time, forgetting nearly everything. For decades, his mind has remained in the golden age when the Gaulishmen joined Corsica. Eyes march into Lyethany. Nate Nurse has always said he had only a year to live, but he's still here. Ens lived to see Gaul become history. Ens lived to Londinium teetering on the edge of her grave. Never I left the defense forces, I issued one last order, to guarantee the safety of this sanatorium. This is the only thing I did for myself in my entire long service to the forces. I brought you a ream champagne from Lingon's, your favorite. Have a seat, won't you? A fine drink, Caporal. Ses Lingon's bagnet nas you delarms. La champ debatela state charge de merdi met deepin ni. Poor jujura mort less aggressors. When you sing that song, it's as if there never was any pain. As if you never aged today. Notre reposera toujours gloriosa. I've never seen Lingon's. You told me again and again about those magnificent halls, the flourishing road networks. Do you remember Golding? The girl who visited you with me so many years ago. She's dead. She died for this cruel, unshakable, blood-stained world. And I'm one of the murderers responsible for it all. I don't know what to feel for her, but she's gone. She's out of my sight, and she'll certainly never see me anymore. I'm frightened, sir. A girl called Amaya says that all I've done was done out of cowardice. I once confessed to Golding that my only goal was to survive the ruin to come. But I still hope, even if it's just a pretext, I still hope that from the ruins, a new Gaulishman will rise. No, that's not it. I wish Golding could keep on teaching the children, under the sunshine, among the fragrance of the flowers. Her persistence was truly beautiful. But me, I'm the one who... I've done all I can, sir. It's tiring. Do you think we still have a future? He'd fallen asleep minutes ago. Right. I draw my saber. A sword that once belonged to a Gaulishman. Methinkt. It might be better to let him remain in that dream before the Sarkas force their way in. And at least it'll be a splendid dream. Nub to me. Despicable man that I am. Dare not reach out to pollute. Ch blood of the aged youth vanguard splatters my hands. The Prince of Blood himself, the Sanguinar of vampires, looks silently at the extravagant decor of the Victorian palace. Ch expression on his face could be described as serene.
You came, Leto. Here I thought you'd find somewhere to hide.
No, of course not. I was always going to come find your highness.
You seem spirited today. I'm pleased. Ever since that old Gaulish teacher of yours died, you've been quite the buzzkill. I made a bet with my children. They wagered that you were about to die, but I believed in you, Leto. Have a drink with me to the defeat of your enemies, the death of the nation of Victoria. I'll begin the ritual myself, bestowing the most ancient curse, the most tragic end, and so I will be leaving soon. Even my own kind don't enjoy such an honor. You should be grateful.
You know, your highness, by the time I was born, Gaul's capital had already been razed by the Duke of Wellington and his despicable accomplices. A city annihilated, as one breathes a sigh. Now it seems you will do the same to Londinium.
Will you weep for her?
I just didn't expect it.
Duke Wellington dismantled Lingones, pulling those mobile plates apart. So silly, so boring, the Victorians. Would you like to settle the blood debt with your own hands? I admire your persistence. I could grant you such an opportunity.
Your highness is most magnanimous. I bow deeply, but I feel his gaze lingering on me.
Pathetic, mean, fickle, cowardly, self-righteous, begging for mercy out of fear, self-destructing out of despair. But I'm still very curious about you. In the scheme of your insignificant life, we've spent quite some time together. Do you really think you can kill me, Leto? You won't.
My very blood grips my heart.
You may think to yourself, this Sarkas is so arrogant, so contemptuous. On the contrary, Leto, you are a fool, yes, and despicable indeed. You should cherish your blood. I thought they might have some more interesting uses. Sigh, such hasty farewells between us.
The Gaulishman's sword. I do my best to reach it. Ch despicable man's sword.
Poor man. Keep trying, give it all you've got, and you just might reach the hilt.
I'll grant.
What is it you're trying to say?
I'm saying, the blade cuts across my throat, cold, chin. Knee see my filthy blood gushing from my neck. Ch crimson liquid stains his clothes and splashes his face. Nah, I'm saying, I'll grant you my blood. Vile leech, you'll never boast about the purity of your blood ever again, because the despicable Rene Leto has polluted. Hodo, did you think this would anger me? Offend me? Didn't you think I would kick your corpse in anger? Curse your insolence? I'm not going to do any of that, Leto. Rene Leto. Insignificant man. Same as the land itself in my eyes. An annoyance. Did you think this act could give meaning to your pathetic life? Stinsel so conceited, Leto. Me won't give you another thought. Not so much as a momentary glance.
Paresis.
Vampire.
If memory serves, I have some sort of role in your hypocritical military commission, but I haven't seen a war report from you in quite some time.
Nor have you attended any commission meetings in quite some time. You've always held the requisite command authority.
Command authority. I don't need to command my offspring. They serve me naturally, they serve their court.
Then you need to manage them better. The war's end approaches, and your underlings need to play a more significant role. Their wanton behavior vexes me. The Western Front is wasting time.
This is necessary for the ritual. Without enough blood and tears, how are we supposed to gather enough material for the witchcraft? You and Teresa told me about the ancient door you found. Covered in scabs, is the source of all Sarkis' suffering, the origin of our fate, really behind that door.
The preparations for the ritual are complete, but one of the nodes, the town of Brentwood, is under attack by our enemies.
Are you dispatching me to resolve these trifling nuisances for you? Paresis? Oh, that reminds me, O revered, of the military commission. No shrouded casters, meat puppets, or any half-assertly bewitched, flesh-woven brutes. I indulged you and your sister on account of your dazzlingly powerful souls. We Sarkis call you regent, and the confessory have gathered around you, bringing Teresa back to you, the regent and the resurrected king of Sarkis. What a fascinating pair of siblings. But all of this owes to your actions. Your power, not your status. I have blessed this battlefield in order to cast the grandest of curses. I, in my benevolence as head of one of the oldest of the courts, have awakened the power hidden within the blood of the Sarkis. And so, Theresis, have you felt it? Does my boon delight you? Oh, but how much power can be drawn from your mixed blood?
The end is near. It's making you restless. Conceal your weakness. Or shall I say, do you need a reminder or two?
I will complete the final part of the ritual for you, proud regent. But it is not in service of the narrow ambitions of you and your sister. I was always fixed on that nomadic city bearing the false name of Castle. It's just another resting place in that painful river.
Teresa is ready. The Shard will soon unleash a power that Victoria could never imagine. The skeleton is waiting in the hub outside the encampment. You can go from there to Brentwood.
Princess, you always were such dull, lifeless faces. I've seen it. I've seen it. A black light rising over the horizon, like a wall of obsidian, that will eventually found a real sea. You mock my impatience. But isn't silence the best way to conceal your deepest thoughts? If only I could go back in time to see it for myself. If you really can retrieve the power that could reshape this great land, that which the Sarkis first reached out to touch, Origin Yalma, then I will, on your behalf, spread the name of Kazdal to every scrap of land I set foot on.
The Sarkis, my people, have abandoned their past for too long. Nechi hate, they curse, they swore revenge upon our enemies. So disappointing. Nani people have forgotten even the origin of their bloodline, forgotten the names of our ancestors. Nechi made in numbness and sorrow, giving birth to generations of hideous, mixed blood offspring. Nechi throw themselves into the shadows of the nomadic cities, hiding in the streets, begging invaders for food. I have lost interest in Victorian blood, and the Sarkis who are satisfied with it. They infuriate me even more. From the moment Sarkis first called themselves Sarkis, from the moment this world alienated them, it's enough to draw to one mad with rage.
My prince, the drifting of the Farinumch is about to end, and we will soon arrive at the way station near Brentwood. The town has been occupied by Victorians, and they are clearing out your creations.
Creations? Those mindless insects are nothing more than a few drops of residual blood carelessly spilled by children of the Crimson Court, while painting runes on crystals. Let the Victorians celebrate their victory.
My mistake. Forgive me, your highness.
I look to the military commissions, Major, Asarkas. Nethersis has arranged so many children to wander outside the court in this system of his.
You are called Osul.
Yes, your highness.
Your blood is mixed with too much alcohol. I can forgive hedonism and indulgence, but your hesitation disappoints. I can wash those away for you, Major.
I am grateful for your benevolence, my prince, but I can handle myself. I will endeavor to do better.
She bows her head. The nerves have gripped her. Not to at least these mixed blood children understand how to resist which compensates somewhat for their ignorance.
Oswald the Time Stealer. A popular household story. Huh. Oswald has taken the reins of this particular skeleton. Amusing.
Just a coincidence, Your Highness. When I took the name, I never thought I would really be any kind of hero.
Hero? Oswald was a coward. He couldn't even look directly into the eyes of the Spherinumch, daring only to hide in the turbulent currents it stirred up, waking some of the people immersed in illusion. So I sent him on such a mission, of course. To save many people.
Hollow murmurs echo throughout the space.
Who've recognized me at last.
Dead silence. Its intelligence has long been stripped away. Only an empty shell remains to react.
My prince, we are nearly there. We may encounter some illusions.
No need to remind me. I've dealt with this one far more than you ever have.
The Ashen Castle, sent to its doom in Debolic flames. Neichi sweep through the tents of all the clans. Ni can hear the roar of the flames. I can hear the lamentations of the flames. Why are we still surrendering? Why are we still weak? Are you satisfied with this? Are you satisfied? Then I, on your behalf, my ancient kin kneel and weep in the ruins. Nage King of Sarkas is dead. Nage King killed the king. Me know he is just a ripple in the illusion. Me know this is our unchangeable history.
You worked hard to build this Ashen Castle, and the Sarkas have a home again. But doesn't its diminutive size infuriate you? The outbound invaders deprived the Tikas of their ancestral land. So, you started to compromise, shrinking and distorting that which stands for your home, a circle of fields, until you can only call it your say, your village. This is the starting point of Sarka's weakness. And now, I look back from the endpoint.
The illusions are over.
This skeleton has returned to its lair.
My prince, it is my duty to remind you that the forces in control of the Brentwood Core Arts Circle are nearby. They may not be aware that the skeleton leaves a trace. Our return may have been exposed. Your power is undeniable, but among our enemies, there may be.
No matter, have our enemies destroyed the ritual nodes? The battlefield dart circles cast by this skeleton were merely the tendrils, extremities of the Crimson Court's grasp. In any case, since we've come to the end, allow me to personally stand as the center of this most ancient ritual.
The sun is rising, and the first rays of blood red have already spilled to the damaged cave of the way station. Now new day. Nub to this day will be different from all the sorrowful days that have come before.
The crowned hunter, our first king of Sarkas, if your soul still lingers among the myriad after thousands of years.
Enough dark clouds have accumulated atop the spire known as the Shard. Nage foolish Victorians see this storm as nothing more than a spear to be thrown. No shallow, their inherently corrupt nature, always inclined toward conflict. I close my eyes, feeling the arch circles composed of blood-red crystals, feeling all the blood that has flowed through this land since the Warno, since we degraded ourselves into Sarkans. Neichi tremble at my mercy. They boil at my call.
If you watch us yet, the descendants of your lost homeland, if those distant legends that have been distorted and painted over are not lies, then let the suffering in that cradle descend again. Reclaim the lost fate of the Tikas.
A drop of blood drips from my eye. It flows down my face. Such a distant voice answers me. It's as if I could reach out and touch it. Nate hat door, long buried in dust and smoke, is slowly loosening. Nate's storm over Londinium is playing a new movement. Enhang, it seems, something is missing. A loud noise.
As we thought, the Victorians are attacking here. We will do what we can to buy you time to complete the ritual, my prince.
The Victorians, so really have surprised me. No, girl called Oswawa. We are not facing any such Victorians. Our guests deserve to witness this moment. Another poor blood, still a young Nell, and the usurper king of Sarkas.
No matter who they are, the military commission's plan must be executed. I'll strengthen my connection with the Pharanumch as much as possible, in order to prevent them from reaching this place. My prince, please.
You have no standing from which to advise me. I do so want to see how clichés will they spout at me this time. What moments of despair can they show me? Now then. Major, you stay here. This dispensable work of yours is over.
How many years have these hollow skeletons gone unfilled? For centuries? 5. At the time, I was not yet master of the Crimson Court, and at the time, I could still hear the arrogant whispers of the putrid War King. I could hear the sounds of the arch-liar of Jal, torturing the night away. And at the time, even if the vampires were hostile to them, these mighty souls surging with hatred and faith made my heart swell. And at the time, the Sarkas were already a scattered people with no home to call their own. But at the time, I could see the remnants of their proud souls.
Ruin.
A sea of blood devours the curse.
Are you still toying with these pathetic words? These false curses, Banshee? Why don't you face the power that truly belongs to you? The power gathered in your blood. Isn't the elegy you can sing now so much more melodious? Alas, you are silent, never to open your mouth.
Vampire, what is it you are trying to reach? This is no ritual recorded in Sarka's literature.
What is it? Calling? I think I see a seed. You're trying to awaken it with millennia-old witchcraft, to nourish it with the art circles on the battlefields, and control it with the storm over the shard. You must be stopped. You'll destroy Londinium. It'll be nothing but a heap of rubble full of Originyama. No, not only that. At this scale, with this much power, I can even see. The revenge of the Sarkas will drag all of Terra into the abyss.
Revenge? You still claim to be the king of Sarkas. But your views are so biased. 200 years ago, a coalition of Terran nations destroyed Castle once. And now, do you think we would bring pain and destruction to Victoria as simple vengeance for their conquest centuries ago? I am disappointed once again. The black crown lingers over your head. And indeed, this is yet another ridiculous thing wrought by the king of Sarkas. Killing an enemy and butchering a country. Burying a city and annihilating a culture. These things are not different. For the Sarkas, these are far from enough to be called resistance. We've come to Londinium, this outblond capital, not for any kind of retaliation. Seed? Not a bad description. Watch and see what sights this seed will bring.
You are a narrow-minded one, Vampire. No flowery words can change the nature of what it is you're doing. You call me silent. Rest assured, Vampire, you will hear me speak. Fetters fall heavy on your body. Amaya.
The black crown appears over the outblood's head. A black spear pierces my scapula.
What? So easy, see? No, it's not.
Ah, fresh blood gushes out. The king of Sarkas has opened a wound for me. Nith is the blood so preciously bestowed to me, and my ancestors for millennia. I carefully select the blood of my choice. Masters of the Crimson Court have a responsibility too. Day after day, wipe away even the most minute hint of impurity. Up to the reason we are so pure is not that this bloodline has never been lost, never been defiled. Up to because I finally found it. No drop of blood. It has been passed down through the millennia. Tinke's blood. The land falls silent. The rivers stagnate. The air moans. The entire world turns sullen. Now as I reach out my hand, it floats slowly in front of me. It does not drip. It only goes up.
His blood. He's going to complete the ritual.
Tika's blood is now gone from our world.
The incantation left in Londinium was just destroyed in that instant. What's happened in Londinium? Amaya, end this battle quickly. I feel some kind of a...
Don't be so hasty, honored guests.
Blood crawls over the bones. Baldan wisdom emerged from the decay.
It's just such a great opportunity. In the sight of the first Cursiparas today, we can bid farewell to the last king of Sarkas.
For a few moments, perhaps more than a few moments, no Sarkas dare to speak. It takes away all things and shapes all things.
What? Is that? The blessing the Sanguinor left, the Sarkas hasn't faded. But just now, who the doctor have been talking about?
Blood rises from the spine of the Farinumch. Apparently only a drop, but it draws all eyes. And it leaves the intertwined bones, dancing in the dim cave, rising in the freshly sprinkled sunlight. Not a drop of blood, just one drop of blood. Pure blood, Lanurgis blood. It has been wounded. It has been betrayed. It has been forgotten, to the point of being spurned. Fauna millennia, the land called it a disaster, treated it as an enemy, trampled it until it abandoned its glory and defiled its body. Tikos became Sarkas, their homeland lost. Tendoi, the blood of those with a homeland, returns from history. all men across the land should pay tribute to it. The beat of blood dissolves, and silence reigns. No explosions, no vibrations, no grand visions or chaotic whispers. Even if blocked by the hills, all eyes turn toward Londinia. At this point, all the storms called by the shard feel like nothing but harmless drizzle. No, what gathers atop the tower can no longer be called just a dark cloud. Nature's storm has become a cradle.
Hodor. W. Look alive. Do it. W. Where are the bombs you buried? Hit your detonator now.
Don't have to tell me twice.
No guesses. Hodor. We only take on opponents we know we can handle.
I know. W's bombs tore through the defensive line. We've got a breakthrough. Tangled with them way too long. Amaya and Logos went on ahead of us. They'll deal with the worst of our troubles. As for the others, follow the path they cleared and climb the Faranum's bones with those gangways.
Damn it. These guys. Don't let them get any further. Commander Oswala is pulling up the gangways. The trembling nerve bundles begin to close, and the bone gangways start to drift. Naish Faranumch has decided not to let anyone walk on its spine. The traitors die here. We'll take their corpses to the tent of the Nasha Grari King to nourish our next victory. Huh?
Buried mines under the bones. Feels pretty good. Hodor, Yanis, get ready soak with incoming.
The rising airflow of the grand explosion sends the three mercenaries into the air. Noderher adjusts his posture with some effort, looking down to see the cave being engulfed in flames. Naish Faranumch seems to sense something. Its wings, its body, its white tailbane slashing at the three like a whip.
W. 3 grenades, downward diagonal.
Good idea.
This is the last time I play along with your explosive shenanigans.
The red-haired Sarkis kicks up dust, and the black-haired Cabernet weaves darkness. Naish scraps form beams, and the shadows form steps. An invisible staircase, stinking of gunpowder, spirals upward and pierces the chest cavity of the hovering skeleton. Naish mercenaries rush into its hollow interior.
This way to the core of the skeleton. Our target is Oswala. Find her, and we get control of this thing we're walking on.
Are you too sure we can get this skeleton? Sounds a little reckless, almost like robbing a caravan.
We have to. Otherwise, Amaya and Logos are fighting for nothing.
So we open the car door, toss the driver out, grab the keys from my car now.
Did you see the illusions this thing made, moving between its bones? You still haven't figured anything out. This isn't some obscure story.
Should I have figured something out?
I forgot. You don't care to learn history. A few hundred years ago, the Sarkas killed a Faranumch that almost destroyed Kazdal. After it fell, there were various claims as to where it ended up. And one of those was that its consciousness didn't die with it, that it was split up, sealed into a bunch of different items. Now it seems that claim was probably at least partly true. As for the unconscious shell, it was carefully collected before this war. They spent a lot of effort to modify it, and sure enough, it's playing a big role in the war for the military commission.
Different items. Huh. All swollen. Ever carried a pocket watch before? Not like she was ever on time in the Scar market. But if her watch is holding the Faranum's consciousness, it's probably already very fragmented. The skeleton we're standing on isn't exactly dead, but it doesn't have much more than basic nerve reflexes. Oswala can only guide those basic reactions. We just need to pay more attention to them.
A rain of bolts falls through the gaps in the bones, followed by the eerie glow of Sarka's witchcraft.
Take cover.
Sure. Just avoid the nerve bundles that can strike at you. And watch out for sudden bone spear thrusts. Nothing to worry about. After all, this fella's been stripped down to nothing but bleached bones.
But there's still you. Oswala, you're more dangerous than this half-dead Faranumch. Done with your important work?
I might be, if you weren't here to bother me.
Is this bitch the commander here? She's pretty rough on her own skeleton. Those bulls are all stuck in the bones now. Want me to help pull them out? I've got a pretty handy method.
Tough Calfit's that psycho.
Trying to kill my men right in front of me. Hodor, you think too little of me.
Dangerous and chaotic power gathers in Oswala's fingertips as she prepares to cast her arts. Up to a moment before she can cast, a black shadow crawls up her ankle. Oswala has to take a step to the right in order to shake off the persistent entanglement of the shadow. Their arts go out of control, and a red glow shoots out from the damaged seams of the spine. Naish sound of a muffled explosion booms from the distant cave wall.
You've gotten rusty. Oswala, I guess you've been doing well for yourself in the scar market.
You're a bunch of survivors. I'll give you that. Back in Castle, I made quiet bets with the old-timers on how many of you would actually collect on those jobs you were taking. As long as I bet on Hodor or Innis, and later the Psycho W, I always made money.
Sounds to me like you owe us a big cut.
This time, though, you took a wrong turn. 2 kings of the royal court are here, going all out, not to mention the king of Sarkis. This place is never gonna be a safe haven where you can escape the war. Not the kind of place you can't survive.
What about you? You heard about Theresa's trump card in Londinium. Assuming the consequences out there are way beyond anything anyone's ever seen before. You still think it's a fair price to pay for the Sarkas to rebuild Castle?
That's enough chit-chat. Soldiers. End them here, while there's still time.
Major, look. On the bones there. Blood crawls along the bones, creeping toward them. Blood is filling the place, overflowing the damaged gaps, connecting the long, cold body.
It's the Sanguinar. Looks like he's ready.
Begins to grow warm. Nopper accumulates in the bones again. The spine sways left and right, audibly creaking. Naish Farinum resumes its roving.
So much blood. Oswala, where did all this blood come from?
As if you need to ask. It's courtesy of that homicidal Sanguinar. He slaughtered the place clean.
No. Their wrists.
Oswala and her men all have bleeding wounds on their wrists. Drint, it starts as beads of blood, then turns into ribbons, then rivers. No much blood is in a human body. Mage blood flowing out of the guards joins with the bloodstains spreading over the bleached bones. I offer your highness my blood, Prince of the Crimson Court. May you hunt unimpeded.
Let our blood form for you a swift chariot.
Oswala, stop. Have you lost your marbles?
The Farinumsh. It's about to move again. The current of history might be about to sweep this place away.
That bitch wants to go down with us.
I am not controlling it. Blood has replaced muscle, tendons, and marrow. Isn't that enough to control it?
The guard's exposed skin is now visibly pallid. Oswala's complexion is also looking worse. Nifnally, the flow stops. A Sarka soldier will give everything for his liege, not only his blood. Nether skin shrivels, and finally, they collapse.
It's been an honor and a privilege. Men, you stood with me to the end. We will meet again among the myriad souls. I told you, this skeleton isn't a place to escape. It isn't a place to survive anymore.
Hurry. We need to take cover in the cabin. The illusions are already manifesting. We don't know where they might go. It's creating waves. Look out.
Where does the vampire want to take us?
Hodor?
I'm here with her. She's lost too much blood. Whether or not she lives is all up to her now.
You might as well leave me outside, Hodor. I'd rather die with my men. You've killed so many old friends. There's no way you suddenly grow a heart today.
We can use you.
I told you, the skeleton's out of my control now.
You also said you're loyal to the Commission. If you think the military commission is the hope for Castle to become a nation, then why is that guy calling himself a regent? Why does he need Theresa? Why does he think winning this war will secure a future for Castle? What is Theresa's thinking? Whatever, we'll talk after we take down this Farinumsh.
What are you going to do?
Our goal hasn't changed. We're going home.
Home? That was supposed to be the skeleton's last mission.
What?
Nobody uses it much, but when General Manfred named it, he was talking just like you.
Just like me? Manfred.
We're enemies, so I'm done with questions. I'm just gonna wait to die. Well, I guess making it to today is a kind of an answer. You really think General Manfred is blind? That he doesn't know what you're up to? You can only talk about going home if you manage to survive your run-in with the Sanguinar.
You're right.
Perhaps due to her blood loss, Oswala is basically powerless to resist. Hodor takes the lovely pocket watch without any trouble. Its cold metal case is engraved with intricate witchcraft runes. An age watch is ticking backwards. A murmur that no one else hears fills his mind for a moment.
It really is louder than I imagined.
Hodor grits his teeth and leaves behind the loud whispers. He searches within it for the true, dormant consciousness of the Farinumch.
Farinumch who wanders this land, you are not dead. You've decided to continue your existence in a different way. You're still here, aren't you?
At the center of the disaster, the silent Farinumch slowly swims. Where it wanders, there is only ruined emptiness. Mage Pass lifts it, and the future is separated by it. Na figure stands in front of me. Stop, Farinumch. You are about to step into Kazdal, our city. The people here refuse your visit. Choose another path. Or else, the Sarkas will slaughter you. This is your only warning. Very well. My brother directed us to forbid its advance, to obey the will of the King of Sarkas. Sanguine court, to me. Powerful witchcraft condenses in the vampire's hands, and a giant crimson spear falls from the sky. One massive wound after another pierces it. Each silent Farinumch finally speaks, as if waking from a dream. Kazno, Neo, I may have slept for too long. Next will. When did it become a city? Nero, King of Sarkas, is he not your sole chosen leader? Mufi is he not? Standing before me, an image that all have forgotten is shattered by the moving Farinumch. It has not roamed in centuries. It gently moves its fins, now only bleached bones, pushing through layer after layer of space. Each one who once skilled it now bestows warmth upon it again. Each skeleton searches for a suitable place to stop. None till finally, the massive skeleton hovers over an endless sea. Each cave, the battle, and even the slowly rising sun are nowhere to be seen. Instead, there is only Na calm sea, a calm sea, and calm stone. All the cruelty that occurs on the continent seems to have never existed here. This is beyond the horizon, beyond civilization. This is what remains of the skeleton for the Prince of Blood to find at last. Not an untouchable realm. The Crimson River connects with a dark blue nerve and intertwines tightly. Each slender murderer closes his eyes and feels the pounding rhythm of his victim. With blood for reins, he harnesses the creature that can only wander through history.
After those illusory visions and memories of the past, you've indeed brought me a more valuable scene. Why don't the two of you, in the face of such a scene, fizzle those frankly laughable arts in your hands? Have a look around. Take some time to admire it all. This is the tomb I have chosen for you.
It was daytime just a moment ago, but here, a dark night, and an endless sea.
The stars are changing. I've never heard of any place like this. Not in any records, not in any legends. So, this must be...
Distant enough, yes. I do wonder how far we are from Kazdal now. This land they all call Terra. Is it too vast, or is it too small?
Amayu, be careful. His blood. It's sublimating. He awakened his blood with that witchcraft.
Don't talk like an outbound, Benji. You know, I treat purebloods as equals, when compared to the Crimson Court, which has Spentians seeking purity. You have been more deeply influenced by Origin Yama. But, well, among the Sarkas, you are indeed quite formidable. Come. Let's not be stingy with my blessing. You cannot reject my gift. Now that I've awakened your power, you are finally worthy of facing me. Let me hear the screech of your knell, if it can still darken the moonlight.
Crimson ripples spread, and at this moment, the sky is no longer the sky, nor is the sea the sea. Neichi are only refractions of blood, reflections of blood. The Sanguinar smiles faintly, a blood soul pumping like a heart in his palm, reflecting the face of the young Banshee in a structure as deep as life itself. And then the blood soul shatters.
I write, therefore I command. The night conceals me from death.
Another incantation. Another of your shallow incantations. You have talent, no doubt about that. The flapping of your lips and the doodles of your bone pen are enough to humiliate the so-called Origin Yama arts of common people. And yet, why do you resist your heritage so? Show me your true self, King of the Court Banshee, Tokarli, Sanguinar of Vampires, Prince of all Blood, demands you show your true self.
Enough! Vampire! Hoda! Logos!
Black arts erupt from the girl's hand, parting the sea of blood. Nub to the blood does not yield, it roars. Nage, King of Sarkas's arts dissolve and shatter, and the red surges even more intensely.
Look at you. You didn't receive even a scrap of my bone. Clodus blood, tedious and ordinary. No matter how hard I try to scrape something together, I can't find a shred of talent or power. I can't even say that your blood is mixed or impure, as those adjectives still imply an expectation of return to purity. But there are chaotic bloodlines I approve of, but they are without a doubt all formidable or magnificent. But what do you have? A laughable motivation. A shallow conviction.
I don't have to answer you. I just have to defeat you.
Nothing even on the level of the Banshee's little tricks born of his rebellious mind. Even less than that pair of siblings.
Amaya, don't let him provoke you. As it stands, his power is still growing. We need to end this fast.
I know. We need to get back under clear skies.
In the past, I once slew a so-called King of Sarkas, and it wasn't particularly difficult. And I suspect your end will be the same this time. You question me with black blades. I answer you with the gift of death.
Blood rain falls incessantly, as if it will never stop. Nolgo's and Amiya's shoulders have been soaked tread by the rain. Nate's white-haired vampire, however, seems to stroll casually under the rain, completely spotless.
Look at the sorry state of yourself, losing sight of what matters. Even if no one answers your cries, you can't waste the stage you've been given. Don't waste your chance at a grand farewell.
I stated. Therefore, it is prescribed. The wind and rain cease, deprived of the right to flow.
The moment the words are spoken, the blood rain freezes in midair. My curtains, like stars, it refracts the sorrow of the sea, the brilliance of the moons. Nate Sanguinar squints, seemingly unsurprised by the incantation of the Lord of the Banshees. Rather, it is as if he is appreciating a piece of art drawn between heaven and earth.
You've halted the surging. Impressive. Blood pauses at your command. Booty Amidst master.
The suspended beads of blood suddenly burst in the air, splattering anything they can reach.
The knell will decay. The order will wear. No. If you so disdain your noble blood, I might as well extract it and return it to your mother. Banshee, she will play for you a mournful whistle.
Amaya.
The vampire only gives Amaya a momentary opportunity, but it is more than enough. Nomiya's palm presses against the vampire's body, sticky blood burning her palm.
Is this your blood? Heated by your talent. But the hot blood I've seen has all been for the sake of resistance, for the sake of life. And those people, their blood is much hotter than yours.
Black lines burst from Amiya's palm, piercing through the vampire's body.
Amaya, fall back. You didn't get his vitals.
Oh, how cold, King of Sarkas. A monarch of such little grace you are.
Sanguinar of vampires, Prince of the Crimson Court. Your offspring fill every battlefield the Sarkas touch. You proclaim to them that slaughter and conquest are the ancient traditions of the vampires. You've shaped your court into what it is today. You've made the people see all vampires as nothing more than twisted creatures of desire like yourself. But the vampires I know are not like you. They haven't gone mad like you.
They've only managed to conceal their desires, conditioned too deeply by this age in which they have no home. Some choose to bow down to the invaders, and I pity them.
No, that's not it. How do you interpret the blood that your court stands for?
The sufferings of the Sarkas need no elucidation. All Sarkas, even those who submit to you, inevitably know the taste of blood, overturned in dark alleys, intercepted in dark forests. Sometimes a throat is cut. Sometimes cold daggers are thrust between ribs. It awakens the siblings, who now know the cost of submission, and they come to rebel until they too are covered in the blood of their enemies. How pitiful. Kill or be killed. This is the cycle of blood that the Sarkas carry.
Is that how you define the meaning of blood? A cycle. The first time any of us felt blood on our skin, wasn't it? When we were born from our mothers. Blood is the foundation of human life. Heritage passed down on umbilical cords, inevitable stumbles when exploring the outside world, and wounds that will surely heal. But you see it only as a synonym for torment and death. Your obsession makes you bloodthirsty. You, with all your arrogance and pride, led them to believe that this is the path the Sarkas should take, the things they should do. I reject you, Sengenar. I reject your actions, your words, and your court.
What is this I'm hearing? You, an outbound, reject me.
The blood sea churns. Its waves cover the moons. Kunran sun removes all other colors.
I don't care what I am. Or what I'm called. I only know what I need to do.
The prince stops moving for a moment. Now a voice echoes in his mind.
Is this how you manipulate the king's power, goddess? Will you share some profound words? Try to shake me with shallow emotion. You are welcome to try.
Shake? No. Nith is a rejection. The rolling of the waves slows, together with the moonlight.
I reject you. I reject you. The way you reduce the king, the Sarkis, and castle to concepts of power and tradition. I reject you. How you entrust the future to the past. Entrust life to slaughter. Teresa, the king, the chancellor, the leader of Babel, she showed everyone a path. Maybe that path is too idealistic. Maybe her promises won't bear the thousands of years of hatred of the Sarkis. But that's not now. Not your choice. You'd laugh at my weakness. Say it's not my place to talk about the Sarkis with you? Or you'd mock Logos for not making use of the blood you awakened just now.
Then of course you know what I'm going to say.
I do. But we've never said that the Sarkis should give up their resistance. We've never said that suffering is justified. On the contrary, those rebels who awaken from their suffering and hardship, from the abyss of hatred, they will be much, much stronger than you. The lost homeland of the Sarkis is not in the history you keep looking back to. An eon ago. It can't be a slogan, or fantasy, or symbol. It's right here, where the Sarkis came from, in the city called Castle, where so many real people live. People that you've only condemned to avoid of ideas. You've imagined the present from the past, and the real future can never be born. It's time to stop, vampire.
Amiya's ring shatters, sending splinters fly. No cold anger burns within Amaya as she scrutinizes the enemy before her. She thought her anger would rise, burning like a fire that could scorch the ocean. But no, that's not what's happening. Namiya feels more than just anger, also an intense sadness. The Sarkis, a people who have lost their homeland. Nice, they believe that it is only through violence and war that they can reclaim all they've lost. And it's easy to blame them with cliché words of morality, justice, and kindness. No arts that have been spoken over and over again, even as the war continues and hatred spreads. Because that is how this world treats them. This world has imposed on them violence and war. So now then, what's wrong with an eye for an eye? Where is the crime in blood for blood? Every king of Sarkis operates on those principles, so the war never stops. This must be broken. But how? How can this system be broken?
Even Teresa failed. What do you think you are?
Yes, even she failed.
That's why Teresa needs me. The doctor and Drive. Calcit need me, and that's why I'm here. As the Revenant called me, as you called me, as so many Sarkis believe me to be see. Stand down.
The obsidian decree transforms into the judgment of the king, stabbing into the scorched blood. Nashthik red finally dissipates. The vampire takes a few steps back, raising his hand to wipe away the blood that flows from his nose and mouth. Nia's body is damaged, and his white clothes are at last stained with blood.
You can't fight anymore, Sanguinar. It's time for this battle to end.
Don't you want to peer into my thoughts? See my sorrows and pain? You can reprimand me, reject me. Countless Sarkis believe this is the power of the king. You say I've corrupted my court. But what about you? Their blind faith is ridiculous. I sneer at the king's comfort. But I have seen it. My older brother was a king of Sarkis. What a lofty title. What a transcendent role. He was looked to as the leader of the Sarkis, our guiding light. He was a natural savior, the one who would pull us out of our misery. But what was the reality? What kind of people has the Black Crown chosen? In the beginning, the king of Sarkis was indeed magnificent. The Diblos walked the path of punishment. The Goliaths roared, the fearless calamity. But they found themselves betrayed by the cowardly, sold out by the selfish. This is our curse.
The king killed the king. Succession to this crown often comes with death.
The vile always prevail. As such, the crown was besmired by short-sighted fools. The weak began to appear among the kings. They were narrow-minded, focused on toying with the power they held in their hands. They became no better than the hypocritical lords among the elders and ancients. The power they stole from others clouded their vision. The focus of my people's faith turned from fearless warriors to vermin hiding in their palaces. They even forgot the shame borne by the name Sarkas. But the crown continued to make its laughable choices. Right up to my brother. I thought surely he would be the hero we had waited for. He, on the other hand, had the audacity to say to me that the Sarkas could no longer afford to continue to war, that it would take generations to rebuild Castle. Even the skeleton beneath our feet knows that the castle we should rebuild was never meant to be a city, and that the king of Sarkas should be the one to stand before them all. How can a man like that deserve to hold a single drop of Chika's blood within his body? Do you see it, King of Sarkas?
I see. A bloody civil war. The carpets of the palace are soaked red. I see a buyer lying in the arms of another vampire.
The legend of the toppled blood prince. He died in a civil war. You're his kin. Did you fight in the war?
No, of course not. Did I fight? I shattered the crown myself. I remember it like it was yesterday. My hand pierced his chest. The limpid Tikos blood danced on my fingertip, finally entering my veins. He turned his head to look at me, grabbing my clothes. The king of Sarkas showed his illusory vision to his murderer before he died. The vision that should have been bestowed as an honor. As you said, Coalesces, blood is not synonymous with death. I stood in the valley, watching a quiet village, a doctor laughing as he spoke, stitching up wounds for the injured. An injured man tells the doctor that his quarry was particularly ferocious. But he eventually won out. In the courtyard hangs the freshly harvested beast meat, and the doctor is me. But this makes me uncontrollably angry. How tragic, how meaningless. How shameful. My brother actually believed that this false peace could deceive me. He was horrifically wrong. He thought I was blinded by hatred. No, I know what peace is. And that's exactly why I feel so restless. We long to see the great and powerful, true Tikos. I absorbed my brother's blood into my body, and I watched as the black crown vanished before my eyes.
But you did not ascend to the throne of the king of Sarkas.
And I do not regret that. If it could choose a formidable leader, I would be genuinely delighted. But this crown disappoints me time and time again. Each time I am more disappointed. My brother's successor was a wandering vagrant. The next was a lumberjack. If it weren't for the records kept by the confessory, these people would not be remembered at all. A king who ruled Castle was killed by the monster called Coalesces in the sight of the coalition army. Then came Teresa and Theresis. They were impressive, but also frustrating. Teresa, immersed in her fantasies, wasted her strength, much like we killed her brother, and her successor turned out to be a goddess and outbound. Things being what they are. The crown's choices being so absurd, even as its existence brings such humiliating hope to my people, I would rather bury it beyond the reach of civilization. I will let it be truly lost, forgotten to history.
You're still struggling. Amaya, don't give him a chance.
You are weakening too. However tarnished the crown may be, its weight is not something an infantile goddess could bear. It seems the confessory so eager to manipulate the crown are going to blather some nonsense at me. Take another look around, Coalesces. If you die, there will be no more successors. Or maybe you'd place your crown on the moons.
The flowing blood surges toward the Sanguinar's body. White-haired Sarkas stands proudly once again.
What? How can he still fight? The king's arts should have pierced his body, leaving it unable to regenerate.
He's using blood to fill the holes in his flesh, using it to mend his wounds. He's a marionette now.
You've become more proficient in the use of the king's power, Coalesces. But all your admonitions, warnings, judgments, and proclamations are nothing but jokes. Ignorant little rabbit. The crown over your head represents no responsibility or authority, and that of the crown itself.
The once vibrant re that filled the entire space no longer exists. And only a bit of crimson oozes from the Sanguinar's pupils.
When the Sarkas lose the king on which they're so dependent, then perhaps they will wake up from this shameful dream of a coming salvation. I accede to your statement, that those awakening from a dream will be much more powerful, and that is why you cannot defeat me. How can the fallen consciousness of the Sarkas resist me, who once carried the blood of the Tikas? The polluted cannot defile the pure, the impure cannot touch the limpid. Your origin lies in the Tikas. A long line you can only climb. We are the rebels.
I decree, therefore, correct. Blood and fire extinguished, face to doom.
Look out! Logos!
A touch of crimson appears from nothing. Nage space once occupied by the Banshee is replaced by blood.
His blood, affecting me, several times stronger than those art circles.
Yes, thanks to you. I have also shed my blood here, and therefore, this place is now part of Castle. Who would have thought that as much as anyone assumed they knew the full length and breadth of this great land? The boundaries of our home are still expanding. Even in this time and place, Sarkas, myself, proclaimed Sarkas kin, march with your blood, carry on with that which will never betray you. The boon of your blood. I will take you back to the origin of all of this, and that is...
A shadow pierces his chest. Streams of blood holding him together are severed in an instant.
Sorry. Sarkas boons don't do much for me.
Funny. You Sarkas profanity aren't Sarkas. Hop chew it. Weaken his binds.
That's what I'm doing. His arts are even crazier than I imagined. I can barely hear his thoughts anymore. There's only red. All red. I've almost got it.
Another upbound. An unexpected development. The scent of your blood. Your Cabernet. Such a dull disguise. Let's have your blood suffocate you. Do you think such crude darts would let you kill a king of the Sarkas royal court?
Of course not.
A heavy sword points directly at the Sanguinar's head.
You can't call something as cliché as slaughter and awakening, Sanguinar. You're still wandering in hatred and destruction. You've never left the abyss. You're the ones who are still sleeping.
Vile traitors. King of Sarkas.
Now, before he recovers, knock him off the skeleton.
An elegy begins to play. The wailing of the Banshee weaves into a mournful melody, and the waves beneath his feet sing a solemn song. Na's steady male voice harmonizes with the sound of the bells, with moonlight as his prose. The bone whistle sounds itself before it is played. And its distant howl, traversing time itself, strikes the crimson court.
The moment I took my throne, the knells were already tied to my fate. None of us can escape. But what the elegy mourns will not be your corpse. It will be all of our connections.
The Sanguinar continues to struggle, blood gushing from his fingertips, like claws carving deep scratches into the bleached skull of the Farinumch. His body disintegrates into the dirge, only to reform in blood. Ni is the icon of blood, and as long as there is blood, he will continue to fight.
You will not Tashini.
Amaya, join me. Explore the strings of the elegy. Seek out the origin of the Banshee. Look at me. Look to the whales you once covered your ears to avoid. We must tend him here.
I'll try.
The Banshee song echoes again, and the ancient knell seem to materialize, deterring the creeping blood. Nage of Empire still rises. And after a moment, a rather tender feminine voice joins the harmonic dirge. A proclamation of death? A sentence of rejection? No, not only. The melody carries a kind of timidity, then lingering. Sadness. As the blood cools, the moonlight changes. The hatred of the Sarkas is not unreasonable, and the vampire's vengeance is not unreasonable. No, Hoover, this is by no means the promised future. Can the survivors have a future on scorched earth? Wait to those siblings. Actually see?
Banshee, listen, you have still estaked your blood. My boon, you have not yet defeated yourself.
What echoes here is no longer an elegy. It is only a sigh. A sigh that makes him uneasy. The heat of the explosion and the weight of the sword make the Sanguinar feel powerless for the first time. He looks at the small, ever so small, king of Sarkas. He looks at that Coalesces, so inferior to the Sarkas. He looks at the black crown, such a meaningless curse. Nage history and illusions he trampled on, the bloodline and inheritance, the revenge and unrivaled power, all suddenly disappear. He feels a void beneath his feet. A figure in white falls from the skeleton.
Even the myriad souls mock me. You keep these deserters around who ignore the past, and in the end, you don't even dare to act yourselves. Ovila always prevail. This is indeed our curse. The Outlaw King has executed me. But King of Sarkas resounds with the knells. But you don't know how strong the ties of blood are. You try to judge. In the end, you did use the power within your blood. Two elegiac singers offered me a dirge at the same time. When the time came, you could not resist the instinct within your blood that comprises all that you are. Did you really kill me? No. I have returned the Tikka's blood to where it belongs. Go to Londinium. I'll be waiting for you behind the curtain of ruin.
Why should I help you, Sarkas? Do you think you saved me? I didn't die. Though that doesn't even matter, the shell is merely a plaything I abandoned long ago. Besides, aren't the Sarkas the ones hunting me down?
How much history have you seen?
All that I have experienced.
Rumors say that you will divulge a piece of truth, or hint at an omen.
You tiny little creatures treat my drifting ripples as hallucinations while indulging in them. And yet you harbor resent? After I was divided up by those lunatics. There's even a fallen angel carrying a part of me around. And what I've seen and heard since has actually gotten more interesting. On the contrary, what makes me feel absolute boredom are these so-called bulky histories and profound topics.
Absolute boredom. You're not wrong on that. History always repeats itself on this land. Looking at the past is now a means of looking towards the future.
And so, I have actually become a prophet. In this life of many fevs, you can still count my current form as the same life, as Befriv never thought of having such an identity.
Then, are you looking for a new conclusion?
Just how old do you think I am, you little rascal? There won't be any new conclusions to draw, with the way all of you look like now. Yes, something strange has happened to these decrepit bones of mine. A rabbit wears a Sarkas' crown, and she together with a male Banshir fighting a vampire on top of my head. Of course, there's a cheap playing with shadows who hangs out with you two. Are these new to me? A little, perhaps, but you can't win.
You seem so sure. Do we also belong to the history you've seen? That has comes full circle time and time again.
There's never been a shortage of those who resist on this great land. But they always fall into the same trap. Besides, I understand that vampire's tricks. He was the one who peeled off my skin back then.
Let's have a wager, Fairnumch. This strange bunch of people Ectasa, Cabernet, Banshee, Sarkas, they'll triumph over the vampire that tried to hunt you.
Are you trying to win my favor? Do you think I'll look at you differently for helping me? I couldn't care any less about that. But what are you putting on the table?
If we win, you'll lend us your help, and bring us back to where we came from.
And if you lose?
We'll all be dead by that point.
You're making an empty offer, little thing. I accept.
You really are easy to talk over.
No, it's because I know that all you have are just the waves I toss up, that will come to a still in the blink of an eye. So I might as well spare a little effort, and raise my eyelids a little. You have indeed won, by a minuscule move, but the bet is far from over. Didn't you really win? Did you triumph over the enmity, slaughter, and blood that vampire represents? Why don't we expand our wager by a little? They'll bring all of you back, and then continue to waiting for you, in the cycles of history.
3 hours and 14 minutes. You should trust them. It's all we can do.
We're done with our combat mission, Ch. Our losses aren't light. Their forces here are, indeed, well trained. Most of the Sarkas chose to fight to the end, but a small number also chose to surrender. No, I'm not doing that. It seems like you want me to make my own decision. That's how I wish to do so, and so does the rest. But I refuse to let them die so simply just like that. Perhaps it's difficult to put them on trial during wartime. It's definitely a difficult task to judge just how much blood is on the hands of every terror-stricken Sarkas who laid down their arms. But if we act just like they do, then we'll be no different than them.
I'd like to take on the responsibility of investigating the crimes committed by these Sarkas prisoners of war. I have a professional covert intelligence background too, so I'm well versed in the ways to get them to talk. I know what you're worried about,
No, I'm not. I'll leave it to you.
Alright. I won't let a single drop of blood go unaccounted for.
Prepare for battle. The Fairnumch will be back soon. Monthriator, stand by. There's no way we can be sure who will be on this return trip.
The gigantic skeleton finally reappears. Nage torrents of time seem to have washed away any trace of battle. And it hovers in the air, no different than it was at any other point of time.
Montfrietta.
Hey, let go of me, you damn. Seems like that old head's awake. Think you got her backing you up now. That's my last grenade, so bite onto it tight, you little freak.
Put her down, Montfrietta.
Shitty luck today. I just wanted to give myself a ceremonial salute to announce my return. Didn't think I'd see an old hag with a scowl on her face once the skeleton stopped.
W. Don't forget we have to repair any structures you blow up here after taking over the place. Anything destroyed will be fixed by the same hand.
Huh? What makes you think I'd even know how to fix this kind of thing?
Calcit, Doctor. We've captured the Farinum skeleton, as well as Commander Oswala. The rest of the skeleton garrison have been eliminated.
I've heard so much about you.
You're one of the Scar Market's people.
You know every little thing that's happening in Castle clearly, even from somewhere as far as Victoria. Seems like those old guys weren't lying.
I'll have a talk with those old guys, as you call them, through you when we're done with business here. They are the ones who stayed behind to watch over Castle, and the Lich have already contacted the military commission that currently governs the place. They'll be making their decision soon.
Doctor.
The little goddess crashes into your arms.
I'm fine. The blood. It was the vampires.
Hamaya, your rings. You used them.
Yeah.
Let me see your hands.
A ring on Amiya's hand has already disintegrated, leaving not even a trace or fragment.
I had to use it against him. I'm sorry.
You've become more skilled with using emotions and memories.
No, Doctor. Don't worry. Kind of tired.
The ring on your right index remains broken. Fortunately, that's just an effect of exerting yourself. You are burning from rage again.
Angry? I thought I'd be angry at the Sanguinar of vampires for slaughtering so many people. But what I felt was not just that. There was also sadness.
Sadness. Nakulsa pauses briefly, and a pair of pink eyes always hiding sadness within flashes through her memory. Not a few seconds after, she comes to her senses and takes a second look at Amaya's fingers.
These rings are meant to help you adapt to the Lord of Fiend's power, and the surge of emotions that come with it. Another ring has cracked. Perhaps. We can do nothing but to witness these wounds open again and again.
Please don't worry, Dr. Calcit. No matter who I faced, or who I will face next, I won't fall before they do.
The Sanguinar vampires fell into some place we don't know about. His corpse still remains, but no longer poses a threat to us. However, we failed to prevent the curse from being cast.
It's coming from Londinium. What's happening over there?
The Self-Salvation Corps originally believed that cutting off this supply line would be a way to end the war. But things have changed. This war will not last for much longer. We need to hurry over. This skeleton might be able to become a new stronghold, or an unprecedented means of transport. Hopefully it can be put to good use.
The decisive battle is right before us.
The Sarkas cannot be the culprits of the next calamity. Also, Doc Calcit. The vampire's obsession, his hopes, and what he called a curse, is Originyama.
The oldest Kasdal came into contact with Originyama before any other civilization did. It was not the remnants of a catastrophe, or a mineral silently buried within rock formations. It was a hunk of Originyama from antiquity, and it birthed the oldest witchcraft, and the most ancient of infected. If the vampire really knew of this fact, and developed his obsession from that, thinking it could grant him power, then it won't just be Londinium's fate that will be determined next.
Back here again? Londinium?
Yeah, after all we've been through. We're finally in Victoria's capital. A pity it's now completely surrounded by the Sarkas and the Duke's armies. Guard, quickly arrange. Percival, arrange another Orpathy screening for our members. I know some of them are still deteriorating. Non-combatants will be stationed in this forest.
Are we really going in there?
The infected will be everywhere throughout the city, no matter how the war ends. Sarkas are Victorian, soldiers are nobles, and even farmers, workers, traders. They won't be able to judge their own identity so quickly. Perhaps they won't even realize it until peace returns, and they're once again marginalized, and then it hits them. I was reminded of this, because of what happened to Guard. But, no matter, We have to let every infected on this land know that our flag flies high once again. And more importantly, what it stands for. When they become prisoners again, they will think of our flag as they realize the justice on this land must be won through struggle.
What's the plan?
We'll split up. It won't happen overnight. Other people can handle the task of eradicating the disease, while we'll make sure oppression will no longer be tolerated. We'll need to directly demonstrate this with our strength. In Victoria, we need to at the very least.
There's fire on the other side of the hill, 100 or 200 meters away at most. It's glowing an unnatural hue.
Percival, how long has it been since the scouting team last replied us?
Huh? Let me go check. It's been longer than our estimations. But this isn't the first time our comms equipment are just junk after all. I'll go ask Craig.
Talul stares at the flames. There is no reason or omen, only a strong feeling. She smells the stench of death cast by the firelight. I didn't know your highness would be here in person. This is only a trifling swarm of infected with weapons. We can pitiable people forced to unite and fight.
Even if there is a surviving Draco among them?
We'll confirm her identity and handle everything on your behalf.
I'm not blaming you, of course. Have the scouts located the target?
Yes, it's consistent with our intel. However, with all due respect, Fee, do we have to be so concerned about her this much? Even if she has the Red Dragon's blood, her identity will only pose a slight detriment to your claim. But if our intel is accurate, her current identity is that of an infected. So what does she mean to?
Uninfected, Don't we know another infected Draco as well? My sister will soon return to my side. Just think of it as eliminating some unnecessary variables to nourish the soil between us.
We can 理性等了.
A Draco. I've never come into contact with a Draco outside of family before. All of you wait here. I shall take a look myself.
Careful.
Thank you. This swamp is miserable to wade through.
Yeah? Our supplies are low, and people aren't getting enough to eat. We haven't been able to get any decent medication either. Do you need my help?
No, thank you. I walked all the way from Ursus, and this isn't so different from back then. Talul's footsteps slow down. Naish group slowly marches next to her, through the shrubs and reeds. Naish rustling sounds are quieter than silence itself.
What is it?
Nai, can you release these? Restraints? And your arts too.
You should be well aware you're not allowed to use your Originyama arts. These are your Yoken fetters. You're Talul, the hero, only when before our Victorian compatriots.
I'm not a hero or anything like that. I just don't want history to repeat itself because of M.
She does not finish her sentence. Flames of death ignite from the depths of the swamp, encircling the group in their confusion. Well, what's going on? Where did this fire come from?
All units on alert. What is that to?
An ominous deep purple climbs up Nine's body before she can finish speaking, engulfing her in death instantly. No cold flames of death swallow everything.
Reunion. Infected. Another group of pitiable people, fighting against their pitiable fate. Tenacious, powerful, magnificent. And yet completely unaware they're involved in another lamentable conspiracy. Draco and Aslan. Red Dragon and Lion. You people, who rose up from Ursus, were actually lead to where you stand today by a descendant of the Red Dragon, who will ultimately bring about your demise. Talul Arteries. What sort of woman are you, Draco? If you're deserving of my attention, then come forth from death.
Spanskers fly as death's voice, with dead branches and reeds all reduced to ashes. But the flowers are still in bloom. Naichi are rejecting death.
Flowers? To think there would even be. Flowers that can withstand my flames.
No.
Ansai, these flames are special.
She came for me, so I'll handle her. Many of us here are combat ready. You have to keep them all safe.
Reunion will pull on your chain. You haven't been judged, so don't die just yet.
Her flames of death are cut open. No, her death is blocked by delicate vegetation, ignited by flames of fury. Fire ignites fire. Naish infected turns away from her. She has never been ignored like this before. Ablana comes to her senses at once. Naish gaze of the Draco named Talul never shifted away from her. Raging flame cleaves into mortal flame. Emotion rends emotion. Now Luel tears into Oblana. Nature void is now awash with blood. No blood alas.
Talual Arteries, daughter of Edward, and legitimate heir to the Victorian throne. This is your true self.
We have nothing to do with each other. Draco of Dublin.
Is that for you to say? Just look at you, Red Dragon. How strong and powerful you are. And yet despite your might, you once again willingly toss aside the glory of the Red Dragon to be a slan so easily, to let them trample on the red carpets of West Hill. Victoria is a country founded by Draco, Talual. Why do you only resist? I can smell an unimaginable fury in your flames. Do you not crave it? How can that be?
Fury?
Do you still wish to continue playing house with the infected? How are you this narrow-minded? Infected. This status does not merit mention. You can step over it, disregard it, save it. I give you a chance now, Talual. I can disregard your infected status, and even this pitiful mutual aid program you control. Your flames move me, Talual? Stand with me, and I pledge that everything you desire shall be realized into reality. Come to my side, submit to me, and terror shall stand together with you. Our careers hold no conflict with each other at all. Both you and this infected movement of yours need an end more powerful and prosperous than this.
Are you finished speaking? Draco, your eyes have only desire in them. A desire to free Terra, exact revenge on Victoria, fulfill your own desires, or perhaps you have yet to even grasp what exactly lies in the depths of your desires. Fury. It's true, and I won't deny it. And that's why. Come any closer, and my flames will consume you whole.
So, nothing. Nah come fury. It burns at the extremities of her death.
I'm not interested in the Draco's lineage, power, or the country. Do you lead the Terrans' resistance with such a narrow-sighted desire and ideals? If so, then perhaps it's better if I just cut you down, here and now.
Truly a pity. Uninterested in lineage, power, nor country. Our history summarized. Perhaps I don't know what's going on. Or could it be? Do you think I'm indulging myself with my actions? You shall be my most powerful vassal, though my other subjects are eager for me to kill any other living Draco to uphold my legitimacy. But they don't know why exactly I wish to establish a nation.
And you know it yourself?
Of course. And my sister will do it in my stead.
Don't leave your affairs for your family to do, Draco. You're the one ruining the lives of others with utter disregard.
Death is only my prisoner. No death is taken for granted or without meaning. All with power will die worthy deaths.
Is that up for you to decide? Haven't you realized yet that your manners, gentleness, affection, and even your arrogance and scorn are all fake? You're just a hypocritical tyrant despite your bombastic words. Death is just a scepter for you to brandish your authority. And you're not the first tyrant I've met either. Stay away from reunion.
What an extremely dull answer. But your answer will change in the end, so it'd be a pity for you to die here. Indeed, those flowers' death could not burn earlier are equally deserving of affection. So, what if I tell you? Dublin's forces will exterminate every last one of Reunion's members if you refuse to submit to me. What will you do then? Do you wish for us to be enemies? I don't know what happened in the time you spent drifting about Ursus after leaving Victoria, but I can feel it. From your flame strong and weak, profound and superficial, angry and remorseful.
She's a sinner from Reunion. Don't think too highly of yourself, Draco.
The little flower. Your team's not too far away. You must be so concerned for her.
It doesn't matter. This isn't the first time Reunion is up against a strong foe. Dublin's forces? You already erred by not calling in your high-speed battleships immediately. We'll kill you before your drones arrive. I'll do my best, and everything it takes to kill you. Your desires and ambitionists don't care for them. And I'm in no mood to listen to your Red Dragon chat with Talual. All I know is that you'll die. For sure.
Enough with that look. All of us have no wish for this to continue, right?
All right, Talul, other descendant of the Red Dragon. Even if you reject me, and your actions have wholly nothing to do with my terror, but your fury resistance, desires and answer Shiren lies me with too. Let us treat today's meeting as a first prophecy. Terra's loyal servants shall come here one after the other. Go, reunion. Bring some chaos to Victoria, and create some opportunities for us. The next time we meet, one red dragon is bound to bite the other to death.
That's enough hiding. Come out already. It's only going to become more humid after night falls, and you won't be able to light the firewood you got.
Who? Are you?
You're infected. Doesn't matter, I'm the same. I won't harm you or anything. There's no need to be so wary. I'm not lying. I really am infected.
You're not a Victorian?
I'm from Ye.
What's a Yanis doing here?
My family came here for business and got caught up in the war. I was going to evacuate with them, but I accidentally contracted oropathy, so they left me behind.
MPH. Everyone's unfair to the infected everywhere. Your luck sure sucks. But we can't help you either.
I can tell. You don't even have a way to start a fire, so you're probably no arts users. Don't seem to be hunters either, so you won't live more than a few days. Getting captured by the military as an infected, or by the Sarkas as a Victorian, either way is a terrible way to go, right? I can help you get a fire going at least. Watch.
Whoa, it's really burning. It was that easy. Thank you so much, Yanis lady. What about you? Do you need us for anything?
The sky's getting dark. Can I rest here for the night? I'll leave at first light tomorrow.
How's a foreign refugee like you this calm and unruffled? And your sword. Even I can tell it ain't some ordinary blade.
I'm what they call a Zobio in Yan, like the messengers here. I'm pretty skilled, and not a stranger to traversing adverse conditions either. Surviving in the wild isn't that difficult for me.
You helped us start a fire. I'll leave it at that. I'll admit what we did, even if it's the soldiers who find out, as long as the Sarkas don't catch us. It's not like they'll reward you with a feast. Is that worth discussing when we don't even have a crumb to eat right now? Those reunion crazies. They're the reason why it's so dire for us now.
Reunion?
You haven't heard? Well, you've only been recently infected after all. They're a band of infected, and we were all counting on them to be our saviors.
You fought over something?
We're Obd Sarkas, but they were of the opinion that we killed one of their infected countrymen. Sarkas? Countrymen? My daughter's dead because of them. My daughter. My girl. Saya.
Do they have a leader?
9. Yeah. She's the one who chased us away. There was another one they called Guard, but he's dead. Kruh. I really want to roast something for dinner. I don't know what reunion is exactly, but the group we encountered were a bunch of hypocrites who belong in a dumpster. What? You want me to shake hands with the Sarkas and make peace? I'll beat the next one I see to death, right? Remember the rumors we always heard? From the Ursus Tundra? Talum, hero of the infected. She didn't seem much at all to me. I remember she was always trailing behind 9, and never said anything more than a few words. The hearsay from those old infected weren't worth shite. 9 might have been the actual decision maker all along. This is all just useless banter. It's too late for you to join them, Yanisfel.
Where did they go?
And how would I know? Back then I left in a huff with this guy in tow. I remember there being a messenger station in this direction about 12 kilometers from here.
An early rest for us today, then. We have to get back on the road tomorrow.
Nothing unusual to report. Did you hear? The dukes seem to have bumped into each other. Duke Windermere sacrificed herself, and the other lords can no longer sit still either. Sorry, the madam's legendary tale is still in my mobile terminal. Legends are useless now. But do you know who was keeping watch here at Ch13 before we took command? I thought the Sarkas seized this place long ago. Could they have been stragglers from some army? Maybe it's the Londinium Citizens Self-Salvation Corps. Rumors abound that they're still active. That's ace. They managed to stand up to the Sarkas even though there's no decent equipment to be found here. Yeah, they're definitely veterans roaming about the country who can take on 100 alone, right? No way they're just some local thugs or worker riffraff. The scouts sent their intel. Basically, it was pretty much what the commander predicted, which was impossible to predict. Meh. Send it to the tent. I can't make heads or tails of it either. The Sarka's army's methods are just too unconventional. Shoo. Wait, the scouts say they detected a strange squad identification code. Want to report it together? The Exemplars. Isn't that name from the War of the Four Nations? What am I supposed to tell them? Our scouts saw a specter. The Exemplars. Know anything about them? No. I'm from the Duke of Fife's 4th Infantry Battalion. That's no longer important. You're just an infected now, and I'm basically a deserter. We're both in a wee bit of a pickle, aren't we? Didn't think I'd have to be so overcatuous here in Ch13. Bagpipe. I can't find this funny at all. Ch13's now under the army's jurisdiction. So are we. I'm sure you have no clue how in Chen. The hay piles are this time of year. I want to celebrate with me army chums back home too. But I can't expose myself so easily like that. They treat deserters no better than foulblists on the chopping block for dinner. You're a good one, miss. I'm sure you can sort this misunderstanding out. Tell me that a year back, and I might have believed ye. The Exemplars. Ain't that the Tempest Platoon's former name?
Still following me?
You seem strong. And we haven't eaten at all the past 2 days. We're all fellow infected, aren't we?
We'll travel together for a while more. You might be able to see the station you mentioned after this hillside.
Or maybe it's been smashed to bits. Wait. Look over there. People, right?
Right. Stay calm. Their numbers are limited, at the very least.
Wait. Hold on. They're Victorians. I can see them. Are they a squad of refugees? I can see some soldier guards too. What do we do? This is much better than running into Sarkas, but we're infected. Are we going to be? The infected already abandoned us, so we might as well ask them for food than starve to death out here. Besides, think about it. How many people are going to emerge from this war with Oripathy? Surely they'll let us live somehow. Definitely. For sure. I'm sure they will. I'll go take a look. Hey, and, you're a Yanis. What if?
I think you can ease up on the anxiety. They seem to be getting along well.
Huh? It really does look like it. He's waving. I'll go over. Chen watches the two infected mingle with their compatriots. Fun violence, talking, casual chat. Soon someone puts their arm on their shoulders, and their cheery chatter reaches Chen's ears. Chen stays at her spot for a long time. Yanis lady. I talked with them. We can travel together. Huh? Where'd she go?
You beat us Arcas to death? Hell yeah, you're our heroes.
You finally replied to my invitation, Duke Godot. It seems that even you realize now how serious the situation is.
Yes. It's gotten so serious that our cautious Duke-caster has actually left her territory to grace the front lines in person.
A Victorian Duke has died on the battlefield. How many years has it been since something like this has happened?
Quite a few of our fellow nobles suspect you behind your back, you know. After all, everyone knows you never got along with the Duke of Windermere. That stubborn Windermere would never support your little plot to take over Londinium. But I know it wouldn't be you. You welcome any loss she suffers, even if they were major. But now, your problems have only increased with her death. In fact, all of us here have attracted a big problem.
There are rumors from outside that the young Duke Godot today is obsessed with notions of romance and lacks the wisdom and wits of his house. It seems that our country has become so weak that we've exhausted our ability to understand people.
Don't flatter me. I'm only disinclined to care about other matters, yours included. Why does this war compel us to face our responsibilities? All I can do is to walk out the winery and throw myself down at the table of today. And for this end, I've even brought a friend. It was not easy to bring him off his high-speed battleship.
To think the Duke of Wellington would grace us with his presence.
My time grows short.
I hear you met with some troubles on the front line. The Nashagrari King is not an easy enemy to deal with.
No more than just a Sarkas. You must take care of yourself. After all, you're already. I'm not at the age where I need you to tell me how old I am. The stalemate on the front line will soon end, and Windermere's defeat will have a minimal impact on the war situation. We will be able to retake the front lines in no time. Your valiant march onwards has caused the ducal armies to clash with the Sarkas military on all fronts. It's not enough. We must execute an effective offensive, then continue defending our fragmented defenses to win this war. Our counterattack must begin.
I agree.
A rare sight to see the two of you in agreement.
Londinium is now officially declared to be under the Sarkis' occupation. This means they no longer have a need to hide. This does not bode well for us at all.
My follow-up units will assemble in 3 days. We suffered some losses in the previous war, but Wellington's battleships will still be the first to rush into the storm.
I will participate as well, and see to it that the Dukes of Normandy and Fife join our efforts.
Abercorn and Ashworth will, of course, also be reasonable people. What an unprecedented sight to behold. The Dukes speeding to Londinium on their battleships to shell the city walls. I hope there won't be a second time. Inform your troops that I will take command in this battle. Naturally. Well then, if you will excuse me, there are many matters waiting for me to handle on the front line. And just like that, truly a swift and decisive man. I grew up listening to the tales of the Empire's death knell, but I didn't think his hair would actually turn completely white. Forming a military alliance with other dukes used to be an earth-shaking affair, but look at us now. We can't even have a presentable me. Judging from his words, he's become a stubborn old man unwilling to admit his setbacks. Ducaster, I know nothing about war, but looking at old Wellington's condition, I fear we won't be able to completely trust him. Custer?
Indeed. Trust. No, it's nothing. I merely recalled some past events from my youth. But he can't fool me. It's all fake.
You've known him for a long time.
For far too many years. Even from when I was just a little girl with no experience.
What are your thoughts on the matter?
The look in his eyes as he spoke of the Nashigrari was exactly the same as it used to be in his youth. Be it friend or foe, he is like a beast thirsting to tear the other to feast on their blood. To rip out their entrails, chew their bones, and swallow them. Devour, grow. He has always been this sort of warrior.
The old man's appetite has always been good. Who was already in Duke Wellington's belly when you met him?
Ivan Vejvenijev, Arknigths, as well as Corsica.
I see. You were really quite young back then.
There used to be a saying in the among the nobles in Castor territory, regarded as an ominous symbol. Victoria only has one true duke after the War of the Four Nations, for we restricted and weakened him after that fort more than 60 years. The people forget about heroes in peacetime, and the nobles repel the death knell in their fear. He revealed his fatigue earlier, but I think of, and I've always been thinking of something each smile on his face when we were both young, flashed towards the endless expanse of the battlefront. He stood side by side with the Emperor of Ursus. He witnessed the Witch King's arts. He saw the greatest of monarchs, and dismantled the largest modern cities to exist then. How can someone like him willingly throw himself to the slaughter?
So you're telling me, our man who has had no choice but to swallow his pride for decades, and might be still Victoria's strongest general, has divulged his true feelings?
You're the one who invited him to the table. You know he has a trump card up his sleeve.
I'm feeling a little chilly. The wind outside tonight is rather strong.
Chilly. Be sure not to catch a cold, Duke Dodden.
Of course not. Please be at ease. Despite what everyone says about me, I really am lazy, and would much rather stay in my lovely estate appreciating the countryside view than to be on a battleship. But I do like winter.
I got it.
You tinkering with the radio equipment again. Didn't I already tell you multiple times, Closure? Our recent patrols haven't gone far enough to pick up any signals coming from inside Londinium.
And I already told you so many times? I'm a Rhodes Island engineer. Look, my equipment specially made for Rhodes Island communications can now receive signals from other channels after my many modifications. Let's see.
Londinium Cell Salvation Corps broadcast. Electric current noise. Repeat. Commander Clavisia and the other members who have not left are still fighting. Repeat. We need backup. Commander Clavisia. I knew she and the others were fine. We need to hurry and tell everyone about this.
Great. They're all right. And I'm done debugging this tool in my hand. Wait, there's another message from the Rhodes Island channel. What happened to Blaze and the rest with her, and what's with all the regular infected?
Electric current noise, the desemstrantic application for Londinium. Victoria has been approved electric current noise local branch operators. Please make preparations. Repeat, please make preparations. So many books here, but not even a vegetable stem to be found. The number of books will matter, if we don't find any stems. Are you sure we can find something edible here? If we don't, then we can just kick down some house door after. Won't they put up a fight? We already took them all away. Man, Pandit, life was so much simpler before. Swing our sword, cut someone down, swing again, cut down another, and then boom. Money. But now, we can't even find a single stem to eat. Is Londinium still considered Doria's now? I mean, we occupied it. So does it count as a new city of ours now? Or is it still victorious? I don't know. All I know is the clouds have been gathering lately. The top of that building is extremely unusual. What's there to worry? That's where the regent is. Do you hear a strange noise? Huh? That's so strange. A huge figure emerges from the shadows, and a ray of light blazes through the deathly still streets. It raises its heavy right arm, and then harshly drops it. The armor falls into silence, like it was just an illusion. A faint fire seeping from its helmet is the only sign that it still lives. She stretches out her hand to touch the knight, but is forced to refrain from the residual heat on the armor. Nate's armor remains silent.
Your Highness, what are you looking at?
Dark clouds.
The shard's energy is gathered. According to the Confessory research, a device like this able to manipulate originimus reactions will also be able to control that piece of Origin Yama. The Dukes have begun mobilizing their forces, and in a few days...
No, I don't mean the clouds here. What's about to happen in Londinium is set in stone. Manfred, you were born in Castle. What does it look like in your memories?
It was already the hub unit of your nomadic city while I was growing up. My memories of the place. The sky was always overcast. Even worse than Victoria's skies, to be honest. There was always a pungent stench of industrial waste in the air.
Would you ken that place home?
I would.
Really? I was thinking how we Sarkas always travel within a haze. We are determined to tear the clouds apart. But when everything is finally revealed, the true calamity will follow. Will we make it in time? I hope the light I've been looking at can still shine then. Even if I'm already in the depths of the darkness.